upon a time, humanity waged war against the Demon Kings. A team of the strongest heroes, swordsmen, and mages was assembled for such a daunting task. Among them were two arch-rivals who were like oil and water, Bermude Lionheart and Hamel. It seemed nothing could ever reconcile their deep-seated rivalry. Until, during one battle, Hamel sacrificed himself to save his rival. Afterward, Bermude promised him that his sacrifice would not be in vain and that he would surely annihilate the remaining Demon Kings. But as it turned out, this mission was too much for him to handle. By some twist of fate, 300 years later, our hero Hamel was reincarnated as a descendant of his very own rival in the body of Egan Leonhardt. And now, reading a book about past events, our hero was fuming to see himself branded with the title Hamel the Fool. Meanwhile, Bermude had somehow become Bermude the Great. Some godforsaken author had even fabricated a ridiculous love story about him and a sorceress. If only he knew who wrote it, he could go give them a piece of his mind right away. Frustrated, he picked up the book, wondering why the others were hailed with grand titles like the Wise or the Great, while he was stuck with the Fool. He wondered if the book was written by someone he had defeated 300 years ago. The same thought extended to his comrades, as it seemed unlikely any of them were involved in its creation. Then again, how could they have ever suspected that Hamel, once dead, could be reincarnated with all his memories intact? Hamel had died 300 years ago during the mission to slay the Demon Kings, only to be reborn as a descendant of Bermude. Now, he went by the name Egan Leonhardt, a 13-year-old kid with the soul of a true Gen Zer. As Egan reflected on Bermude's life, he found it bizarre that this legendary figure, who once had no interest in women, ended up with a whole harem of beauties in addition to his first wife. Egan wondered if Bermude got girl crazy in his old age, but he also understood that everyone has needs, so having a harem wasn't that big of a deal. However, only the children of Bermude's first wife were considered the direct bloodline, while collateral families like Egan's, despite sharing the Lionheart name, were relegated to the status of distant descendants. This status, as a distant descendant, came with restrictions, such as being forbidden from training mana or using real swords before undergoing a bloodline confirmation ceremony. However, Egan had been swinging a wooden sword for 13 years, and now it was time for a change. During his training, he lunged forward and shredded the dummy with strikes as fast and fierce as a storm. His father watched with a mix of fear and astonishment. He realized this wasn't the first time Egan had demolished it like that. His father also noted that for a 13-year-old boy, Egan was impressively muscular, almost unnaturally so. All of this scared his father, even though Egan was his own son. His son often didn't act his age, and his eyes lacked a child's innocence, reflecting a maturity and intensity far beyond his years. Despite losing his mother at a young age, Egan never once showed any sign of missing her. Egan assessed the shattered dummy with a fierce glare, silently cursing the town blacksmith for crafting such a flimsy piece of equipment. He considered the production and sale of such low-quality weapons a punishable crime. His father cleared his throat before saying he'd have a gentle word with the blacksmith, and then announced that the bloodline ceremony was set for tomorrow. Egan couldn't help but think the whole tradition was ridiculous. The so-called Lionheart ceremony, held once every 10 years, was a laughable custom. All children between 10 and 15, whether from the main line or not, had to gather at the main family's estate to participate. The ceremony included a competition to determine who is truly worthy of the Lionheart name. But the main family clearly had a massive advantage. They were allowed to train with real weapons and mana from a young age, ensuring they always had the upper hand while the branch families were kept in their place. Egan's father stared at the dummy, lost in thought. It was clear he saw in Egan a talent so extraordinary that he could hardly believe he was his son. His father wished that Egan had been born into the main family, or if he hadn't been so talented, then he wouldn't have to face the painful contrast between Egan's potential and their harsh reality. Curious about his father's mood, Egan asked what was troubling him, but his father just waved it off, saying it was nothing. Egan sighed, guessing his father was probably feeling regretful again for not being a better father. Suddenly, his father gripped Egan's shoulders, warning him never to confront the main family's children. No matter how skilled Egan was, he stood no chance against those who had trained with swords and mana for years. Egan smiled and promised he wouldn't. After all, he knew this competition would be a piece of cake, especially when his opponents were basically kids half his real age. Spotting another training dummy, Egan walked towards it, his mind on the upcoming ceremony. There would be 3 from the main family and 6 from the branch families. One of the main family participants was the son of the first wife, while the other 2 were twins from a concubine. Aside from the 2 strongest from the distant families, the rest would be considered underdogs in the competition. Raising his sword high, Egan shattered the dummy with a single strike. He was eager to see what Bermude's descendants were made of. The next day, as the ceremony approached, Egan sat in a carriage, eagerly anticipating what was to come. In his past life, he had considered himself a genius. As a child, learning came to him as easily as breathing, and his progress far outpaced his peers. And yet, Bermude still found reasons to criticize his technique, often pointing out that if he tried harder, he could be much stronger. Egan had always argued that he was already giving it his all, but the truth was, not everyone was born with the kind of innate talent Bermude possessed. The real challenge came not from his own limits, but from those around him, especially his close companions who were both master swordsmen and mages. Bermude was a legend in his own right, but there was another who was above him. Bermude was considered the best in both swordsmanship and magic, and was known as the god of war. He was originally a duke in the Kiel Empire, but later retired and was praised as a warrior until his death, as were the others. Sardar the Wise was the youngest to become the master of the magic tower in the kingdom of Arath. Anise the Pious was revered as a saint in the holy kingdom of Uras, and she even had her own holy scripture. Molar also had his own kingdom, so in the end, they all lived good lives until they died. But despite all their success, Egan couldn't help but wonder why the Demon Kings were still alive. Bermude had once sworn to destroy every last Demon King, yet he had left one behind. Egan knew he had lost his life at the castle of the Demon King of Incarceration. However, it seemed Bermude had made some kind of promise to that very Demon King. And as a result, after his death, the war with the Demon Kings ended, bringing about an era of peace that lasted for 300 years. As Egan was lost in these thoughts, Sir Gordon, the man sitting beside him in the carriage, remarked that Egan must be feeling nervous. According to him, if that were the case, it would only make things harder when he met the main family. Egan thanked him for the advice, but Gordon continued, noting that from this point on, they were on Lionheart land. He reassured Egan that there was no need to get ready to disembark just yet, as the main estate was still quite a distance away. Egan found it absurd how proud Gordon seemed, considering it wasn't even his land. When Gordon mentioned the vastness of the estate, Egan commented that it must be very inconvenient. Gordon assured him that with numerous teleportation gates scattered around, it wasn't so bad. Egan was about to ask why he couldn't use one of those gates, but quickly guessed the answer and decided it was best to just smile and stay quiet. After a while, they finally arrived at the main family's estate. It was absolutely massive, with a ridiculously large golden gate, but Egan was already mentally prepared for this. As they approached the main building, Egan wasn't surprised by the lack of any welcoming ceremony. Bermude's Lionheart flags with the lion crest were everywhere. The only ones allowed to wear the lion crest on their left breast were those of direct lineage. Curious if any of his relatives had arrived yet, Egan asked Gordon and was informed that he was the first. They proceeded to the guest house. A maid named Hera greeted Egan and introduced herself, offering to tend to his every need during his stay. If he needed anything, he just had to use the bell. Egan noted being assigned a personal maid, though he wasn't particularly impressed. He asked about her age, and she replied that she was 16, having just completed her internship. Egan smirked, thinking that whoever assigned him such a rookie maid was clearly trying to pick a fight. He imagined lecturing her for any mistake she might make. Although he knew it wasn't worth bothering with whoever orchestrated this, it felt like a deliberate attempt to provoke him. When Egan asked when the others would arrive, Hera told him they would be there within the next 4 days at the latest. He stood up, asking her to take him to the training grounds. Hera was a bit surprised but agreed to show him the way. Outside the main building, 2 kids from a main family were gossiping about Egan, mocking him for coming from a small, rural town in the west, and probably only training with a rake instead of sword. One of the boys commented that his carriage probably reeked of cow dung, and that even if Egan was a relative, he would still be held responsible for any damage to the main family's estate. The girl eagerly agreed, saying he was absolutely right, and suggested they go teach Egan a lesson. The boy grinned, claiming they were just going to give him a friendly warning, then ordered the girl named Seal to follow him. Another child from a Maine family, who was watching from a window, noticed them. Just then, Seal, who had sensed the boy's presence, locked eyes with him with a menacing glare, holding his gaze. Seal's intense stare made the other boy flinch and instinctively step back. That made her smirk as they continued on their way. At the training grounds, Egan was practicing with a wooden spear and several weighted bands wrapped around his wrists. Although in his past life, he had never neglected his training. But since being reincarnated, Egan had been exceptionally diligent in conditioning his body. However, there was something strange. No matter how hard he pushed his body, he never felt tired or sore, and most injuries healed remarkably quickly. As he swung the spear, he wondered about his unbelievable strength after being reborn into this new life. While he moved the spear with astonishing speed, Hera watched with her jaw dropped. She was shocked to see that Egan, despite wearing weights on his wrists, moved just as fast as before. The main family pair also arrived and saw Egan training, immediately turning to question Hera. Seeing the two of them, she turned pale and asked why they were here. Cyan, the boy from the main family, instead of answering, questioned her about Egan. Egan, in the middle of his training, stopped and snapped, pointing out if they couldn't see he was busy. Calling them both idiots, he went back to his training. While Seal, hearing that, nudged Cyan. Seal flew into a rage and demanded that Egan apologize. But to her shock, Egan, instead of yelling back, calmly apologized. However, Seal yelled even louder, claiming his apology lacked any sincerity and demanding Egan bow his head to her. Egan refused, saying he couldn't bow his head to a mere kid. Hearing this, Seal snapped back, saying that just because Egan carried the Lionheart name didn't mean he was their equal. As the argument escalated, Seal reminded Cyan about the carriage. Hearing this, Cyan furiously ordered Egan to go clean the carriage he had arrived in, claiming the seat probably reeked of his sweat. Egan was annoyed by the comment, telling Hera to go clean it instead since she was his personal maid. Hearing that, Hera paled, feeling caught in the crossfire. However, Cyan grew even angrier, insisting it was his order and that Egan had to do it himself. Placing his hand on his crest, he yelled, reminding Egan that he was defying an order from a Lionheart. Egan waved his hand dismissively, introducing himself as a Lionheart too. He even joked that they should be friends, which made Seal excitedly wave back, introducing herself. However, Cyan refused to be friends with someone like Egan and got mad for being ignored. Spotting a wooden sword lying nearby, Cyan quickly picked it up, determined to teach Egan a lesson for insulting him. With that, he challenged Egan to a duel. A smirk played on Egan's lips, as if he had been waiting for Cyan's challenge all along. Feigning concern for Cyan's safety, Egan warned him about the danger of recklessly challenging others, and told him to leave him alone, but Cyan was undeterred, asking if Egan was scared of him. This ticked Egan off, especially when Cyan continued to taunt him, suggesting that if Egan was afraid to fight, he should just bow and apologize. Egan clarified that he didn't want a duel, nor did he owe Cyan an apology. Cyan's temper flared, and he screamed at Egan, claiming his parents never taught him about honor. The insult hit a nerve, and Egan silently removed his weights, preparing for the duel. Cyan was shocked as the weighted bands hit the ground. Egan stretched a little before locking eyes with Cyan, telling him to throw down his handkerchief. With a swift motion, Egan tossed his jacket to the ground. The sound of its impact was heavy and resonant. Cyan was stunned, realizing that Egan had been training so nimbly while wearing all those weights, something he had thought was just for show. Cyan was filled with instant regret as he realized the gravity of his challenge. But with Seal watching, he knew he couldn't back down without being teased for the rest of his life. Mustering all his resolve, Cyan pulled out his handkerchief, determined to reclaim his honor. He called out Egan's name, officially challenging him. Egan picked up his spear and accepted the challenge. In the blink of an eye, Egan struck Cyan in the chest, leaving him no time to react. The force of the blow sent Cyan flying to the ground, and Egan confidently declared his victory. Seal rushed to Cyan's side, worried as she saw him vomiting from the impact. Turning to Egan, Seal accused him of being a coward, claiming the duel was dishonorable. However, Egan disagreed. He calmly explained that the duel began the moment Cyan threw down his handkerchief, so it was Cyan's fault for being off guard. Seal reluctantly agreed with Egan's logic, but then accused him of training with mana, which gave him an unfair advantage. Egan denied the accusation, explaining that he couldn't use mana because he was a distant relative, and to do so, he needed to undergo a bloodline ceremony. However, Seal wasn't convinced. She pointed out his training with weights and his lightning-fast attacks, which left Cyan no time to react. Hearing this, Egan smirked, slyly suggesting that Seal's beautiful eyes might have noticed more than she thought. Then, he sarcastically praised Cyan, acknowledging that Cyan had instinctively stepped back to minimize the damage when Egan attacked, which was quite impressive for someone so inexperienced. Egan said Cyan had potential, but was far from reaching the level of a true Bermuda descendant. As Egan was pondering this, Cyan struggled to his feet with his legs shaking, and angrily called him a coward for attacking so quickly. Egan joked that both Cyan and his sister were calling him a coward, proving they were indeed twins. He then stepped towards Cyan and suggested he should admit his defeat if he truly considered himself a direct descendant. Cyan turned his face away in frustration. Meanwhile, Egan started to think he should have gone easier, realizing that defeating a member of the main family might get him into big trouble. As Egan was considering this, a stern-faced man entered the training grounds and called out Cyan's name. He didn't look like a Leon Hart, wearing no crest, so Egan assumed he was a skilled knight hire by the main family. Seeing the man, Cyan hugged him, crying that he had lost to a country bumpkin, even though he was the one who challenged him. Hearing about the duel, the man grew concerned. He then noticed Egan and apologized for not introducing himself sooner. His name was Hazara, Cyan's personal master. Egan introduced himself as well, stating he was from Gideon. Hearing that, Hazara guessed he must be from the Jurat family. Egan confirmed, and in response, Hazara asked what had happened. Egan revealed that it was Cyan who started the trouble and had even insulted his father, calling him a man without honor. According to Egan, that was more than enough reason for him to accept Cyan's challenge. Despite his worries, Hazara agreed with Egan. He then turned Cyan around, suggesting they should treat his wound first. As they left, Seal waved excitedly, hoping to see Egan again. Later, Egan went for lunch, munching on some KFC fried chicken when Hera brought him the information he requested. She informed him about the people who would be arriving after him. Hearing the names, Egan realized the bloodline confirmation ceremony he was looking forward to was probably about to begin. Egan's goal remained clear: to mess with Bermuda's descendants. It was a bit malicious, but he had no other choice. It was the only way for him to become their direct descendant. Inside the mansion, Hazara took Cyan to see his mother, Anasala, the concubine of Julius Leonhardt. Anasala was furious that her son had lost to a distant relative. Hazara confirmed this and seemed a little worried for Cyan. Anasala called Cyan in a calm voice, but as soon as he got close, she jabbed him hard with the cane in her hand. She asked if it was true that he had lost in a single blow, then turned to Hazara, asking if her son's opponent had ever trained with mana before. Hazara confirmed, revealing Egan's identity and affirming that there was no mana in his body. Anasala then called for Seal, asking her what happened. Seal recounted the events, mentioning how incredibly fast Egan was. And even though Cyan started the duel, he had no chance to react. Hearing that, Anasala angrily slapped Cyan across the face, furious that her son dared to challenge a distant relative and lose to someone she considered low-class scum. She was livid that Cyan's father would soon be back for the bloodline confirmation ceremony and would find out about this, and then everyone would laugh at her. Cyan, with tears in his eyes, apologized. His mother, still seething with anger, called for Hazara, scolding him for his teaching methods, then ordered him to retrain Cyan so he wouldn't disgrace her again. With that, Hazara took Cyan away, and as they left, Anasala opened her fan and ordered Seal to get close to Egan. Seal, confused, asked why, and her mother revealed that although she hated Egan for defeating her brother, she wanted to kill him. However, doing so would cast suspicion on her, and the lawful guard would be dispatched, something she had to avoid at all costs. So, for now, she just wanted Seal to be on good terms with Egan. Seal, hearing this, became excited as she already wanted to get close to him. Hearing that, Anasala smirked, hiding a sinister plan. The next day, 3 distant relatives, Deacon, Hansen, and just arrived at the estate. Hera informed Egan, who was still training with his heavy weights. Egan thought they had arrived earlier than he expected. However, Hera nervously revealed that the patriarch of the Lionheart family was also there. Hearing this, Egan fell into deep thought while Hera, flustered, suggested he should go greet the patriarch but change his clothes first. However, Egan decided that changing would make him late, so he chose to go as he was, drenched in sweat. Outside, everyone was gathered to witness the grand arrival of the patriarch. Egan recognized Anasala, the second wife, and then spotted Thurnis, the patriarch's first wife. Standing beside Thurnis was Iode Lionheart, the eldest son of the main family, looking anxious and insecure. After a long wait, Gilead Lionheart arrived. Beside him was his youngest brother, Zion. Gilead had two younger brothers, Guilford, who lived at the Lionheart estate, and Zion, who was returning with him after 3 years. As Gilead dismounted, Thurnis started to complain about him not informing her before his arrival. Gilead dismissed the question as baseless since it was his house and he was the patriarch. He then saw Iode and cheerfully asked about his son's fighting skills. Iode nervously revealed he was trying his best, an answer Gilead didn't find amusing. Gilead then noticed his second wife and their children. He greeted them cheerfully, remarking how much they had grown. He also met Guilford and apologized for not being there when his son was born, a gesture Guilford found quite kind. Finally, he noticed the distant relatives standing in a line, and invited them to a feast where they could discuss the details of the bloodline confirmation ceremony. At the dining table, the whole family, including the distant descendants, was gathered. The direct descendants sat on one side with the patriarch, while the indirect descendants sat on the opposite side. Alongside the distant relative kids were two relatives from high-ranking families. However, there was also a strange man at the table who wasn't even of Lionheart blood. Seal noticed him and curiously asked Gilead about the man. Just as he was about to explain, the man stood up and excitedly introduced himself as Rovarian from the Red Tower of Magic. Upon hearing his name, everyone was shocked, especially Iode, who was sitting right next to him. Egan was also so shocked that he choked on his tea and started coughing violently. Seeing this, Rovarian became concerned, but Egan quickly reassured him he was fine. Egan was stunned because Rovarian was from the Red Tower of Magic, so he might be a student of Sienna, and he looked exactly like her. 300 years ago, she had become the youngest in the history of Arath to become the master of the Green Tower. She even rewrote the official grimoires of Arath, offering advice and teaching magic to all the magic towers, including the masters. To this day, the masters of those towers still follow her teachings as their grandmaster. Egan never expected to meet someone connected to his old comrades there. Seizing the opportunity, he stood up and introduced himself to Gilead. However, Gilead already knew that Egan was the one who had been insulted by his son. Egan confirmed, but assured him he held no grudge. Gilead then asked if Egan said that because he had won the duel. Egan replied with determination, saying he would have said the same even if he had lost, because if one cannot protect their honor, they should endure the shame. This response impressed Gilead, who then called for Cyan, who was sitting there in shame. He scolded him, saying that despite losing the duel, bearing the Lionheart name, and insulting Egan's parents meant he should apologize. Cyan reluctantly apologized to Egan, though it was clear he was forcing the words out. Gilead then asked Egan about his father, and Egan revealed they lived deep in the countryside. Gilead was curious to know who taught Egan how to fight, and Egan admitted he had learned everything on his own. This shocked the wealthy distant relatives. They were amazed that he defeated Cyan without a tutor. Meanwhile, Gilead was excited about the upcoming bloodline confirmation ceremony, feeling it was all quite interesting. After a while, the maids brought out the feast, which included lobster, meatballs, and everything was presented luxuriously. As the plates were set down, Gilead wished everyone a good meal. The meal went smoothly, and after everyone had eaten, Gilead explained the reason he gathered everyone was to discuss the details of the bloodline confirmation ceremony. As the room fell silent, Gilead revealed that although he was the patriarch, he believed the bloodline confirmation ceremony was a very biased tradition. He explained that the tradition was created solely for the benefit of the main family. With restrictions placed on the distant relatives, These limitations made it nearly impossible for them to defeat the main family in the event. For this special event, Gilead had not only brought his 3 children, but also wanted to test other individuals bearing the Lionheart name. Gilead went on to say that the purpose of the event was to determine who was the true descendant of Bermude. Despite his position as patriarch, he seemed to be a genuinely caring person. He then pointed to Rovarian, explaining that for this event, he had invited an outsider. Excitedly, Rovarian stood up and opened a magical maze map on the table. The event would require participants to explore a maze created by Rovarian, with each entering from a different starting point. But the goal was the same for everyone, which was to defeat the boss monster at the center of the maze. Along the way, they would also have to fight smaller monsters, solve puzzles within the maze, and, of course, face the final boss. However, everything in the maze was an illusion created by Rovarian using his magic, so it wasn't real. Rovarian had designed the maze by combining summoning magic and high-level mind magic, as expected from a master of a magic tower. The goal of this event was to defeat the final boss, and whoever accomplished this first would end the event. Each participant would then be judged based on their performance. One of the chubby indirect relatives expressed concern about someone not being able to escape the maze. Rovarian reassured him that all he needed to do was stand at the entrance, though doing so wouldn't earn him a high score. Curious about the reward for defeating the monster, Egan listened as Gilead revealed that the winner would be allowed to choose whatever they wanted from the main family's treasury. This sounded extremely appealing to Egan. After the discussion, Egan began walking through the hallway, already thinking about what he would choose, confident in his ability to win. However, while lost in thought, he was startled to find the wealthy, distant relatives, Gargoyle and Desira, waiting for him in the hallway. Gargoyle stood in a bodyguard-like pose, trying to look intimidating, asking Egan if he had really won the duel against Cyan. Egan casually confirmed with a dismissive wave, annoying them. Gargoyle was confused about what to do next, just shrugging at Desira. Even though it was nighttime, Egan went to the training grounds and started practicing with a wooden sword. He swung with incredible force, the sound of his strikes cutting through the night air. In the middle of his training, he noticed the pair of distant relatives standing behind him, holding spears. The sight was, to put it mildly, bizarre. Gargoyle, still trying to look intimidating, approached Egan and out of nowhere ripped off his shirt to reveal his bulging muscles. He started flexing in front of Egan, who stared in utter confusion, thinking, what the hell is happening right now? Gargoyle went even further, offering Egan the chance to touch his muscles. Dude, just stop. Egan politely declined. But Gargoyle, unfazed, started bragging about his family having muscle-enhancing potions. He explained that it boosted muscle growth without accumulating mana in the body and was said to have no side effects, basically a magic version of steroids. Gargoyle even asked Egan if he wanted to try some, but Egan showed no interest. Desira then joined in, adding that the potion also promoted beard growth. Changing the subject, she pointed out Egan's use of a wooden sword and asked why he didn't use a spear, especially since he had defeated Cyan with one. She threw a spear towards Egan and challenged him to a duel, stating that she specialized in spears. Intrigued by the prospect of testing his skills against a high-ranking distant relative, Egan accepted the duel. Meanwhile, Gargoyle loudly declared himself their referee. Looking at him, Egan couldn't help but be reminded of Molar from his past life, raising a fleeting thought, could Gargoyle be one of his descendants? Finally, Gargoyle announced the start of the duel, and as the match began, Desira stepped forward, determined to show Egan that spear-wielding wasn't for kids. She immediately lunged towards him, but stopped midway when she noticed his flawless stance, leaving no openings. Egan smirked and provoked her, urging her to attack. The taunt hit the right spot, and Desira charged at him with all her might. But her attack was blocked with ease. Undeterred, she continued with a flurry of rapid strikes, each one faster than the last. However, Egan parried every attack effortlessly, barely breaking a sweat. As the confrontation continued, Egan silently acknowledged that Desira was skilled, even impressive, but still far from being a real threat to him. After blocking another attack, Egan sarcastically pointed out her inability to land even a single hit. He hadn't moved an inch from his spot, but Desira believed his immobility might be a weakness. Determined to exploit this, she launched another assault, unleashing a series of strikes before suddenly jumping to the side. Confident that this angle would catch Egan off guard, she lunged with all her strength. But to her utter surprise, Egan calmly stepped on her spear mid-attack, bringing it to a dead stop. Now completely defenseless, Desira froze as Egan calmly placed the tip of his spear before her, declaring victory. After the duel, Egan went to bed, but Gargoyle soon arrived, offering him to team up with them. Egan was furious that Gargoyle woke him up just to say that, and wondered how they could team up if they all entered the maze from different starting points. According to Gargoyle, despite starting in different locations, everyone's destination was the same, and he planned to cooperate with his sister. He suggested they all meet at the center of the maze to fight the boss monster together. However, Egan was confident in his abilities, asserting he could handle it on his own. Desira, who overheard the conversation, chimed in, agreeing with her brother. She also wanted Egan to join them, acknowledging his impressive strength. However, Egan grew curious as to why they were so determined to win. Desira revealed that in the history of the event, no distant relative had ever won, and now they saw a real chance to change that. She asked if Egan shared the same ambition. Looking at his face, it was clear that he did. Meanwhile, in the mansion, Anasala stood by the window, looking out. Her thoughts were on Rovarian, wondering if he was here to take Iode as his disciple. Since childhood, Iode had preferred reading books over engaging in combat. His curiosity about magic had led him to study various spells, setting him apart from the rest of his family. Anasala wondered if Rovarian would take Iode with him, which might create an opportunity for Cyan and Seal to further enhance their skills, increasing their chances of securing the succession as the head of the Lionheart family. However, her immediate concern was the upcoming bloodline confirmation ceremony. If her children were to lose in that event, they would be branded as illegitimate for the rest of their lives, a fate she could not allow. However, now, more than ever, she wanted Egan to win the maze event. If he won, it would overshadow her son Cyan's earlier defeat, protecting her family's honor. 3 days later, the bloodline confirmation ceremony finally began. Everyone gathered around a cave entrance while Rovarian was opening a portal inside it. He concentrated mana into his palm and passed it to all the participants. He then instructed them to create any weapon they desired from the magical light he provided, simply by visualizing it. Hearing this, everyone started stretching and molding the light to shape it. Seal managed to create a beautiful golden sword. She swung it gracefully, amazed by its beauty. But she couldn't help but wonder what would happen if it broke. Rovarian, with a reassuring smile, revealed that since it was made of magic, it wouldn't break. Curious, Seal asked if she could summon an animal with the light, but Rovarian refused, explaining that the light could only be shaped into inanimate objects. Creating living beings was considered forbidden magic, since the creation of life was a gift only living beings possessed. As they continued their conversation, Gargoyle also created his sword, which was massive and looked incredibly heavy. It was his favorite sword, and he was amazed that he could create exactly what he had imagined. Desira, as expected, created a golden spear, while Cyan and Iode each created a sword of their own. The other distant relatives also created their weapons. But Egan surprised them by creating both a sword and a shield. Noticing this, Seal innocently asked if he was planning to fight her if they happened to meet in the maze. Hearing that, Egan turned to Gilead and asked him the same question. According to Gilead, they could fight, but this year, he wanted to see their teamwork, as they were all members of the Lionheart family, after all. Hearing the word family, Seal, with a wide grin, looked towards Egan, which he found quite creepy. After they finished creating their weapons, the mage gave each of them a necklace to wear around their neck. This necklace was connected to their minds and would react if they experienced any severe stress. Based on that, Rovarian would decide whether to intervene or not. It was basically a fail-safe mechanism. They could also call for help by touching the necklace if someone wanted to give up. Explaining everything, Rovarian allowed them to enter the portal, reminding them that upon entering, they would all have different starting points. Everyone started walking towards the portal, some confident, some excited, and some nervous. As Egan prepared to enter, Seal wished him good luck, and he did the same in return. Stepping inside and looking around, Egan was confident that after exploring countless mazes in his previous life, this would be a walk in the park. While thinking, Egan noticed the narrow walls and ceilings of the maze. Realizing that long weapons would be difficult to use here, he felt reassured that he had made the right choice by opting for a small sword and a shield. Confident he could clear the maze easily since it seemed to be made for kids, he ventured in with determination. As everyone was exploring around, they started encountering monsters, the first one being an indirect descendant. He was fighting slimes, but got overwhelmed by them, and, in a panic, called for help. Hearing the call, Rovarian immediately teleported in and got him out. An hour after the event started, 3 contestants, all indirect descendants, had been eliminated. Seeing that, Gilead was disappointed and ordered them to leave and rest. They all agreed. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 were still exploring the maze, while Gilead and Rovarian were observing them through teleportation gates. They watched Gargoyle, who was charging at trolls with all his might. But as he swung his sword, it got stuck in a nearby wall. That annoyed him so much that he pulled the sword out with all his strength, slicing through the trolls with a single blow. He might be a bit clumsy, but he was quite strong and didn't have much trouble taking down the monsters he encountered along the way. Meanwhile, Desira encountered a slime monster in front of her. She dodged their attacks and with nimble movements, killed them. Despite killing them, she found it difficult to fight slimes with a blade, so she sprinted away from them, trying to escape. She had incredible skill and instincts, avoiding unnecessary fights with monsters and prioritizing the objective. In another part of the maze, Cyan was also exploring and found a wall with holes in it. Since his mother had given him the maze's map to study, he and his sister knew everything about it. So he picked up a rock, and upon throwing it in front of the holes, hundreds of arrows shot out. It was a trap, but now that it was disarmed, Cyan passed through it easily. He was overly cautious, but his caution helped him, which wasn't a bad thing. Seal also encountered trolls in her part of the maze. As the troll lunged at her, she easily dodged it, moving nimbly around. She followed up with counterattacks whenever she saw an opening. After killing the troll and moving forward, she reached a dead end. She had sharp instincts and creativity, but she was still a bit naive and tended to act like a child. Then there was Iode, who also faced trolls, however, instead of fighting them. He was amazed that these monsters were created from magic. When a troll attacked him, he blocked them and countered with his own attack, killing it. As the troll died, it dissolved into magic. This fascinated Iode. Seeing his interest in magic, Rovarian found it intriguing. According to Gilead, Iode had loved magic since he was a child, and he had even hired a private magic teacher for him. But one day, Iode refused to learn anymore. This was because he was trying to live up to his mother's expectations of becoming the next head of the Leonhardt household. Most in their household thought magic wasn't a beneficial ability when vying for succession. However, Gilead still wanted Iode to learn magic and asked Rovarian to take him as his disciple if Iode agreed. However, Rovarian agreed only because of their friendship, as he didn't think Iode had what it takes to be his disciple. Gilead assured him that he didn't want to force Rovarian. He just wanted to help Iode because he had great respect for Sienna's magic, even more so than his ancestor Bermud. Rovarian agreed, thinking he also found Sienna's abilities in the book fascinating, as every time someone was in danger, she would come up with a solution with her magic. Hearing that, Gilead also revealed he had a favorite character, which was not Sir Bermud. As he was about to reveal the name, he noticed that Egan was facing a giant troll monster. Immediately, as the monster roared, Egan jumped on it, attacking from all sides. Seeing that, both the Patriarch and the Mage were shocked, finding it incredibly impressive. He quickly defeated the monster, causing it to fall to the ground. Gilead found it incredible that a 13-year-old could display such excellent combat skills. Instead of being frozen in terror, Egan decisively neutralized the monster. Rovarian was also stunned because he had placed the troll there, making it larger than it actually was to test their intelligence and see if they could find a way to avoid it. Gilead believed Egan possessed innate talent, and Rovarian agreed, calling him a prodigy. Meanwhile, back in the maze, Gargoyle was also fighting that big troll head-on. Despite being exhausted and heavily injured, he continued to charge at the huge monster with everything he had, dodging the troll's attack. He quickly slashed at its leg, making it kneel. Seizing the opportunity, Gargoyle leaped into the air and plunged his sword straight into the troll's heart, ending the battle. This killed the monster as Gargoyle let out a triumphant roar. Despite defeating it, he was shocked to realize the toll the battle had taken on him. The monster's attacks had torn his muscles and even broken his ribs. After enduring numerous traps and fighting the troll, Gargoyle started to worry about how the others might be struggling with the maze's difficulty. After taking a few steps, he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. In another part of the maze, Cyan stood nervously before the giant troll monster. He quickly realized it probably wasn't placed there to be fought. Thinking fast, he threw a rock to distract it, creating an opportunity to run away. As he ran, he suddenly bumped into Seal. Both were startled to see each other, realizing they might be closer to the center of the maze since they had crossed paths. Cyan suggested Seal follow him so she wouldn't get lost, and she readily agreed. However, Cyan was still haunted by the humiliation Egan had caused him and saw this as a chance to restore his honor. As they explored, Seal asked her brother about the types of monsters that might appear in the cave, especially since everything was an illusion. Cyan agreed with her observation, but became uneasy when she mentioned the possibility of ghost-like monsters. Despite his growing fear, he deflected by teasing Seal, suggesting she looked even more scared than he did. Just as he turned a corner, a bloody girl's face suddenly stared at him, scaring the life out of him. However, it turned out to be Desira, leaving Cyan flustered and embarrassed. Both of them were startled, as neither expected to run into each other so suddenly. Cyan, after recovering from his shock, asked Desira about the blood on her face. She explained it was from a trap that had injured her, though she was lying. She had actually tried to ambush them but failed. Turning away, Desira began to leave. But Seal suddenly screamed, alerting her brother to it. Annoyed at being scared and feeling like a fool, Cyan decided to teach her a lesson. He drew his sword and started chasing her, with Seal enthusiastically joining the pursuit with her weapon also drawn. Meanwhile, Desira was running ahead, anxiously wondering where Gargoyle was when she needed his backup. Meanwhile, her brother, Gargoyle, was snoozing somewhere on the ground in the maze, oblivious to the chaos. As Desira ran, she accidentally triggered a trap, but narrowly jumped out of its range in time. Following closely behind, Cyan noticed the floor ahead had collapsed, creating a significant obstacle. He considered taking a detour, but quickly realized Seal was watching him. Determined not to embarrass himself further in front of her, he decided to use the mana he had been saving for the final boss. With a surge of energy, Cyan dashed forward and easily leaped to the other side, landing confidently. He then yelled for Seal to follow, reassuring her that he would catch her if needed. To his surprise, she effortlessly jumped over the gap on her own. Once they were both successfully across, their cat-and-mouse game with Desira continued until they finally reached the center of the maze. There, they were shocked to see the giant boss monster standing before them. Egan was also present and called them out. Our final boss was waiting for them to arrive, curious to see who would get to the center first. Hearing Egan, Desira speculated that since he was waiting, he might have accepted their offer to fight the boss together. However, Egan had no such intention. He simply wanted to give them all a chance to face the boss before he stepped in. Confident in his abilities, Egan believed he could defeat the monster in just a few seconds, and doing it alone wouldn't be fair to the others. Cyan found Egan's arrogance annoying, but chose to ignore it. Egan then revealed to everyone that the boss monster had a specific activation zone. He suggested they face the boss in the order they arrived. Desira first, followed by Cyan and Seal. Hearing she was first, Desira became scared. Seeing her fear, Egan suggested she give up, noting she looked quite injured. However, Desira was not one to back down easily. She prepared herself and started approaching the boss with her spear. Meanwhile, Cyan asked Egan if he was going to fight. Egan revealed he would, but only after everyone else had their turn. However, Cyan was confident he would defeat the monster before his turn. Egan then made an offer. If Cyan defeated the boss, he would call him my lord. This offer excited Cyan, but looking at the huge boss, he felt a bit nervous. The monster was bigger than the troll he had faced earlier, though it didn't seem aggressive. This gave Cyan the confidence that he could defeat it on his own. However, for Desira, he thought it might be a challenge. She slowly walked towards the monster, which was enough to trigger it to awaken. Standing before it, she felt nervous, realizing just how massive it was. But she couldn't back down after coming this far. With determination, she charged at the boss, only to be blocked by its massive palm strike. She narrowly dodged it and followed up with a counterattack. But to her surprise, her spear couldn't penetrate its tough skin. As she was processing this, the boss's other hand grabbed her and threw her away. She flew towards the others, causing Cyan to ask Egan why it didn't attack her more, but instead threw her away. He revealed that it was because the boss wasn't real, and once it grabbed her, it decided to do that. Now it was Cyan's turn. Walking towards the monster, he was confident he would show Egan the true bloodline power of the main family. However, Egan laughed, knowing it was all empty talk. His laughter only provoked Cyan further, enraging him. In his rage, Cyan channeled mana into his sword. Desira was shocked to see he had used the blade energy, which required at least 10 years of mana training, and this energy allowed the blade to cut through anything. This made her realize that the gap between them and the main family might be too great. Egan was also a little impressed by Cyan's skill. However, Cyan knew he couldn't maintain that energy for long, but was confident it could tear the monster apart. As he was thinking about it, his blade energy disappeared. Everyone was shocked, but Egan remembered Gilead's words about making the event fair. This led him to think that Rovarian might have used the maze to prevent anyone from using magic at its center. Cyan grew nervous as he couldn't get his blade energy to work anymore, even though he still had plenty of mana. With a sinister smile, Egan mocked him, telling him to turn back if he thought he would lose, or else he'd be defeated by the monster. Cyan thought for a second, but Seal's confidence in him pushed him towards the boss. As the boss was about to grab him, Cyan slashed at it with his sword, managing to leave a small cut on its hand. However, he knew it was just a minor scratch and realized he couldn't take this thing down like that. He decided to aim for its legs. Dodging the boss's next attack, he leaped toward its claws, but as he attacked, his strike was blocked by its knee. Surprised, Cyan hesitated, and in that moment, the boss grabbed him and threw him out. He landed safely on his feet, but he was outside the circle, essentially eliminated. Next up was Seal. However, after watching the previous two fights, she hesitated. Knowing she couldn't use her blade energy in this area, she decided not to charge in, showing more intelligence than her brother. Meanwhile, Egan calmly picked up his weapon and started walking towards the monster. Seal nervously asked if he really thought he could win against it, but Egan replied with unwavering confidence, stating that failure was not an option. Stepping into the circle, the monster brought down a massive fist on Egan, who dodged by dashing to the side. To counter, Egan ran up the monster's arm while it tried to catch him with its other hand. Egan blocked the swipe, further enraging the monster. Seizing the opportunity, he climbed onto the monster's face, causing it to punch itself in the face in a wild attempt to get him off. As the monster roared from the force of its own punch, Egan exploited the opening, slashing wildly at its face. Desira watched in awe as she realized Egan's precision. He was focusing on the carotid artery, aiming for a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Egan leaped into the air and plunged his sword straight into the boss's neck, bringing the towering monster crashing to the ground, defeated. He then casually approached Seal, arrogantly announcing that he had killed the monster. Seal immediately started arguing, claiming he lost only because he couldn't use his blade energy. Despite this, he knew that even with his blade energy, he could never have defeated the boss with the same precision and mastery as Egan. As the monster was slain, everything around them dissolved into magic, signaling the end of the trial. Gilead, watching from above, was astonished. Despite never having been trained in mana control, Egan had slain the boss with remarkable precision and skill, leaving everyone speechless. However, Rovarian was a bit worried. The boss monster was specifically designed to be defeated through cooperation and to test different strategies. Yet Egan had taken it down all by himself. Gilead revealed he had discovered Egan in a remote village, where he trained relentlessly like a warrior. Egan was born with a natural fighting instinct and extraordinary strength. Instead of being excited, Rovarian felt uneasy. Egan's abilities far surpassed those of Gilead's children, and the thought of him training with mana was even more concerning, which could make him unstoppable. While Gilead saw no cause for alarm in this, Rovarian was deeply concerned about Egan's ambitions, especially his apparent desire to become the next head of the Lionheart House. However, Gilead was not bothered. He believed only the greatest should hold the position of the head, and if his children couldn't rise to the challenge, he had no intention of handing the title to someone who couldn't uphold the family's name. Rovarian apologized for overstepping his bounds with such questions, and with a snap of his fingers, he recalled all his magic. He then suggested something surprising, that Gilead should adopt Egan as his son. This shocked Gilead. Egan's presence in the main family could lead to other relatives looking down on them and potentially forming rival factions. The offer was certainly tempting for Gilead, but as the kids approached, he decided to leave the matter for later. As they all stood before Gilead in a line, he looked at them with a serious expression. He first looked at Iode, who couldn't even reach the center of the maze, getting distracted by magical traps and monsters along the way. Gilead felt a pang of disappointment, knowing that Iode's curiosity had led him astray from the objective. Cyan and Seal, on the other hand, had reached the center of the maze without much difficulty but were unable to defeat the boss. Gilead understood they needed to be disciplined and train a bit more. He praised everyone's efforts, but he especially acknowledged Egan, noting that he had surpassed all expectations with his exceptional skill and determination. Gilead was particularly impressed with how Egan had faced the troll without a single injury. Hearing Egan didn't even have a scratch, Gargoyle was shocked. He couldn't believe Egan had fought such a massive monster with that slender build. Gargoyle regretted that Egan hadn't used his family's steroids to become even stronger. Rovarian, on the other hand, was also very impressed. He had thought they would take much longer to complete the maze, but they had finished it faster than expected. Truly worthy of being descendants of Bermude. Gilead then ordered everyone to rest and instructed Rovarian to escort them to their rooms. As the group started to leave, Gilead specifically called for Egan, asking him to stay for a private conversation. Seal heard this, feeling a bit jealous. She suspected her father might be taking Egan to the treasury, a place she had been begging her father to take her for 2 years without success. Gilead took Egan for a walk in the forest, praising him for his exceptional weapon skills. He mentioned how he had witnessed Egan's duel with Desira, where Egan skillfully wielded a spear. However, Gilead highlighted that the iconic weapon of the Lionheart House was the sword. He then spoke of Bermude being revered as the god of war and a master of all for his ability to wield all kinds of weapons with unparalleled proficiency. Gilead also mentioned Hamel, another legendary figure known for mastering a wide variety of weapons. As Gilead casually mentioned these similarities, Egan became visibly nervous, especially since the Hamel he was talking about was him. Egan asked why Hamel was called foolish in the stories. Gilead revealed it stemmed from Hamel's occasional mischievous antics. Gilead then shared a surprising opinion. He actually preferred Hamel over Bermude. He explained that he admired Hamel's human qualities more than Bermude's godlike perfection. According to Gilead, while Hamel might have felt inferior to Bermude, he never surrendered to despair. Instead, he worked tirelessly to overcome his weaknesses. Ultimately, Hamel's self-sacrifice for others cemented his legacy. Egan was moved by this perspective, admitting that Hamel was his favorite character as well. This made Gilead smile. Their conversation continued as they walked through the forest, eventually arriving at a hidden tower. Entering the structure, they descended a spiral staircase that seemed to lead deep underground. Egan was the first to visit the treasury besides Gilead himself. This made him a little nervous. Sensing his unease, Gilead reassured him that he had already discussed the matter with the elders, so everything was fine. The elders of the Lionheart House were former heads of the family, including distant relatives of great prestige. According to Gilead, the treasury was a repository of heirlooms collected over centuries, some of which had once belonged to the Great Bermude. Among the relics was Bermude's legendary sword. However, Gilead explained that he couldn't give Egan the sword, as it was the symbol of the Lionheart House and could not belong to any single individual. Gilead also revealed that the Holy Sword had not recognized anyone since the Great Bermude. Egan was a bit confused about the recognition part. Gilead explained he would understand once he held the sword himself. As they reached the underground gate, Gilead bit his thumb and dripped blood on the door to open it. When the door finally creaked open, Gilead told Egan to go inside while he waited at the entrance. He said his presence might influence Egan's choice, and he wanted him to make his decision freely. Upon entering, The first thing Egan saw was Bermude's sword, half buried in the ground. Without hesitation, he reached out to pull it, eager to claim it before looking at anything else. The sword was considered a gift from the gods that had existed since the mythical age in the holy kingdom of Eurus. For a long time, it was sealed in the main temple of Eurus until it recognized Bermude as its true master. This was the sword that had pierced the heart of a demon king 300 years ago. Egan recalled how Bermude used to use the blade to light their way through the darkness, as it was often used as a torch. Bowing to the sword, Egan gripped it with a wicked smile creeping across his face as he tried to pull it from its resting place. Despite his efforts, the sword wouldn't budge. Frustration washed over him as he realized the futility of his attempt. Even if he did manage to pull it out, he couldn't take it with him. With a sigh of resignation, he knew he'd have to find something else. As he wandered through the treasury, his attention was drawn to something else. His gaze fell upon a sinister sword known as the Devouring Sword. This sword had a special skill. It absorbed mana from anyone it slashed, empowering its user and neutralizing powerful spells with a single strike. Egan understood that only a master mage like Bermude could truly harness its full potential. It wasn't the right weapon for him. Not far from it, he spotted another weapon, the dragon spear, which needed time to heat up but could unleash flames comparable to a dragon's breath. His gaze then fell upon a black sword emitting an aura, the Windstorm Sword, blessed by the king of wind spirits. As he continued to explore, he discovered other powerful weapons with various abilities, confusion filling his mind as he looked at the countless swords around. He knew that choosing any one of them would be a decision he wouldn't regret. However, he felt a bit annoyed as he glanced to the side, wondering why the legendary Moonlight Sword and Demonic Spear were missing. He then angrily realized that 300 years had passed, and these crooks had hoarded the best weapons, leaving only the lesser ones. His frustration grew as he struggled to decide which weapon to choose. He considered starting simple, perhaps with the Windstorm Sword, which just needed a firm grip to unleash the power of the wind spirits with enough mana. He could even summon the Spirit King, but as he thought about it, he realized that summoning magic was no simple feat. Even the greatest mages could fail if they didn't have the right qualities, and without them, not even the weakest spirit could be summoned. However, Egan reasoned that if he took the Windstorm Sword, he at least wouldn't have to worry about the summoning magic issue. He turned away with a satisfied look, deciding that since he was already in the treasury, he might as well look around a bit more. Beneath a shelf, he noticed various accessories that caught his eye. He stared at the jewelry. Not only were there weapons, but also an array of gemstones. Suddenly his eyes widened in recognition. With excitement, he grabbed a pendant and was shocked as he looked at it. He realized it was the same pendant he had worn in his past life. He remembered the moment he killed the monster. The pendant was a memento of his parents, who had been killed by it. Though he had long since avenged their deaths, the memory lingered. In his past life, he had worn this pendant until the very day he died. Now, holding it in his hand once more, he wondered how it ended up here. He guessed Bermude must have taken it from his body. He sighed, resigned to the thought. His mind wandered to the Demon Kings, recalling the peace brought by the deal Bermude made with the Demon King of Incarceration. However, Helmuth and the other two Demon Kings were still alive, still a potential threat. Along with his comrades, Egan had sworn to take down the 5 Demon Kings together. But after he died, they simply placed his memento in a place like this and decided not to uphold their vow. Egan was quite confused as to why his comrades, especially Bermude, would do that to him. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was all because of him, that without his help, they probably didn't have enough strength to win. He didn't blame Bermude or the others, but rather understood they must have had their reasons for sparing the Demon Kings. Despite the countless weapons in the hall, many of which he would gladly take, he knew one thing for sure. He couldn't leave his pendant behind in the Lionheart treasury. Egan stared at the pendant in his hand while Gilead crossed his arms. Confusion was clear as he looked at Egan. He asked if Egan really chose that pendant. Egan held it up with a wide grin, replying that he simply liked it. The two stood facing each other, the old man bewildered because, after all, there were countless other priceless treasures in the room. Egan shrugged, explaining that he wasn't yet capable of using most of them. He handed the pendant to Gilead, who eagerly took it for a closer inspection. The pendant was a simple capsule with a red stone that caught Gilead's attention. His gaze then shifted to the craftsmanship and the rough, unpolished edges of the item, leaving him puzzled as to why such an inexpensive item was in the treasury. He then presented the pendant near the lion head statue, and to his surprise, the lion's eyes began to glow a faint red. Gilead found it strange, realizing that the pendant wasn't registered in the treasury. Turning to Egan, the head of the family confirmed that the pendant wasn't a part of the Lionheart treasury. It shouldn't be here. Egan replied, noting that somehow the pendant had found its way into the treasury. Ever cautious, Gilead remarked that the pendant had no real value, even if sold. It wouldn't even fetch enough to buy a cheap sword. He asked Egan once more if he was sure he wanted to keep it. Without hesitation, Egan clutched the pendant. The old man, seeing the boy's certainty, sighed, muttering that if Egan was so sure, he could have it. Gilead suggested that Rovarian should inspect it as it might have been enchanted. Egan, surprised, asked if he could have it after the inspection. Gilead, holding the pendant in his hand, assured him he could. Egan stared at Gilead, who seemed genuinely surprised by everything. He explained that since the pendant was not a part of the Leonhardt family treasury, he was offering Egan the chance to choose something else. Hearing that, Egan's eyes widened in shock, and Gilead continued with a smile, saying Egan could take whatever he wanted, as he had promised. With a bow, Egan immediately dashed forward with a greedy smile on his face. He couldn't believe this man, a descendant of the indomitable Bermude, actually knew how to compromise. Realizing he didn't have to hesitate, Egan went straight for the windstorm sword. He gripped the hilt and drew the blade from its sheath. Excitement coursed through him as he looked at its sharp blade, knowing it was now his. That evening in the mansion, Desira pointed at Egan in frustration, not understanding why he hadn't chosen a spear, since he was clearly so good with it. Egan stood confidently before Gargoyle and Desira, replying that he had made his choice. Besides, he had a natural gift with swords. Desira found that disgusting, but Gargoyle thoughtfully remarked that the sword seemed too light for Egan's strength. He began imagining different axes and hammers, suggesting that with Egan's strength something heavier, like a hammer or an axe, would suit him better. Egan replied very troubled, making it clear he was responsible for his decisions. Hearing that, Gargoyle flexed, proudly suggesting that now that the ceremony was complete, their family could provide potions to help Egan get stronger. Egan showed no interest, so he refused. Desira pointed at her brother with visible annoyance, dismissing him as just a dumb musclehead. She then turned to Egan and asked to see the sword. Egan, confused, turned away as he began to unsheath the glowing sword. Desira asked what kind of weapon it was. Egan replied, revealing it was the Windstorm sword of Villeneuve. He explained that, according to Gilead, the sword was favored by the king of wind spirits. If Egan practiced, he would eventually be able to summon spirits. Desira, in frustration, acknowledged the sword's coolness, but declared that if it were her choice, she would have taken a spear. Egan, uninterested in the small talk, turned his attention back to his blade. He said he had seen many spears there, including the dragon spear. She explained that its flame burned like the breath of a fire-breathing dragon. Egan casually threw the sword over his shoulder, saying he didn't know what it looked like. Desira, growing more frustrated, asked if Egan had seen the demonic spear of destruction. She claimed it was the ultimate weapon of the Great Bermude. Desira smirked and nudged Gargoyle. He said he had also heard of the demonic spear as it was wielded by the Demon King of Cruelty. Egan, hearing that, wondered about the Demon King of Cruelty, his mind drifting back to the hierarchy of dark spirits from 300 years ago, when the demon realm was home to 5 kings. First was the Demon King of Destruction. Second was the King of Incarceration. Third was the King of Fury. Fourth was the King of Cruelty. And last was the King of Carnage. Gargoyle, raising an eyebrow, argued with Desira, saying she didn't understand. According to him, the greatest weapon of the Great Bermude was not a spear, but the Annihilation Hammer, Gigant, wielded by the Demon King of Carnage. Desira argued with Gargoyle that the King of Cruelty was stronger than the King of Carnage, but Gargoyle explained that being ranked higher didn't necessarily mean the weapon was stronger. Egan stood on the sidelines, watching the argument. He realized that the Annihilation Hammer was also missing from the treasury. He wondered about the spear and the hammer, both being weapons of Demon Kings. Such fearsome weapons wouldn't just be stored in a treasury. They were likely sealed away somewhere. Desira, frustrated, insisted that the demonic spear was stronger than the other two. Gargoyle agreed, holding firm to his belief that the annihilation hammer was superior. Egan found this argument quite childish. He began to walk away from the bickering pair, thinking about those weapons. Both the demonic spear and the annihilation hammer were undeniably powerful. But when it came to Bermude's truly greatest weapon, there was no debate. It was the Moonlight Sword. The sword had been used even in the Demon City. Its destructive power was so immense that it had killed both the Demon Kings of cruelty and carnage. Egan, now holding the Windstorm Sword for the first time, was filled with excitement. This was the first time he had held a real sword, and as he felt its weight, he began to swing it with swift movements and perfect form. Seeing his swordsmanship was mesmerizing, leaving the two siblings in a trance-like state as they watched him. In the Patriarch's office, Gilead and Rovarian were present. Rovarian was inspecting the necklace, checking for any magical enchantments. After performing a scan, he found it to be ordinary, with no magic detected. This made the mage wonder why such a simple item was in the treasury. Rovarian was amazed that Egan would choose such an object, but Gilead confirmed that he had indeed chosen it. Still curious, Rovarian asked the king for permission to inspect the necklace further, using a type of magic that could read memories stored in mana. After all, mana existed everywhere, even in inanimate objects, and it carried memories of past interactions. Rovarian planned to tap into these memories, and Gilead permitted him. The mage channeled his magic, and the necklace's memories appeared before him. Nothing was particularly unusual, except that it was about 100 years old and had been bought off the street. Rovarian tried to look further than that point, as the treasury's magic prevented the mana memory from extending further. Learning the necklace was 100 years old, Gilead wondered if anyone still alive could provide more information about it. Finding no further details, he decided to give the necklace to Egan, who had wanted it so badly. Rovarian noticed Gilead was growing fond of Egan, and how could he not? The boy had started training the moment he got his sword. Watching Egan's progress, Gilead revealed to the mage that he planned to adopt Egan as his son, just as Rovarian had suggested earlier. The next day, Egan met Gilead's youngest brother, Zion Lionheart. Zion, a bachelor, had spent years traveling with Gilead. This explained his unmarried status. Egan greeted him respectfully, but to his surprise, Zion was delighted to meet him, already knowing that Egan had defeated the main family in the bloodline confirmation ceremony. Egan soon realized that Zion was there to take him to Gilead, which Zion confirmed. He explained that he wanted to meet Egan in person as he had heard so much about him, but never got the chance to witness the event, as traditionally only the head of the family was allowed to observe it. Though Rovarian was also present, he was only there as support, not as the head of the family. Zion quickly cleared up any misunderstanding, reassuring Egan he held no grudge against his brother for it. He seemed to disagree with the family's rules, but Egan remained indifferent. As they walked together, Egan found Zion to be charming and free-spirited. Curiosity sparked in Egan as he wondered why Gilead had summoned him. However, Zion could only speculate. This made Egan realize that even Zion didn't know the reason. Zion shrugged, saying it wasn't his business. They arrived at Gilead's office, and Zion paused to say goodbye to Egan. Egan knocked on the door, being permitted to enter. Zion opened the door for him and gave him a playful wink, which Egan found a bit over the top. Inside, Gilead was waiting and invited Egan to sit. As they sat down for tea, Gilead informed Egan that the necklace had been inspected and was deemed normal. The mage had used mana memory magic, but found nothing unusual. Egan was stunned to hear about mana memory, as Sienna used to use it in his previous life. A sense of unease crept in as he asked what the mana memory magic had revealed. Gilead shared the findings, but Egan was shocked by the details. According to what the magic revealed, the necklace was about 100 years old and was bought off the street. But Egan remembered wearing the exact same necklace 300 years ago and had owned it for decades. He wondered if the spell had been misread, though he knew Rovarian wouldn't lie. It seemed the mana memory magic might have been mistaken. However, Egan knew a master mage couldn't make a mistake, so he began to wonder if Bermude was involved. Lost in thought, Egan remained silent while Gilead quietly observed him. As the idea of mana memory swirled in his head, Egan suddenly became excited, realizing that since the test results were clean, he could keep the necklace. Gilead confirmed this with a smile, and Egan, delighted, quickly put the necklace around his neck. Just as Egan was about to express his gratitude, Gilead cleared his throat and announced that he had actually called him to discuss something else. The tension rose as Gilead hesitated, trying to find a way to tell Egan his big news. Before he could, Egan speculated, thinking Gilead might be asking him to marry his daughter. In Egan's mind, everything started to click. Seal's attempts to get close to him and Gilead's sudden attention all seemed part of a plan for him to marry her. Egan felt a bit suspicious, as if Gilead had set up the whole situation just to arrange the marriage. He awkwardly mumbled, explaining he was too young and would need his father's permission for such a thing. Before he could continue, Gilead interrupted, awkwardly clarifying it was a misunderstanding. Egan froze, his face flushed with embarrassment at the ridiculous scenario his mind had conjured up. He had just imagined marrying a 13-year-old. Egan felt incredibly embarrassed about what he had just said. But instead of dwelling on the awkward moment, Gilead revealed the real reason he had called him. He wanted to adopt Egan as his son. This revelation shocked Egan to his core. But he quickly realized this might be a strategic move by Gilead to bind him to the main family. Egan assured Gilead that the offer seemed sudden, but Gilead laughed it off, saying it wasn't any more surprising than a marriage proposal. He even went as far as to offer to bring Egan's father into the family as well. According to Gilead, he would still be Egan's father, but Egan would be a part of the main family from that point on. He extended his hand, asking Egan to treat him with the same respect as his older brother. Egan, thinking about the offer, wondered about the consequences if he refused, and whether it would lead to Gilead losing respect for his father. However, Gilead, being a man of integrity, reassured Egan that although he would be disappointed, he would respect Egan's decision no matter what. Gilead expressed that he only wanted what was best for Egan's future, even if he decided to decline the offer. Egan, feeling the weight of the decision, asked for some time to discuss it with his father as it was a significant choice. Gilead agreed to postpone the adoption until after the feast and assured Egan his father would be escorted to it. Grateful for the time to think, Egan took a sip of his tea and asked what benefits he could gain from joining the main family. Gilead explained that Egan would enjoy many privileges, including being trained by excellent knights. Egan's excitement grew at this prospect, but to Gilead's surprise, Egan asked if Gilead himself could train him if he accepted the adoption. Egan was eager to train with the best, curious to see just how strong the head of the Lionheart family really was. Gilead agreed, but suggested Egan should learn from the true master, Zion. He revealed that Zion had surpassed him in both skill and combat as he grew older. Gilead then asked if Egan had ever trained with Manhwa. Egan shyly admitted that he hadn't. Egan explained he had asked his father not to teach him, fearing he might misuse the power without fully understanding it. Gilead understood, as he had observed Egan's discipline and caution during his training. To start using mana, one must have a mana stone, found inside high-level monsters. These stones were highly effective, but difficult and expensive to obtain. Moreover, expert guidance was needed, which Egan's family likely couldn't provide. Gilead realized that Egan's family lacked the resources to help him fully develop his abilities. But he chose not to voice this concern, knowing it might cause resentment. Gilead decided he would talk to Egan's father about this matter. He relayed his thoughts to Egan, but suggested their discussion was not over yet. After the meal and conversation, Egan prepared to leave. Gilead offered to escort him, but Egan politely declined, saying he wanted to get some fresh air. As Egan walked down the hallway, a strange scent of perfume hit his nose. It seemed to be coming from a distant corner, but there was no sign of movement. Egan sensed someone was waiting for him there. Despite this, he continued to move forward. And soon enough, Lady Anasala stepped out, pretending to accidentally bump into him. Egan saw through Lady Anasala's act and decided to play along, pretending to be shocked upon discovering her. He introduced himself, while Anasala, with a smile, feigned curiosity about the long conversation he had with Gilead. Although Egan knew she was desperate for details, he changed the subject and asked if she wanted something from him. This caught Anasala off guard, and she found it surprising that Egan not only defeated a child of the main family, but also won the bloodline confirmation ceremony. She realized Egan would likely rise quickly within the family, so she decided it was wiser to befriend him than to make him an enemy. Anasala's true intentions became clearer. She planned to marry her daughter, Seal, to Egan. That's why she had instructed Seal to befriend him. Finally, Anasala asked about the conversation Egan had with Gilead, but he refused to share, stating it was a private matter. This worried Anasala, and she quickly lied, claiming she wanted to apologize for Seal's behavior towards him. However, Egan dismissed it, saying he and Seal had already made up. Anasala broke into a sweat, complimenting Egan on his maturity and for not holding grudges, revealing she had warned Seal to ensure they got along. Egan chuckled, remarking that it was inevitable, as they were family and shared the same name. His comment was like a punch to the gut for Anasala. Despite her sweet exterior, she despised Egan, and hearing him talk about family didn't sit well with her. As Egan prepared to leave, Anasala nervously agreed. As he walked away, he began to suspect she might have been behind her son's behavior on the first day. Especially since he was a distant relative, he realized he needed to be careful and avoid getting entangled in her schemes. Anasala watched him as he walked away with a tense expression. 2 days later, Egan's father, Gerard, arrived at the Lionheart estate from Gordon, escorted by Zion. As he stepped out of the carriage, a wave of anxiety and emotion washed over him. He realized his son had actually won the bloodline confirmation event and had triumphed over the children of the main family. Though Gerard had always known Egan was a prodigy, he hadn't been able to fully nurture his son's talent. He had hoped the bloodline ceremony would open Egan's eyes to the harsh realities of the world, understanding there was a vast difference in training and skill between the main and distant relatives. But Egan's victory was beyond his expectations. Standing at the gate, Gerard heard Egan call his name from a distance, standing next to the head of the family, Leon Hart. Gerard rushed to his son and hugged him tightly with tears streaming down his face. It was an emotional reunion, and he felt an overwhelming sense of pride for his son. Egan reminded him that he had promised to bring back good news after the event. Gerard wiped his tears and apologized for doubting him. As he did, he noticed Gilead standing nearby, observing the moment. Gerard quickly greeted him, and Gilead returned the greeting, apologizing for inviting him during such a sunny time. However, Gerard expressed his gratitude for the invitation. Gerard then asked if they could have a private conversation, and they went inside. In the privacy of the office, Gilead revealed his decision to adopt Egan. This shocked Gerard. He reassured Gerard that if he agreed, Gilead would also accept Gerard into the main family. Instead of feeling excited, Gerard became worried, revealing his concerns about Egan's future. He feared the main family might bully Egan, especially since Gilead already had 3 children. He feared they wouldn't accept Egan as one of their own. Gilead understood Gerard's worries and reassured him that the main family placed great importance on direct lineage, meaning Egan would never be considered for the position of family head, even if adopted, due to his distant relations. Gilead further explained that if Egan didn't become too ambitious, he could enjoy similar privileges to those of royalty and form a close bond with his children. Gerard understood, but insisted on discussing the matter with Egan first. Meanwhile, Egan was training as usual, wielding his storm sword with precision. While training, he noticed his father standing nearby, looking dejected. Egan sensed that the anxiety might be related to the news of the adoption and asked his father about it. Before Gerard could answer, his eyes fell on the storm sword in Egan's hand, and he let out, with a sense of dejection, that no amount of money would have been enough for him to buy such a weapon for his son. Looking away, Gerard told Egan he wanted him to accept Gilead's adoption, believing it would be the best path for his future. He also warned Egan that he would face opposition if he did so. However, Egan remained confident and reassured his father that no one would stand his way. Gerard, filled with emotion, hugged Egan, reminding him not to forget their family name, even if he was adopted. Egan reassured him that his father would always be his true father. The sincerity in Egan's words broke Gerard, and he began to sob uncontrollably. Egan realized the adoption was really happening, and although he wasn't thrilled about it, he understood the benefits it offered. He had no ambition to become the family head, knowing the family wouldn't trust him, but he was prepared to endure it. He knew Gilead's 2 wives would likely try to control him, but Egan was confident in his ability to handle them. His first option was to ignore them, but if that didn't work, he had his storm sword to deal with them head-on. Gilead invited all the families of the children who had participated in the bloodline confirmation ceremony to a grand feast. The event was not to lament the shame the main family had suffered, but to celebrate the victory of a branch family. Guests mingled and shared their congratulations. Some approached Gerard, complimenting him on becoming a part of the main family. Gargoyle's father even offered him their muscle-enhancing potions. Egan observed the bustling scene from a distance, thinking it was best not to mingle with them. He knew that stepping into the spotlight would attract an overwhelming and exhausting amount of attention. Meanwhile, in a corner of the hall, Anasala and Cyan stood together. Cyan looked nervous and ashamed to be there. Anasala gently nudged him, urging him to be more confident. She told him that from now on, everyone would compare him to Egan. When they looked at him, they would only remember the duel he had lost. They would laugh and mock that a direct descendant of the main family was defeated by a branch family member. Cyan bowed his head, the weight of her words making him feel even more ashamed. His mother leaned in closer and added that this shame was something he had to endure, but he shouldn't let it bring him to despair. Even if they laughed and criticized, he had to remember that he was her son and a direct descendant of the family. That was something no one could take away. Cyan, though nervous, agreed with her. She leaned to the side, continuing, telling him that Egan probably wouldn't become the head, but that didn't mean he should feel relieved. Instead, he had to work harder and become stronger to try to become the head of the Lionheart family. And above all, he had to befriend Egan. So, Cyan, shocked, asked if it was because they were brothers. Anasala nodded firmly, lying that this relationship was why he had to treat Egan like a brother. In the future, Egan could become his ally. This could be very beneficial. Cyan seemed unsure, but eventually agreed with his mother. Despite agreeing, he still didn't understand how he could befriend Egan, who had defeated him before. Meanwhile, Cyan was chewing on a piece of food, reminding Egan that they were brothers now. Egan nodded, and Seal immediately insisted that he should start calling her big sister. Egan frowned and replied that she was only a few months older than him. Cyan laughed mischievously and declared that technically she was still the younger sister, since she was born a few seconds after Cyan. Egan sighed, muttering to himself that this situation was ridiculous. However, Seal refused to back down, persistently nagging him to call her big sister. Egan found the idea ridiculous since they were only born months apart, making her demand even more absurd, despite her relentless nagging. Egan stood firm, refusing to agree. Instead, he mocked her, declaring with a smirk that he would call her big sister when pigs fly. Meanwhile, in Gilead's office, Rovarian addressed the matter by explaining that he couldn't accept Iode as a disciple unconditionally. At the Red Tower of Magic, summoning magic was their specialty, and Iode would need to be tested for his aptitude in that field first. Iode raised an eyebrow, asking what would happen if he did have a talent for summoning magic. Rovarian revealed that if that were the case, it would be good news. However, Aroth would still not recognize the Leon Hart name unless his talent was extraordinary, enough to completely overshadow every other aspiring mage. Without that, Rovarian couldn't take him as a direct disciple. Hearing this, Iode dejectedly agreed with him. However, Rovarian added that as a longtime friend of Gilead, he would ensure Iode had plenty of opportunities. He would be protected from discrimination and placed in the most favorable environment for his chosen magical path. Though a bit dejected, Iode found himself growing more and more excited. Even if not as a direct disciple, the chance to escape his stifling family and immerse himself in the study of magic was thrilling. He glanced at his father, who was deep in thought upon hearing that. His father offered no reassurance, but told him this was his decision to make. Iode's mother stepped forward, calling to him. According to her, this was a rare opportunity his father had secured for him. He had shown an interest in magic since he was a child, and she urged him to embrace this chance gracefully. But she reminded him that he must never forget he was her son and was destined to become the head of the Leon Hart household. She warned that even in the magical land of Aroth, he must never forget that fact. Gilead heard her yelling and sternly ordered her to stop. However, she stood her ground, retorting sharply that she was just encouraging her son. However, inwardly, her thoughts were different. She pictured Anasala, imagining her gloating as Iode was sent off to Aroth. However, she grew frustrated, thinking there was nothing she could do. Iode, in her eyes, was too naive and weak to be called a true descendant of their bloodline. She knew he would be better off in Arath, as he could make connections with powerful mages, grow his strength, and build alliances with those who would support him. She turned to her son and reminded him never to forget that he was a legitimate child of the Leonhardt house. Iode bowed his head, muttering his agreement, knowing there was nothing else to say. Shortly after the feast, Rovarian departed with Iode for Arath. One by one, the other children from the branch families returned to their homes, leaving the estate quiet and empty. Egan and Gerard remained, and eventually had the whole guest house to themselves. Today marked a significant moment for Egan as he would begin learning mana for the first time since his reincarnation. Egan knew that mana development could be achieved in two ways: breathing and physical training. Breathing involved drawing mana from the atmosphere through controlled breaths, while physical training focused on physical movements to gather mana. Neither was easy, but breathing was superior. In his past life, Egan started with physical training, only to switch to the breathing technique later on the advice of his comrades Sienna and Bermude. He recalled how the Leonhardt family's mana training technique prioritized breathing. Egan found Zion waiting for him as he arrived at the designated training area. Zion greeted him with a calm nod, asking if he was ready to begin. As they started, Egan's thoughts briefly wandered. He thought about ley lines, specific areas where mana was most densely concentrated. In the main family's forest, there was such a place, a mana ley line reserved for direct descendants. It was artificially created by Bermude 300 years ago. Egan couldn't help but marvel at Bermude's unparalleled ability to create something as extraordinary as a ley line. As they walked, Zion asked if Egan was feeling nervous. However, instead of being nervous, Egan was filled with excitement. Zion warned that the task ahead would not be simple and assured he would assist Egan, though he admitted it might be challenging. However, he revealed that since he was young, it would be easier to sense mana. Zion explained that Seal and Cyan started their mana training at 5 to 6 years old, taking only 3 days to feel it, while Iode needed about a week. For the branch families, mana training typically began around Egan's age, but it wasn't uncommon for it to take up to a month before they started sensing mana. However, Zion confidently said that Egan wouldn't need that long, especially with his guidance and the advantage of having access to a ley line. When Egan asked how long it might take, Zion estimated about 10 days. Egan just scratched his head and laughed, confident he wouldn't need more than 10 minutes. As they walked, they finally reached a wooden cabin in the forest. Zion opened the door, and once they were inside, he led Egan down a set of stairs to a strange, circular basement. He instructed Egan to sit in the center of the room, and as he did, Zion began to explain the technique they would be using. This particular mana training method was the legacy of the legendary Bermude. But as Zion explained, there was a catch. Distant relatives were forbidden from learning or inheriting it in its original form. Instead, they were taught the Red Flame formula, a simplified version that lacked the versatility of the original. Zion revealed to Egan that this was the original technique passed down within the main family. As he channeled mana through his body, he was suddenly engulfed in a powerful surge of energy. He introduced it as the White Flame formula. Egan didn't recognize the name, but recalled seeing its unique appearance somewhere. Bermude had used it in the past, as his body was always shrouded in white flames, almost like a majestic lion's mane. Back then, Egan had never been able to get past the brilliance of those flames. As Egan began to meditate, Zion revealed he wouldn't be able to sense mana right away, suggesting they focus on Egan's breathing for now. Egan flatly stated that he could already sense mana, but Zion dismissed this as just his imagination, knowing that intense focus could sometimes cause that. To prove his point, Zion created a mana orb around Egan. Each time, Egan pinpointed its location without hesitation, repeatedly pointing it out. Finding it amusing, Egan finally asked how long they would keep doing this. Zion, completely shocked by Egan's rapid progress, realized the boy's abilities were developing at an extraordinary rate. With a sigh, he knelt down to Egan's level, telling him that if he could truly sense mana, they could proceed immediately. Zion advised Egan to remain silent and focus inward, paying close attention to what was happening inside his body. They began the session. Zion instructed Egan to take slow, deep breaths. He told Egan to imagine inhaling the air along with the mana from the ley line, then synchronize it with the white flame and guide it towards his heart. As Egan started channeling the mana, Zion stepped back, shocked to see that despite this being his first attempt, Egan was doing exceptionally well. However, Zion emphasized that this was just the beginning. Meanwhile, Egan was making progress with the mana, and Zion was observing him. To him, this rapid development was insane. Though sensing and channeling mana in his previous life was a simple matter, but this new body seemed to have a unique ability to absorb it. With each breath, he could feel the mana in his body steadily increasing. However, he recognized the limitations of his youth and decided it was best to stop for now before going too far. Egan began to guide the mana towards his heart, creating a core that made him sweat. Zion was immediately stunned. He knew that most people started with a much smaller core, gradually expanding it through mana training. Amazed, Zion called Egan a monster, which made Egan ask if that was a compliment. Zion then suggested they should head back. As they walked, Zion explained a crucial difference between the white flame and red flame formulas, which was the division of the core. The red flame formula didn't allow practitioners to split their cores, while the white flame technique naturally caused the core to divide once it reached a certain threshold. This process significantly enhanced mana efficiency, as the cores resonated with each other to amplify their overall power dramatically. These divided cores were called stars. Bermuda himself had created 10 stars, a number no one else could match. Gilead and Zion had achieved 6 stars, while Seal, Cyan, and Iode currently possessed 1 star each. Zion was unsure about Iode, but he confidently predicted that the twins would likely reach 2 stars in 2 years, since they had started 6 years ago. Curious about his own potential, Egan asked how long it might take for him to achieve such progress. Zion reassured him that as long as he wasn't lazy, he would achieve them much faster. Egan was excited to hear that, determined to give it his all. Inwardly, he knew he had been reborn into an extraordinary body and had the opportunity to master Bermuda's legendary training technique. Although he wasn't sure if he would reach 10 stars, he was confident in his ability to adapt and refine the method as needed. Egan acknowledged the debt he owed to Bermuda, realizing that the white flame formula passed down to his heirs would help him achieve more than he ever could on his own. As they returned, Zion offered to take responsibility for explaining the day's events to Gilead, urging Egan to rest. Egan agreed to rest, but he had some other plans. He knew the fatigue would wear off with a good night's sleep, but he secretly planned to try something with what he had just learned. Upon returning, he surprised Hera with his quick return and instructed her to bring the windstorm sword. When she brought it, he unsheathed it, contemplating if his idea would actually work. Channeling mana from his core into the blade, he was startled as a powerful gust of wind formed around it, nearly blowing Hera away. Amidst this whirlwind, a voice called out Egan's name, but by his real name, Hamel. Startled, Egan immediately recognized the speaker as the king of wind spirits, Tempest. Tempest greeted him warmly, acknowledging him as the reincarnation of Hamel, and Egan demanded to know how he recognized him. Tempest explained that a soul, no matter how much time passes or how many bodies it goes through, remains unchanged. He added that it had been a long time since he was summoned through the windstorm sword. Curious, Tempest admitted that he initially thought one of Bermuda's descendants had summoned him, but then he sensed his soul. Egan flew into a rage, demanding to know why Bermuda never killed the Demon Kings. He yelled at Tempest, telling him to tell him since Tempest was with them during the mission to slay Helmuth even after he died. Tempest explained that he didn't know much about Bermuda's intentions, but during the battle with the Demon King of Incarceration, Bermuda sheathed his sword. This left Egan stunned. Tempest clarified that everyone had fought to the end, but it was all in vain. However, in the end, only the Demon King of Incarceration and Bermuda were left standing. After sheathing his sword, Bermuda made the fateful decision to walk away without ending the Demon King's life. Egan sat in disbelief, struggling with the implications. He recalled hearing that Bermuda had made some kind of promise to the Demon King and demanded to know what it was. However, Tempest revealed that the nature of the promise was a mystery known only to those who were present. Egan screamed in frustration, yelling that everyone else involved, except the Demon King of Incarceration and Bermude, were dead. He yelled if Tempest seriously expected him to get answers by digging up Bermude's corpse. However, Tempest remained unfazed, explaining he didn't have time to continue this discussion. He revealed he had to force open a portal just to communicate with Egan and now needed to close it. Before disappearing, he assured Egan they would meet again once he became stronger. As Tempest's face faded, Egan started screaming, demanding answers before it left. Egan collapsed to the ground with a scream as the whirlwind dissipated. Hera saw him in that state, horrified. Egan was moved to his bed after he passed out. When Egan finally woke up, a splitting headache hit him immediately, and he realized it was a result of his mana being completely drained, a natural consequence given the little mana he had to begin with. Reflecting on his encounter, he recalled Tempest's words about recognizing beings by their soul. For a long time, Egan had struggled with the thought that he wasn't really Hamel, but just a construct born from his memories. However, now he felt certain of his identity. He felt a jolt of excitement, realizing he was the real Hamel from 300 years ago. As Egan gathered his thoughts, Hera entered the room, stunned to see him awake. When Egan asked how long he had been out, she informed him he had been unconscious for about half a day. She also mentioned that Gilead and Zion were waiting outside the guest house and offered to bring them to him. A short while later, Gilead and Zion arrived. Gilead wasted no time, saying he had heard from Hera about the powerful gust of wind that erupted when Egan used the windstorm sword. With curiosity, he asked if Egan had summoned a wind spirit. At that question, Egan paused for a moment. Egan considered the situation and realized that given the scale of the event, everyone had probably witnessed it. A flat-out denial was not an option. Opting for a half-truth, he replied that the king of wind spirits himself had descended. His answer left Zion visibly stunned, freezing him for a moment. Egan said he was just curious to know who had called him, noting it had been quite a while since anyone had actually done so. Zion replied, explaining that ever since Bermude's passing, no one had been able to summon the king of wind spirits. Egan acknowledged this and added that Tempest had mentioned his lack of strength, expressing hope for their future encounter. Zion then laughed in amazement, clearly impressed. He believed Egan was truly extraordinary. He had heard from Zion about Egan's almost immediate ability to sense mana and his rapid mastery of the white flame formula. Both were great achievements in their own right. But knowing that the king of wind spirits had taken notice of him was nothing short of extraordinary. Egan smiled at the compliment, and Gilead pointed out that once he had rested for a few days, Zion would begin training him. Though they had initially planned to start after the blood sacrifice ritual, Gilead insisted that supporting Egan's growth was their top priority now. Egan was grateful for their support, but insisted he didn't want to be a burden to Zion. However, Zion reassured him, explaining it was no bother at all. He was eager to teach Egan personally. He would also be teaching Cyan and Seal, and Gilead would assist whenever he could. Gilead smiled at the thought, hoping Egan's progress would push Cyan and Seal to try even harder. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, the twins were sparring. Seal noted that Egan had achieved the 1-star level of the White Flame. Cyan had suspected it, adding it wasn't a surprise, though Seal complained it had taken them an incredibly long time to reach that level. Cyan, growing frustrated, defended their progress, explaining that even among their ancestors, reaching such a milestone in a month was considered extremely fast. However, they were both still amazed at how Egan had achieved a whole star in just one day. With that, they resumed their sparring with renewed anger and determination. Egan lay quietly in his bed in his room, waiting for everyone to leave. He then grabbed the windstorm sword and unsheathed it. A surge of power emanated, summoning a low-level spirit. It was probably the best he could summon with his current mana level. He asked her if she had heard anything from the King of Wind Spirits, but she didn't respond. Egan concluded that the spirits weren't particularly intelligent, realizing he probably wouldn't be able to have a conversation with one. Reverting to what he knew best, Egan threatened the Storm King and ordered the spirit to relay it to him. The fairy, not pleased with his attitude, zipped away, brushing past his hair. Egan reflected on the past, thinking that he was the only one who had actually died in the Demon King of Incarceration's castle. All of Egan's comrades had made it out of Helmuth alive, yet only Bermude and the Demon King of Incarceration truly knew the contents of the pact. Determined, Egan decided he would go to Helmuth one day. But not just Helmuth, he planned to visit his old comrades' homes as well, hoping to uncover what truly happened. However, he knew he had to get stronger first. With his current body, visiting those places seemed impossible. Yet, Egan remained hopeful, confident that one day he would have the strength to achieve his goals. For years later, Egan was now a strong 17-year-old with an even more muscular build than before. Despite training his mana every single day, his body showed no signs of side effects. He had achieved 3 stars in the White Flame formula, but he still felt unsatisfied. Egan knew that to fully utilize his muscular body, he had to surpass what he had achieved in his previous life. At the training grounds, as he sparred with Cyan, who had also grown considerably, Egan shared his desire to go to Arath. Cyan was confused by this sudden revelation, urging Egan to explain further. He revealed that during his morning training, he had a breakthrough. As he spoke, Egan channeled his mana, unleashing the power of his 3-star cores. His body was engulfed in a massive surge of energy that left Cyan stunned. Seeing Egan like this, Cyan couldn't believe his eyes. Even though Egan was introduced to mana 7 years after him, he had surpassed Cyan by reaching 3 stars, while Cyan was still at 2 stars. Egan dismissed it as the privilege of a prodigy. This only made Cyan feel jealous, and he complained that Egan treated him like a dummy target every morning during their sparring sessions. Egan replied, pointing out that it was Cyan who had asked for the sparring sessions in the first place, adding that he could stop if Cyan wanted to. Despite being tired of the relentless duels, Cyan didn't want Egan to stop sparring with him. However, he was curious why Egan wanted to learn magic like Iode. You see, Iode had also tried to pursue magic and had gone to Arath to become Rovarian's disciple. Unfortunately, he failed due to lacking the necessary talent. Even with Gilead's connections to secure a spot for him, Iode achieved little to nothing. For years later, he was still mooching off the magic tower without any significant progress. Hearing Cyan's words, Egan fiercely reminded him that he was bad-mouthing his own brother. However, Cyan revealed the real reason he was against Egan learning magic. If Egan went to Arath, Cyan would be sad. Egan didn't find this believable, as Cyan rarely spoke to him and often trained by himself. Ignoring Cyan's concerns, Egan left to see Gilead while Cyan continued to call after him. Egan's goal was to inform Gilead of his 3-star progress and his decision to go to Arath. As Egan shared his achievements and plans, Gilead was initially shocked but quickly became amazed. Reaching 3 stars at Egan's age was unprecedented in the history of the Lionheart House. Gilead confidently told Egan that, with continued effort, he would likely reach the 4th level in no time. Egan knew he couldn't make any more significant progress staying at the main house. So, he asked for permission to go to Arath and learn new subjects. This request worried Gilead, but due to his kind and understanding nature, he couldn't stop Egan from his eager desire to learn. Reluctantly, he gave him his permission. However, Gilead warned him to avoid learning magic from the dark mages residing at the Black Tower. Though their public reputation wasn't as bad as it used to be, the descendants of Bermude had an unwritten rule forbidding them from practicing dark magic. Egan was well aware of the dangers of dark magic, having encountered demonic forces frequently in his past life. He reassured Gilead that he loathed dark magic and promised there was no need to worry about him going down that path. After leaving the head's office, Egan passed by Seal's room as she called out to him from behind the door. With a smirk, Egan teased her to come out, but she refused, explaining she was sweaty from training and didn't want to be seen like that. Seal then expressed her worries about Egan going to Arath. She had also heard from Cyan about him, reaching 3 stars. Egan revealed his purpose for going there was to learn magic, but Seal suggested an alternative of inviting a mage from the capital to teach him instead. She also added, with emotion, that she and her brother would work hard to get stronger while he was away. Egan joked that it would be more fun if that happened during sparring. Speaking of sparring, he asked Cyan for one last match before he left. Seal felt a bit sad about his departure, asking him how long he planned to stay in Arath. According to Egan, it would be a few years. She tried to convince him to stay, even bringing up his father. But Egan explained that his father seemed to have settled in and was enjoying life, spending his days hunting with his gun. She then brought up Zion and Cyan, saying they would be sad too. But Egan remained firm. Despite Seal's efforts, she couldn't sway him. What Seal didn't know was that deep down, Egan didn't want to leave her either. After packing his things, Egan went to say goodbye to his biological father. His father gave him the classic lecture. Once in Arath, stay away from bad influences. Egan, not missing a beat, gently reminded his father not to slack off on his own exercise, which made his father burst out laughing. Standing up, his father saw his son off with a warm smile. Everyone gathered at the magic gate to see Egan off one last time. There, Gilead asked Egan if he needed bodyguards to accompany him. But Egan confidently patted his chest, saying he could handle it all himself. Gilead knew that Egan, despite his youth, had already reached 3 stars, a talent that more than made up for his own son, Iod's, shortcomings. As Egan walked towards the gate, his father suddenly burst into tears. Egan, with his usual nonchalant demeanor, smirked and told his father to send him off with a smile. Egan's father quickly wiped his tears and forced a smile. That alone was enough to make Egan smile back. And just like that, Egan turned and walked through the gate, teleporting to the kingdom of Arath. Arath was breathtaking, with 5 towering magic towers arranged in a pentagon and a grand palace at its center. As Egan looked around, he realized the kingdom was different from the last time he had visited in his previous life. The kingdom even had floating stations connected by teleportation gates for travel within the city. These stations, run by complex spells, were a testament to Arath's unparalleled magical prowess. As Egan sat in the carriage, the tour guide pointed out the beautiful scenery and rich culture of Arath, praising the kingdom's beauty and magical heritage. The pentagon-shaped structure in Arath had 15 separate platforms, all created by Sienna. According to the guide, even the flying carriage they were in was designed by Sienna. Though it was quite old, the carriage was meticulously maintained and repaired regularly to prevent accidents, while the guide was still rambling on about the Pentagon. Egan interrupted and asked to be taken to Sienna's estate. This got the guide excited, as Sienna's estate was considered one of the top 3 must-visit places in Arath. The guide explained that Sienna had become the youngest magic tower master 300 years ago after returning from the Demon City. In her honor, a statue of Sienna was erected in the Green Magic Tower as a testament to her legendary achievements. The guide then revealed that Sienna used to live in her estate, but had disappeared, leaving only a note saying she had retired. Many mages from Arath tried to find her, but none could uncover her whereabouts. The guide speculated she might have gone to the Demon City of Helmuth. He also revealed that Lady Sienna disappeared exactly 100 years after she left Hamel's body in the Demon City. The guide believed she might have gone back to avenge Hamel, as according to him, Hamel was deeply in love with Sienna. Right before he died, he confessed his love to her. This comment made Egan's blood boil, leaving the guide looking visibly uncomfortable. However, Egan managed to keep his emotions in check, which made the guide laugh awkwardly, thinking Egan probably wasn't a fan of sappy love stories. There were other theories about her disappearance. One theory suggested that since everyone knew Sienna hated dark magic and had opposed the construction of the Black Magic Tower in Arath until the day she went missing, she might have been assassinated by those involved in the establishment of the Black Tower. Egan, knowing Sienna's power, didn't believe the assassination theory, although he did wonder if the Demon Kings had a hand in it. To this day, the Black Tower was funded by Helmuth itself, and Sienna, with her firm stance against dark magic, would have been a huge obstacle. This could very well be the reason the Demon Kings went after her. After a while, Egan finally arrived at Sienna's estate, where hundreds of devotees had already gathered. They were praying for success in their exams, essays, and interviews. Seeing the crowd, the guide explained that these were students seeking blessings for the Magic Tower's entrance exams. There was also an entrance fee for the estate, and the fee to enter the building itself was double. Egan wondered why it was so expensive, and the guide revealed that despite the high cost, people were willing to pay because there was a rumor that if you prayed before Sienna's statue, you were guaranteed to pass any exam. Approaching the main gate guards, the guide presented Egan's card. Upon recognizing who he was, Egan Lionheart, they quickly let him in. The guide waited outside while Egan went in, eager to find out what Sienna had been up to all these years. As Egan walked through the corridors, he noticed, as expected, that the estate was massive. This was understandable since Sienna had lived here for 100 years. He remembered a conversation with Sienna when she asked about his retirement plans. Back then, Hamel hadn't given it much thought. But Sienna had her own views. She believed they deserved some peace after spending their youth fighting in that hellhole. However, Hamel had never really thought about it seriously. Sienna, on the other hand, was convinced that Moeller dreamed of becoming a king. Hamel had scoffed at the idea, but Sienna had faith in him, believing everyone had the right to dream. When Hamel asked her back about her own future plans, it had made her freeze. Deep down, she had always pictured a simple life, getting married and having children. Now, standing before Sienna's portrait, Egan realized Sienna never had the chance to fulfill her wish, despite spending a century in this estate. His thoughts grew heavy as he reached out to touch her portrait, but a guard suddenly yelled, ordering him to stop. The guard warned that it was against the rules. And though Egan felt a bit annoyed, he withdrew his hand. He had only come here to see the massive library in the basement anyway. Egan descended the stairs, where rows of bookshelves were filled with grimoires. As he browsed through the books, a thought crossed his mind. Maybe Sienna had left some clues about her disappearance. As Egan tried to continue his search, the same guard stopped him again, repeating the same old rule. Annoyance surged as Egan realized he couldn't even open a single book. Left with no choice, he skimmed through the book that caught his eye. Meanwhile, his thoughts drifted to the necklace, which was once part of the Lionheart treasury, but had never been recorded in the books. Even its mana had been altered. Egan found it strange that the necklace had been there all along while he was looking around, and now it just caught his eye. He wondered if the necklace recognized his soul as Hamel, just as Tempest did. Egan was now certain that someone had interfered with his reincarnation process. If it was Sienna, he believed she might have left some clues or traces about it. After a long and tiring search, he found nothing, despite turning over every stone. Frustrated and unsure what to do next, an idea popped into his head. He decided to try calling out Sienna's name, hoping it might provoke a reaction. But there was no response at all. Disappointed, Egan left the library, unsure of his next move. As Egan came back out, he met the guide again, and tossed him a gold coin tip, which made the guide ecstatic. The guide suggested taking him to some nearby restaurants, but Egan was determined, insisting on seeing the Red Magic Tower. They got into the carriage for that, and on the way, Egan asked about Iode. With a worried look, the guide revealed that everyone in this area knew Iode's face. But since Egan would be staying at the Red Magic Tower, he was eager to get some gossip about him. The guide hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to start. To reassure him, Egan confirmed he hadn't had a chance to talk to Iode yet, and if he did run into him later, having some information would be helpful. Egan assured the guide he would keep it a secret and promised not to get mad if his name was brought up in the story. The guide, after being somewhat reassured, hesitantly revealed that Iode spent every night out at the tower, partying hard. Egan was a bit surprised since Iode was only 19 and shouldn't be involved in such things. The guide explained that Iode had recently been hanging out with a succubus. This made Egan even more annoyed. He was furious at the thought of a succubus in the Red Tower, wondering how such a thing could happen. The guide explained it was because of the Black Magic Tower, which housed not only dark mages but also demons, creating an atmosphere that allowed such creatures to roam freely. Now Egan felt incredibly ashamed, especially since it involved his brother and a succubus. However, the guide added that near that area, there was a street like a red light district that even the police were wary of. According to the guide, Iode frequented that street, but it wasn't open today as it only opened on full moon nights. Egan had planned to focus on his goals and keep his distance from Iode, but the fact that his brother was involved with a succubus of all things made Egan furious. The guide nervously reiterated that this information had to be kept secret. Egan agreed, though his anger towards his brother still lingered. Despite his frustration, Egan decided he would visit that street on the next full moon. As they continued their conversation, the carriage finally reached the Red Magic Tower. At the entrance of the Red Magic Tower, Egan was greeted by Hera, a mage from the tower. She informed him that the master was waiting for him. But there was a problem while she was speaking. A huge explosion echoed from one of the tower's floors. Hera nervously explained it was due to a training session focused on summoning magic, a discipline known for its high failure rate. The explosion happened, and 2 monster spirits had escaped the tower. Fortunately, These spirits were quickly recaptured by Rovarian, the master of the Red Magic Tower. Rovarian was known for being strict with his students. And because of this dangerous mistake, the students responsible were expelled. He then noticed Egan and quickly came down to welcome him. Rovarian remarked on how much Egan had grown. Egan replied that he was still the same. Rovarian attributed the change to his youthful magic. But Egan now felt something different about Rovarian. Although Rovarian wasn't quite at Sienna's level, Egan recognized him as a powerful and deserving 5-star holder. Rovarian had been informed by Gilead about Egan's reason for coming, and expressed his confidence in Egan's abilities, believing he would do well. As they continued their conversation, the main door of the Red Magic Tower opened, and Egan was shocked to see Iode in a severely weakened state. He looked as if his life force had been drained by a demon. Rovarian told Iode to greet Egan, but Iode could barely speak, mumbling incoherently, not knowing what to say. Egan greeted him with a hint of disappointment, while Rovarian ordered Iode to go back and continue his reading. As Iode disappeared inside, Rovarian apologized to Egan for the scene and asked about Egan's goals. Egan expressed his desire to learn magic on his own, believing it was the best way for him to grow. Rovarian tried to accommodate his wishes, suggesting he accept Hera as his assistant, a proposal Egan didn't immediately object to. As Rovarian welcomed him, Egan's first request was to be taken to the library. From that moment on, Egan spent every day for a month in the library, reading magic books from morning till night. He also practiced mana control for a few hours each morning and evening, pushing himself to the point of exhaustion. Egan's gifted body allowed him to recover quickly, even without much sleep. With this advantage, he finished all the introductory magic books in just a month and felt ready to try his hand at magic. When it came to magic, Sienna's unique method divided it into several stages, a system that countless mages across Arath followed. One of the crucial stages involved a circle with a star shape, through which mana was manifested. When a mage's mana surpassed the circle's boundary, a new circle was formed. Most mages were introduced to magic through these circles, regardless of whether they practiced dark or spirit magic. To hone his skills, Egan began training with Hera. She explained that they were focusing on the circle method because it had been the most effective for the past 300 years among all other techniques. However, Egan wanted to modify the method by applying his own Lionheart mana control technique. Hera warned him that this technique was different from theirs, and if he didn't perform it correctly, he might not be able to manifest any magic at all. There was also a chance of seriously harming himself in the process. Despite her concerns, Egan was confident in his abilities, having read all the magic books for this point. Still skeptical, Hera agreed to let him try, but summoned her staff, ready to intervene if things went wrong. With a nod, Egan began the process. As Egan channeled the technique, he knew that the white flame method and the circle method had some similarities. Both controlled mana through stars, while the circle method used circles. Egan wanted to replace the stars within him with circles to increase the amount of mana he could manage. He understood the importance of regulating his mana, as he couldn't guess how much he needed while he was controlling the mana inside his body. Hera watched in amazement. Despite his youth, Egan was able to prolong the process, a feat that impressed her. Enveloped in mana, Egan summoned a ball of fire and transformed it into a magic missile. Witnessing his control, Hera felt a pang of jealousy. He had done all of this with just his mind. Curious, she asked him to summon a golem, to which she summoned a golem made of caprium in front of him. It lacked defense, but it had exceptional resistance to magic. However, Egan needed something to test his magic missile on, and the golem seemed like the perfect target. With a focused aim, he fired the missile. It pierced through the golem's chest and destroyed it instantly. Rovarian was called to witness the results, and he was shocked by the power of Egan's attack. Even though the golem was just a monster, Egan's attack was devastating. Hera, though surprised, explained that even though Egan had used his own technique, the power of his attack was equivalent to a 3-circle mage. This realization horrified Rovarian because Egan had just done the impossible by replacing physical mana control with the circle method. Rovarian was now considering whether to elevate Egan's skills to the status of a 3-circle mage. Rovarian, lost in thought, asked about Egan's whereabouts. Hera revealed that Egan had a scheduled appointment. After a brief pause, Rovarian asked Hera if she believed Egan could be granted access to the Achaean Royal Library. This suggestion shocked Hera, as only high-ranking mages and nobles were allowed inside. However, Rovarian felt Egan deserved this privilege. He noted that Egan had not only mastered the basics, but had also seamlessly integrated his own technique with theirs. And, of course, the way he destroyed the golem spoke volumes about his potential. Rovarian decided to write a letter of recommendation for Egan, trusting in his abilities. However, Hera remained anxious, concerned about other mages objecting to such a bold decision. Rovarian dismissed Hera's concerns, unconcerned about potential objections from other mages. He asked her where Egan was, and she revealed he had gone to meet a friend. This surprised Rovarian. Meanwhile, Egan was strolling through the modern square in Arath. As he admired the statue of Sienna, a familiar figure approached him. It was Gargoyle, now sporting a beard, despite being only 18. This kid was definitely on his family's steroids. Both Egan and Gargoyle commented on each other's growth, sharing a firm handshake. However, the moment their hands met, Gargoyle immediately started pitching his family's muscle-enhancing potions, which Egan quickly refused. Gargoyle, surprised, mentioned how it had helped Egan's father lose weight, but Egan still declined the offer. Egan, growing impatient, got straight to the point and asked Gargoyle why he had called him. Gargoyle changed his tone, mentioning the demonic red light district. He revealed that a giant's testicles were being auctioned there. Our boy couldn't believe this guy had called him here just to talk about buying a giant's balls. R.I.P. poor giant wolfsbane, the ballsless. Gargoyle wanted to take the giant's testicles to an alchemist, hoping they could be converted into another type of muscle-enhancing potion for him. To do this, he asked Egan to accompany him as he didn't have enough money for the auction. Egan found a request bizarre, but as Gargoyle got on his knees and started begging, Egan felt pressured and reluctantly agreed. Gargoyle also mentioned other valuable items that would be auctioned, but Egan wasn't particularly interested in that. However, Egan revealed he had plans to visit other parts of the red light district. This decision came after he had run into Iode a few days ago, who seemed to be suffering from a succubus addiction. Egan was sure his brother would be back on the next full moon. Just as Egan returned to the Red Tower, Rovarian summoned him. He also wanted to discuss Iode with him. The two sat down for a conversation, and without delay, Rovarian handed Egan the letter of recommendation. Egan was shocked as he read it. He knew that the Achaean Royal Library held 300 years of magical knowledge, with thousands of magic books available. However, Egan remained humble and downplayed his worth, saying he didn't deserve it. But Rovarian believed in him, believing that access to Achaean would allow Egan to further develop his magical talents and expand his knowledge. The library contained books on ancient magic written by some of the greatest sages of all time. Egan became curious, wondering if there were books written by Sienna herself in the library. Rovarian confirmed that Achaean held the 3 original volumes of her grimoire, in which she revealed all her magical secrets from her later years. According to Rovarian, the grimoires were the greatest works on magic, and no other copies existed. He recalled the first time he read those books. As he read them, he realized that all the magic he had learned before seemed like child's play. Although Rovarian couldn't fully guarantee the letter of recommendation would be accepted, he asked Egan if he would be okay with sending it. Egan, though thrilled inside, maintained a humble exterior, fearing his inexperience might cause trouble. Despite this, Rovarian trusted Egan and seemed okay with everything. However, Egan didn't want to upset him and feared that raising any concerns might make Rovarian retract the letter of recommendation. However, he asked about Iode and his involvement in the mess at the demonic red light district. Rovarian was shocked and ashamed, confirming that Iode had not heeded his warnings. He explained that in the past, succubi would drain people's life force until they died. However, when Helmuth opened its borders, the entire demon community changed their approach. Now, succubi still drained life force, but didn't kill their victims, as the Queen of Nightmares from Helmuth had forbidden it. Egan still believed Iode's actions were unjustifiable. However, Rovarian revealed that Iode had his reasons. Despite arriving with high expectations, Iode was betrayed by his own lack of talent. Iode repeatedly failed and fell into despair, and even the guidance given to him seemed to be of no help. The pressure from his family weighed heavily on him, adding to his exhaustion. Rovarian saw this as allowing Iode to take occasional breaks to help him cope. Without those breaks, Rovarian believed Iode would have collapsed much sooner. Egan understood Iode's struggles, but he also knew the dynamics of the main family all too well. Both of Gilead's wives constantly schemed and competed for the head position, all for the sake of their children. Meanwhile, Cyan and Seal were both exceptionally talented, and Iode was left to bear the pressure of living up to the expectations his family set for him. Egan understood that, although Iode was still mocked at the Red Tower, his life was likely more bearable than his time at the Lionheart home. However, Egan still believed that getting involved with a succubus was taking it too far. No matter the circumstances, succubi were still demons, and they could never truly coexist with humans. This belief drove Egan to find out exactly what Iode had been doing with the succubus. Oh boy, I think you don't want to know that. On the night of the full moon, the demonic red light district was bustling with life. Amidst the lively crowd, Gargoyle and Egan used disguise magic to blend in, ensuring no one knew they were there. The guide from before was in the area to keep an eye on Iode, while Egan and Gargoyle hid nearby. Egan was worried it might be difficult to spot Iode, suspecting he might also be using disguise magic. However, the guide reassured him that Iode never used disguise magic and always wore the same cloak. This information only fueled Egan's frustration as he felt Iode was deliberately drawing attention to himself. Gargoyle was unaware of Egan's plans with Iode, simply there to attend the auction with Egan, hoping to buy the giant's testicles. In the red light district, numerous auctions were taking place, each featuring anonymous bidders. Each party was assigned a private room to bid from, ensuring their identities remained secret. A masked figure led Egan to their auction room, explaining how the process worked with the buttons placed before them. Egan, accompanied by Gargoyle, was curious about what the auction might hold and was intrigued by the types of items being sold. As the auction began, a masked host greeted the room, revealing they specialized in rare magical materials as well as high-quality goods from Helmuth. The auction started with items like demonic horns and root flowers. But Egan remained focused, waiting for the giant's testicles to appear. After a few items, the host presented a mysterious piece of metal from the Khazad Hills, hidden in a box. The host noted that no one had bought it yet, as they had been trying to sell it for a while, but today, someone seemed determined to buy it. Egan became curious about it. The masked host revealed it was a durable piece of metal that glowed under the moonlight, suitable for decoration and nothing more. As the box was opened, Egan, without hesitation, pushed the bid button, leaving Gargoyle confused. Egan bid 1 million, recognizing the item as a part of the famous Moonlight Sword. He won the bid since no one else participated. Gargoyle was still confused by Egan's sudden decision to bid on this piece. But Egan knew its true value. The Khazad Hills, where the metal was found, was also the place where Bormud discovered the Moonlight Sword. Egan speculated that Bermud might have broken the sword into pieces to prevent anyone from acquiring it. Although he didn't feel anything special from the fragment, perhaps its aura had faded after 300 years. As Egan examined the fragment, the guide informed him that Iode had arrived. Egan prepared to leave, handing his credit card to Gargoyle in case he needed more money for the purchase. Outside, he learned that Iode was at a shop called Rafflesia. Following the directions from the street signs, Egan arrived at the shop, where demonic guards immediately caught his attention. He wanted to enter, but the entrance fee was a staggering 2 million if he wanted a dream. Fortunately, Egan had the money. Inside, the place was packed with chatter and activity. Egan sat at a table but couldn't see Iode, so he asked a waitress where he could go to dream. She informed him it was on the lower floor, and to entice him, she offered him a drink. Egan refused and insisted she take him downstairs. Seeing him hesitate, the waitress reassured him everything would be fine. As they walked down the hallway, Egan carefully observed his surroundings. This was also the main reason he came here. Arriving at the bedroom area, Egan lied, saying he was a bit nervous since it was his first time, but the waitress reassured him again. Egan insisted on paying for the drink, telling her he had decided to go home and sleep. She showed him to an emergency exit that led to a nearby restaurant. Here, Egan ordered some meat and began to eat. While enjoying his meal, he noticed 2 demonic guards escorting Iode out through a hidden underground door. He looked like a max-level drug addict. Seeing Iode in such a state, Egan's blood boiled. His own brother was tarnishing the reputation of the Lionheart clan, and Egan couldn't stand for it. As the guards escorted Iode out, Egan got up from his seat, determined to follow them and see where they were taking him. He followed them to a dark alley, where they stopped outside a secret room. While sneaking up behind them, Egan was suddenly blocked by a group of men. They warned him in a threatening tone, telling him to get lost, insisting this wasn't a shop. Egan, both confused and suspicious, questioned them, but before he could get an answer, one of them grabbed him by the throat, trying to assert dominance. Egan, in a swift motion, delivered an uppercut that sent him flying backward. Seeing their comrade fall, the rest of the men drew their weapons, rushing to attack Egan. Egan dodged their blows in a blur of motion, countering before they could even blink. He delivered a quick and precise strike, stepping on one of them to ask about the place they were guarding. Realizing the guy was probably knocked out cold, he decided to find out for himself. Egan kicked down the door, and inside, a thick smoke filled the room, making him wonder if his brother was seriously getting high on weed. The scene inside was chaotic, and before he could process it, he was spotted by 3 individuals. However, what caught his attention was the strange combination of a human, a demon, and an elf, all standing together. They charged at him, weapons drawn, but Egan was faster. With a swift motion, he blew them all to the ground, defeating them instantly. As they lay on the floor, Egan stood over them, demanding answers about Iode's whereabouts. However, realizing he wouldn't get the answers he wanted from them, he decided to find his brother himself. He drew his storm sword, channeling mana into it, and created a powerful whirlwind around himself. The force of the wind shattered the doors of both the first and second floors, revealing no one was hiding there. Only the third floor remained to be checked. Egan broke through the roof, using his storm sword to propel himself upwards. There was only a single room on this floor, and as Egan approached, a dark magic spell appeared on the door. Without a moment's hesitation, Egan threw the fragment of the Moonlight Sword at the spell. The fragment made contact, and the door exploded into pieces. Knowing it had worked, Egan was satisfied. The fragment still carried the properties of moonlight, and it proved to be as powerful as he had hoped. Inside the room, a dark mage stood with his eyes wide in disbelief. He had thought the spell would kill Egan, but instead, the magic had been deflected by something unknown. Egan remembered his father, Gilead's, warning to stay away from dark magic. And yet here was his own brother, Iode, involved in it. The dark mage, clearly terrified, tried to back away, but Egan showed no interest in pursuing. Instead, he calmly told him to get out of the way, assuring the mage he wouldn't follow if he complied. Seeing Egan's white flame, the mage vaguely realized who he was. Suddenly, the 2 muscular guards who had been escorting Iode stepped out from the room the dark mage had been guarding. Seeing them, Egan recognized them too. Both of their claws transformed into their true demonic form. Egan drew his storm sword and prepared to attack. As they charged at him, he channeled mana into his sword and, with a single slash, created a whirlwind towards one of them, tearing his body apart. Despite feeling nervous, the remaining guard continued to charge, but his hand was severed from his arm with a single slash. Egan wasn't done yet. He dashed towards the demon and grabbed its face, slamming it into the wall, killing it instantly. The dark mage watched the scene unfold, horrified as he realized this person was Egan Leonhardt. Egan warned the mage once more to get out of the way, but the mage tried to explain something. Ignoring the explanation, Egan stepped towards him, forcing the mage to launch another attack, which Egan easily parried. As Egan charged towards him, the mage started to sweat, wondering if these were his final moments. However, Egan stopped his blade just inches from the mage's neck, warning him not to move or interfere. With that said, Egan entered the room, where he found Iode lying motionless inside a dark ritual circle. Egan also noticed several heart-shaped objects nearby, and asked the mage about them. The mage explained they were unicorn hearts. This shocked Egan to his core. Unicorns possess potent mana and divine power, making them incredibly valuable sacrifices. Egan wondered if this was a sacrifice for a demon king, but the mage revealed it was for the incubus king Ulfr, who serves Duchess Noir of Helmuth. She was known as the Queen of Nightmares, and to Egan's astonishment, she was still alive after 300 years. Helmuth is ruled by the demon kings, And while she isn't on their level, her status as the Queen of Nightmares grant her enough power to be a duchess. Egan put the pieces together. Iode had made a pact with one of Noir's subordinates, sacrificing a unicorn heart and indulging in depraved rituals. The rage in Egan's eyes was unmistakable, and the mage knelt before him, begging that he only did this for the money and was following Iode's orders. Egan knew the dark mage's own greed had led him to initiate this pact, hoping he could also gain power through it. Egan walked over to Iode, and seeing his decrepit state, he slapped Iode hard across the face. The slap brought Iode back to his senses a little, and he recognized Egan as his brother. Iode was surprised to see Egan there and started explaining how he ended up in this situation. Egan, who already understood how Iode had fallen this far, remarked that visiting a place like this occasionally could be forgiven. However, grabbing Iode's face, he furiously added that the moment Iode got involved with dark magic was when he crossed the line. Egan was furious that as a direct descendant of the Lionheart family, Iode had made a pact with a demon, and not even a powerful one, just a common incubus. As Iode tried to justify himself, Egan headbutted him, yelling that the pact meant his life now belonged to the demon and he was bound to obey its commands. Egan screamed, asking what Iode would do if the demon ordered him to kill his parents, his siblings, or even steal the Lionheart family's treasures. Horrified, Iode admitted that the incubus had promised and assured him he wouldn't have to follow all its commands. This infuriated Egan even more as he reminded Iode that demons never keep their promises. Nothing matters to them but their own benefit. He pointed out that Iode couldn't even face reality, instead escaping into drugs and fantasies. So how could he possibly resist a demon's command? Iode was speechless, but Egan forced him to answer. With tears in his eyes, Iode revealed that Egan had no right to criticize him. He confessed his jealousy, that ever since Egan was adopted into the family 4 years ago, he had received all of their father's attention. Egan countered, insisting that Iode had the same opportunities. He inherited the White Flame and was given the chance to become Rovarian's student. Egan bluntly stated that his recognition came from his talent, not favoritism, claiming he was born with the abilities that earned him that attention. Iode, still crying, lamented that talent wasn't something he could obtain no matter how hard he tried. Egan countered by showing him the reality. It was Egan who had trained diligently, and even Cyan and Seal were back at the estate working tirelessly to improve themselves. Meanwhile, Iode wasted his time indulging in drugs and reckless behavior. Egan reminded him that at this rate, he could never become the head of the Lionheart clan. However, Iode didn't want to become the family head. He declared he wanted to become a dark mage and live freely in Helmuth. Hearing that, Egan punched Iode so hard he went flying. Blood poured from every orifice on Iode's face as Egan furiously berated him for seeking recognition from demons instead of valuing his family's principles. What enraged Egan the most was Iode's belief that a demon's approval meant more than his family's trust. Egan made it clear that Iode was worthless beyond carrying the Lionheart name. With that, he called for Rovarian. When Rovarian arrived with the guards, the Dark Mage was taken away while Rovarian stood before Iode, radiating utter disappointment. Iode tried to deny his involvement with dark magic, but Rovarian saw right through his lies. He accused Iode of betraying everyone: his family, his father's trust, the Red Tower's reputation, and even Rovarian's teachings. Iode continued to make excuses, but Rovarian had to restrain himself from punching him. Instead, Rovarian coldly informed Iode that he would report everything to Gilead and his mother, and if Iode wanted to defend himself, he would need to explain it to them. Iode trembled with regret, but it was too late. After midnight, Gilead arrived in Arath with his wife, summoned by Rovarian. Iode's mother looked ashamed, while Gilead was visibly furious. However, there was another person present as well. He introduced himself as Balzac, the master of the Black Tower of Magic. Balzac had been the master for decades, and was one of the 3 legendary dark mages who made a direct pact with the Demon King of Incarceration. Iode's mother, upon seeing Balzac, flew into a rage at him. But Rovarian reminded her that Balzac had nothing to do with the incident. This only fueled her anger as she refused to believe his innocence. However, Balzac clarified that the Black Tower of Magic was not responsible for all dark mages, and that the person responsible for this incident did not belong to the Black Tower of Magic. As Iode's mother was about to argue further, Gilead cut her off and demanded to know why Balzac was here. Balzac acknowledged a portion of the responsibility, explaining that while dark magic was forbidden in the past, it was now legal. Gilead found this explanation less than amusing, seeing it as mere lip service to protect the Lionheart's reputation. Balzac confirmed this with a smirk, stating publicly that he had no intention of becoming an enemy of the Lionheart House. To prove this, he proposed that all personnel involved in the drug trafficking and scandals would be punished according to the laws of Arath. However, Iode's mother remained skeptical of Balzac's accountability. Balzac then moved on to the main issue, revealing that the incubus responsible for making the pact with Iode would be executed. As he spoke, he extinguished all the candles in the room and created a dark magic orb in his hand. He then relayed a message to Egan from the Demon King of Incarceration. Egan was visibly shocked as Balzac conveyed that the Demon King wished to personally execute the incubus as an apology to the family of his beloved Bermude for this incident. Hearing the Demon King call Bermude beloved infuriated both Egan and Gilead. After delivering the message, Balzac offered a formal apology for everything that had happened. And as he prepared to leave, he smirked at Egan before departing. Gilead, still seething with anger, ordered Egan out of the room. As Egan left, Gilead apologized to Rovarian for Iode's actions and expressed his intention to bring Iode back to the Lionheart home. This declaration horrified Iode's mother. She immediately protested to protect Iode, insisting it was just a one-time mistake and promising it wouldn't happen again. However, Gilead remained firm, pointing out that in the 300-year history of the Lionheart clan, no one had ever attempted to become a dark mage. He refused to allow Iode to stay in Arath. Iode's mother, in desperation, started to argue, reminding Gilead that before Iode was sent to Arath, Cyan and Seal had overshadowed him in the main family. After this incident, she believed Iode had to stay in Arath. Panicked, she accused Gilead of never giving Iode proper opportunities, while Cyan, Seal, and even the adopted Egan received his favor. Gilead tried to reassure her, insisting he had treated everyone equally. Iode's mother refused to accept this, starting to scream that Gilead had never tried hard enough to support Iode. Gilead, overwhelmed by her screaming and the shame she was causing, was forced to make a decision. Seeing that he wouldn't agree to let Iode stay in Arath, she begged to send Iode to her parents' home instead, vowing never to let him visit the Lionheart home again to avoid humiliation. With a heavy heart and growing shame, Gilead reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Egan walked alone down the hallway, intercepted by Balzac, who had something to discuss with him. Balzac tried to act friendly towards Egan, but Egan showed no interest in speaking with him. Realizing this, Balzac tried to explain, but Egan made it clear his distaste wasn't personal. It stemmed from his contempt for all dark mages. Balzac defended himself, expressing that it was unfair for the reputation of dark mages to still be tarnished by events from 300 years ago. He insisted he had personally done nothing wrong. Hoping to find common ground, Balzac offered a friendly hand, suggesting that although Egan hated dark magic, there might be no reason for them to be enemies. However, Egan deliberately ignored the handshake, forcing Balzac to lower his hand. Undeterred, Balzac went on to reveal he had heard much about Egan, including his performance in the Bloodline Confirmation Ceremony and his impressive achievements in magic. He also mentioned Rovarian's high praise and his recommendation for Egan to access ACEN. Balzac added that since he was bearing some responsibility for the recent incident, he was also willing to recommend Egan for access to ACIN. The offer surprised Egan, but Balzac explained his interest lay in Egan's talent. He further revealed that he and Rovarian didn't get along, as Rovarian disliked him simply for being a dark mage. What a bigot. By backing Rovarian's nomination, Balzac hoped to improve his standing with him and also show goodwill to the Lionheart House. Egan agreed, but stressed that this didn't mean they would become friends. Balzac seemed content with this small concession, and with a polite farewell, turned to leave. As he walked away, Egan called out, questioning Balzac's involvement in Iode's situation. Balzac explained that even though they were dark mages, they still sought out exceptional talents. He stated that even though Iode was a Lionheart, he stood no chance unless he demonstrated extraordinary abilities. Satisfied with the answer, Egan watched Balzac walk away. Later, in his room, Egan sat before the unicorn hearts that Gilead had allowed him to keep as a reward from the recent confiscations. The unicorn heart, though a monster's organ, was renowned for its purity and versatility. They could be used in many ways, with mana extraction being the most convenient and straightforward method. As Egan took one of the hearts, his body began to absorb a massive amount of mana. Noticing the rapid absorption process, he speculated that this could accelerate his training, potentially allowing him to reach the 4th star sooner than expected. Reaching 4 stars would be a historical feat, as no one in the Lionheart family's history had achieved it before the age of 20. Reflecting on this, Egan recalled that Gilead and his brother had reached 6 stars, a level that cemented their status as some of the most powerful figures alive. Determined to surpass them, Egan resolved to perfect his mastery of the stars and assimilate everything Hamel had learned with Bermude's white flame technique, aiming to become the strongest. Suddenly, Egan was visited by Gargoyle, who seemed worried about his giant's testicles. The artifacts, priced at 30 million, were at risk of being sold if he didn't pay soon. Gargoyle insisted Egan come with him, eventually dragging him to the Bank of Arath. At the bank, the staff were visibly shocked to see Egan's black card, and urged him to open a private account. However, Egan declined, stating he was only there to deposit money. As they left the bank, Gargoyle suggested going to his place, explaining that the auctioneers would deliver the artifacts as soon as the payment was processed. Egan found it ridiculous to go all that way just to see some artifacts. But after considering something, he agreed. This got Gargoyle very excited, though Egan secretly had no interest in the artifacts. Instead, he intended to observe the red flame technique Gargoyle had revealed and compare its power to his own white flame. Lost in thought, Egan suddenly noticed someone in the bustling crowd below. Without a word, he plunged into the crowd, hastily pushing people aside, his eyes fixed on a figure he couldn't believe he was seeing. A person with unusually light purple hair, a trait only those with extraordinary amounts of mana possessed. Approaching the female mage, Egan called out to her, recognizing her immediately. It was Sienna. Egan felt a wave of anxiety as he looked at Sienna. She looked just like the girl from 300 years ago. But now, no longer Hamel, he didn't know what to say to her. Walking past her, he wondered if she still had the same grumpy personality as before. As he turned back and tried to grab her, his hand passed right through her. She was nothing more than an illusion created by magic. The illusion of Sienna turned towards Egan, and he struggled to think of a way to let her know he was Hamel. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he flipped her off. Her lips curved into a smirk, and just as she seemed to be mouthing the words, "Find me," the illusion vanished into thin air. A smile spread across Egan's face as he realized that after all these years, he had finally found her. Sienna was still alive, and she had come looking for Hamel. However, Egan was puzzled as to how she recognized him, since his face was different. He speculated she might have recognized him the same way the storm spirit did, or perhaps through his necklace. The fact that Sienna sent an illusion to find him suggested she must be sealed away somewhere. Egan began to wonder if Sienna had sealed herself, or if it was the Demon King of Incarceration's doing. With renewed determination, he looked up at the sky and silently promised Sienna that this time, he would be the one to find her. Lost in thought, Egan was startled by Gargoyle's arrival. Asking him about his sudden rush, Egan brushed him off and insisted on going to Gargoyle's place. Upon arriving, Egan revealed his intention to learn the red flame technique. Gargoyle, eager to show off, flexed his muscles and ripped his shirt open, which made Egan laugh. Egan silently wondered if these theatrics were necessary, but Gargoyle remained unfazed, enveloping his body in a blazing fire. He began to demonstrate the power of the red flame technique. Egan observed the blazing red flames with curiosity, wondering if the red flame method involved core splitting. Gargoyle explained that core splitting only occurred in the main family's technique. However, Gargoyle added that his ancestor had reached 5 stars, as had he, allowing them to split their cores. Learning that Gargoyle was also a 5-star mage, Egan realized something important. The more core-intensive white flame technique was reserved for direct relatives. while the red flame was for distant relatives. Egan concluded that the red flame technique wasn't as powerful as he initially thought, and he wouldn't need it to combine with his white flame method. With that decided, he bid farewell to Gargoyle, leaving him confused, as he had assumed Egan had come to see the giant's testicles. Later, Egan returned to the Red Magic Tower. In his private study area, he pondered Sienna's final grimoire stored in ACIEN. He was convinced that this grimoire might hold clues to Sienna's whereabouts. His hopes were bolstered by the fact that two masters had submitted his letter of recommendation. Looking at the fragment of the Moonlight Sword, Egan silently hoped Sienna could hold on a little longer, as she had already waited 300 years for him. Training with the Moonlight Sword's fragment, Egan discovered its unique property. It dispersed and disintegrated mana. However, with such a small piece, he wasn't sure if it could nullify high-level magic, though it seemed effective against low-level spells. Drawing his sword, Egan decided to test his mana against the fragment. If his mana didn't break upon contact with the fragment, it would prove that his mana cohesion surpassed the limitations of the white flame method. After a few days, the other apprentices started to worry as they kept hearing explosions and feeling tremors coming from Egan's study room. Hera decided to check on him, especially since she also had a message for him from Rovarian. She knocked on his door only to hear a loud explosion from within. Panicked, she rushed to open the door and was greeted by the sight of Egan drenched in sweat, his muscular physique amidst what looked like a magical training war zone. The entire room looked as if a battle had taken place, with cracks running along the walls and floor. Egan revealed he had been training his mana and magic simultaneously. Hera, confused, glanced around the room and noticed the absence of magic circles. Her attention was soon drawn to a faintly glowing fragment in the center of the room. Shocked, she realized that the area around the fragment was intact and undamaged, even as the rest of the basement had endured the devastation of Egan's training. For demonstration, Egan launched a fireball toward the fragment. Upon impact, the fragment deflected the fireball, redirecting it harmlessly around itself. Hera was astonished by Egan's progress, noticing how much stronger he had become, and his mana cohesion now seemed unusually strong. When Hera asked about his training, Egan explained he had been focusing on strengthening his mana control. Initially, his spells didn't work as intended because the dispersed mana would collapse. However, through persistence, he managed to force the dispersed mana to hold together, even creating controlled explosions with it. Relieved that the explosions were part of his training, Hera expressed her concern for his well-being. She then informed Egan that Rovarian had summoned him. Egan assumed Rovarian was calling him to the Blue Tower, but to his surprise, Hera clarified that he was being summoned to the Royal Library of ACIEN. Aishan was located within a royal palace known as Abram, standing amidst a vast, serene lake. The only way to reach Abram was by boat. As Egan approached, he was amazed by the sight of the palace and the giant demonic circle that surrounded it. Hera explained that this complex circle was a gift from Sienna to the royal family centuries ago. Egan couldn't help but admire the intricacy and skill of Sienna's work as he prepared to enter Abram. Seeing Egan staring at the royal palace, Hera asked if he was interested in visiting. However, Egan knew that wasn't something he could do. The palace was exclusive to nobility and magic tower masters, and even they were forbidden from using magic inside. Magic could only be used by royal mages or those who had sworn allegiance to the royal family. This revelation piqued Egan's curiosity, and he wondered if the tower masters had pledged loyalty to the royal family. According to Hera, they had, but not entirely. The magic towers and Aishan maintained a mutual cooperative agreement. The Congress had close ties with the tower masters and supported the magic towers. As they reached the palace, Hera revealed that the masters of the Blue, Green, and the Mages Guild had disapproved of Egan's nomination to ACIEN. She advised Egan to gain their approval if he hoped to be granted access to ACIEN. With that, she waited outside, leaving Egan to enter the palace alone. Inside, Egan showed his respect to everyone present. All the tower masters were there, including Tremple, the captain of the royal mages. The crown prince of Sing, Honan, was also present and seemed pleased to see Egan, as he had heard about him before. Honan, who was first in line for the throne, had reached the 5th circle of magic on his own, making him a prodigy. The master of the Blue Magic Tower expressed his concerns about Egan's nomination to ACIN. Though he acknowledged Egan's skill with a sword, he doubted the young man's magical talents. He argued that Egan was too young to be admitted to ACIN. The Blue Magic Tower also suspected that Rovarian's nomination was a political move to establish ties with the Lionheart clan, and that the Black Magic Tower was in on it. Egan understood the master's point and asked what he should do to prove himself. Rovarian revealed that Egan should demonstrate his magical prowess in front of them. The Blue Tower Master, with a mocking smile, speculated that Egan probably had no magical research to present, adding to the pressure. Just like that, Egan began his test. Egan first summoned his magic circles, enveloping himself in white flame. The masters watching were all shocked, realizing that Egan hadn't separated his cores and his sigil, but instead used both to form a single circle. The fact that he had only just begun his mana training and was already able to do this left everyone impressed. Egan then summoned a whirlwind spell in one hand while creating a fireball in the other, followed by a magic energy sword. The royal captain was stunned, watching Egan switch between different types of magic without chanting any spells. The Green Magic Tower Master asked if Egan could use both his blade and his spells at the same time. With a confident smile, Egan drew his Windstorm Sword, still maintaining the magic circle and the energy sword. The Blue Magic Tower Master was fascinated by this. Though impressed, they decided to discuss the matter among themselves before informing Egan, instructing him to go outside. As Egan stepped outside, the Blue Tower Master speculated that Rovarian might have guided Egan's training. Rovarian denied this, revealing that Egan had learned on his own by simply reading the introductory magic books available in the Red Magic Tower. The Blue Tower Master was still unconvinced, but the prince was convinced that Egan's abilities came from his Lionheart bloodline. The prince asked for everyone's opinion. The mage from the White Magic Tower suggested that Egan's power might be only at one circle, but it seemed more powerful than that. The mage was particularly impressed by Egan's mana cohesion and his overall mastery. The head of the Mages Guild expressed concern about Egan's youth, suggesting that Rovarian should train him further before allowing him into ACIN. The royal captain agreed, noting Egan's immense potential for growth and suggesting he could be a good investment for them. However, the captain stressed that due to the close relationship between the Lionheart household and the royal family, Egan had to be shown special favor to secure their investment. The Green Magic Tower Master argued that Egan was adopted and investing in him could be fruitless. Balzac also chimed in, revealing that Cyan would be the next heir to the Lionheart household since Iode had been caught in a scandal. However, according to him, they couldn't ignore Egan's solid position within the main family. The captain agreed with this, suggesting Egan should be invited to Arath in the future when he marries and moves out of the Lionheart household. Balzac expressed his belief in Egan, even calling him the next Bermude. The Green Magic Tower Master noticed Balzac's excessive praise for Egan and asked if it was his personal opinion. This flustered Balzac, who denied the implication. The Green Tower Master then voiced his suspicion that Balzac might be influenced by his pact with the Demon King of Incarceration. Balzac laughed off the accusation, denying any involvement with the Demon King, and stated that if that were the case, he would have used his power instead of discussing the matter. The whole group was taken aback by his reaction, but Balzac apologized for coming off as too aggressive. The mage from the White Tower tried to get the conversation back on track, suggesting they hold a vote. The prince agreed, and the voting began. As the first vote was cast for Egan, Egan stood outside, staring at something written on a long stone tablet. This library wasn't just for studying magic books. It also housed the legacy of countless mages who had played a significant role in Aratha's history. The walls were covered in inscriptions detailing Aratha's past, like a museum. As Egan looked at the tablet, he read that the library had a total of 15 floors, with Sienna's books housed from the 12th floor onwards. While he was studying the tablet, the White Tower Master called him over. She was the greatest spirit summoner of the era, and the first in history to make a pact with two spirit kings at once. Egan noticed her, wondering if the meeting was over. She confirmed it was. She then revealed that the votes had been counted, with 5 in favor of granting Egan access to Aishin and 2 against. Egan, hearing this, asked if he could now go to the upper floors of the library, since the majority had voted in his favor. Though he didn't ask directly, she revealed that during the vote, she had remained neutral as she didn't want to get involved in the heated debate, but she was in agreement. She pointed towards the masters as they were leaving, noting that most of them didn't look happy with the decision and would likely push back in the future. She also revealed that despite his earlier criticism, the Blue Tower Master had voted in Egan's favor. The White Tower Master then mentioned that the opposition came from the Green Tower Master and the Guild Master. Egan seemed unfazed by their opposition, which surprised her. She was surprised that he wasn't bothered by them daring to look down on a Lionheart. Ignoring her, Egan started to walk away. But she stopped him, asking about the Windstorm Sword, the sword blessed by the Wind King himself. She revealed she had once wanted to make a pact with the Wind King. But despite her efforts and even asking other Spirit Kings to put in a good word, the Wind King never appeared. According to the other Spirit Kings, the Wind King didn't make pacts with just anyone. She went on to say that she had written a letter to the Lionheart family to request the Windstorm Sword, but her request was denied. Egan realized that with all her talk, she wanted to ask to borrow the Windstorm Sword, so he flatly refused her request. Despite his refusal, she persisted, begging for just one day with the sword. This made Egan wonder. For the past 4 years, even he had tried and failed to summon the Wind Spirit, even for a moment. Egan wondered if it was because of his lack of mana and questioned if the White Tower Master might possess the necessary amount, since he had been able to summon 2 Spirit Kings at once. However, he knew she would likely advise him to wait, as he could ask her for a favor in return later. As Egan was thinking, he wondered how he could get into the library. Just then, the White Tower Master suddenly handed him a card. It was stamped with permission to enter the library. She revealed that the spirits in Arath were led by great mages, including the Wizard King who founded Arath and the mage who fought alongside Sienna, the Wise. Hearing that, Egan began to think deeply about the meaning of her words. She observed Egan's reaction, finding it surprisingly dull. She had assumed he would show more interest in Sienna. She reminded Egan he was looking for Sienna's floor earlier. If he recalled, her mind went back to the first day he arrived. He had eagerly toured Sienna's mansion, then his encounter with a familiar face from a branch family in the Black Cat Square. Egan was startled by her extensive knowledge, wondering how she knew so much about him. With a sly smile, she remarked that he probably didn't realize it, but he was something of a local celebrity. Egan shrugged with a sarcastic remark. She quickly refocused on the matter at hand, asking if he would lend her the Windstorm Sword. Without hesitation, Egan refused. Unfazed, she led him to the elevator and explained how to operate it. She teased that if he was going up to the 12th floor, he must have a pretty big crush on Sienna. Egan denied this, asking if she was planning to hang around while he was gone. The Tower Master laughed, saying she had better things to do, but had briefly considered joining him, though it might make him uncomfortable. She joked that the truth waiting for him upstairs might hit so hard it would leave a permanent scar. She joked that Egan should bring a diaper when he went up there. Her teasing words got on Egan's nerves, and he pressed the elevator button with more force than necessary. The elevator creaked and came to life, slowly ascending to the 12th floor. As the elevator doors slid open, Egan was confronted by the bizarre sight of a girl who looked like a miniature version of Sienna. He stood there completely shocked. Egan hesitated before asking if this was really Sienna he was speaking to. The girl shook her head, explaining she was just Sienna's familiar, entrusted with managing her hall. The mention of a familiar reminded Egan of when the White Tower Master had said Aishan was home to Sienna's familiar, so this must be her. Curious, he asked how she knew his name since he never said it. She clarified that his name had been registered with ACIEN, and since all familiars were connected through Aishan's magical system, they were aware of such information. When Egan asked what she preferred to be called, she replied that Sienna used to call her Mare. By the way, guys, even though her name is Mare, you will also hear me call her Mir, so don't get confused. Egan frowned at the name, wondering if it was related to Sienna's surname, Meridian. Mare nodded, adding it was a name she considered both meaningful and noble. Egan found the situation bizarre. Creating a familiar that not only resembled its master, but also shared a part of her name seemed odd. He couldn't figure out exactly what Sienna was up to. He said he wasn't familiar with the customs here, but he was curious if all familiars looked so human. Mare, as she called herself now, clarified that most familiars didn't share her human-like appearance. She was unique because her creator, Sienna the Wise, had modeled her after her own personality. This revelation sparked another thought in Egan. Rovarian had once mentioned that creating living beings was strictly forbidden. He asked if that restriction applied to her. Mare explained that, technically, she wasn't alive. Like other beings, she didn't have a soul. Her body was composed entirely of Sienna's magic, and her true form was actually the giant sphere to which she was bound. Egan pointed at the sphere with interest and wondered what it was. Mare bent down to pick up her fallen hat, briefly flustered before regaining her composure. She explained that the sphere represented the very essence of magic, the culmination of Sienna's lifelong dedication to witchcraft. Egan pondered the structure of magical texts, noting they were categorized into 3 levels: high, intermediate, and low. He recalled they were completed just before Sienna retired, but wondered if it could even be considered a book. Mare interrupted, explaining that a book didn't have to conform to the traditional notion of a book. That, she said, was just a common misconception. Her remark annoyed Egan. He found her words both confusing and condescending. She seemed unbothered, pointing out that his lack of understanding was to be expected. Even the Magic Tower masters struggled to grasp Sienna's magic. Egan studied her carefully. Her pride was unmistakable, highlighted by a strangely condescending attitude towards him. It was as if she perfectly embodied Sienna's youthful personality. Curious, Egan asked if she had really stayed that way until the end. Mare shook her head, explaining that Sienna had undergone a significant change. The attitude Mare displayed was based on Sienna's youth, but as she grew older, she became more refined and composed. However, Sienna became more serious, rarely smiling, and devoted herself entirely to advancing her magical research. Egan found this change hard to imagine, but decided not to press further. Instead, he asked if Sienna's consciousness actually resided within the witchcraft book. Mare confirmed that it did. Her consciousness was constructed from the spells embedded in the witchcraft book. Her sole purpose was to protect and oversee the hall, a role she had fulfilled for over 200 years on Sienna's explicit orders. As Egan approached the witchcraft book, Rovarian's words echoed in his mind, that his own magic was described as elementary, almost childish after reading these texts. There was no denying that Sienna's magic operated on a completely different level, beyond the scope of normal understanding. He hesitated before asking if Mare knew where Sienna had retired to. Mare's answer was a firm no. According to Mare, Sienna's departure was kept so secret that even her apprentice, the staff at her mansion, and Mare herself were kept in the dark. Mare recounted how, despite her ignorance, high-ranking figures like the King of Arath and various Magic Tower masters had questioned her about Sienna's whereabouts. They refused to accept her answers and even tried to probe the witchcraft book, hoping to uncover hidden memories. However, their efforts were in vain, yet they persisted, returning every few decades as if something might have changed. Egan mused that searching her memories was probably about more than just finding Sienna's location. Regardless of the respect and reverence mages had for her, the opportunity to dissect and study such an extraordinary creation would be irresistible to any curious mage. He changed the subject, remarking that he had heard the only version of the witchcraft book publicly available in Asian was the high-level version. He asked if the other 2 parts, intermediate and low, were stored there as well. Mare nodded and clarified that what Egan was seeing now was the original text. However, Sienna had extracted the intermediate and low-level parts from the original and donated them to Isayin, leaving only the high-level section. Amused by Egan's persistent curiosity about Sienna, Mare commented on it, which made Egan wonder why he wouldn't be curious. Mare acknowledged his point, adding that he wasn't a typical mage. His background from the Lionheart clan made him particularly intriguing. He was the first descendant of Bermude she had ever met. From what she knew, after returning to Arath, Sienna never visited the Lionheart clan, not even Bermude himself. Egan recalled the Lionheart family records, which stated that Bermude never reunited with his old friends after his time in Helmuth. Sienna, Anise, and Moeller only gathered once more at Bermude's passing. Although Bermude wasn't known for being overly social, the complete lack of contact with his friends after establishing the Lionheart clan felt inexplicably strange. Curious, Egan asked if Sienna ever mentioned her companions. Mare confirmed she did, though not in the kindest of words. She often called Moeller a moron and referred to Anise as a snake. Hesitantly, Egan then asked how Sienna spoke of Hamel. Mare paused, then began to insult Hamel, which Egan found shockingly vulgar for someone as refined as Sienna. Mare giggled, remarking that even an elegant lady could curse from time to time. However, she noted that whenever Sienna spoke of her companions, there was always a sadness in her expression. This was especially true when she mentioned Hamel. Clearly, the memory of him caused her the most pain. Egan asked about what Sienna had said when she spoke of Bermude. Mare explained that surprisingly. She never praised, judged, or insulted him, not even once. As Egan looked at a portrait of Sienna, he realized it was identical to the one in her mansion. Mare remarked that the smile in the portrait was a complete fabrication. She never smiled like that, not even in conversations with Mare out of curiosity. Mare had once asked her why she faked such a happy smile in the painting when she was clearly so sad. She explained her reasoning was that it was better to leave a smiling face for future generations to see than one filled with anguish. Mare noted that, although she had never left Asian and hadn't seen it herself, she knew a similar portrait hung in Sienna's mansion. In that particular version, the artist had taken the liberty of painting a smile without Sienna's request. This had slightly annoyed her. However, she acknowledged the truth in her earlier sentiment. Leaving a smiling face was more important than her personal feelings about it. Hearing this, Egan felt a pang of sympathy for her. Without thinking, he tried to pat Mare's head, but she quickly slapped his hand away. She reminded him not to cross the line, pointing out she had lived for 200 years and didn't appreciate being treated like a child. Mare continued to guide Egan through Sienna's hall, showing him various magical artifacts she had used, including her prized staff, Akasha. Egan recognized it instantly, and Mare smiled knowingly, admitting she had expected him to. Akasha was crafted from the root of a sacred fairy tree found only in the Great Sama Forest, the homeland of the elves. The tree was thousands of years old, and Akasha, made from it, was the most powerful magical staff. The tree was believed to house the souls of the elves' ancestors and supported the entire world. Mare stressed the gravity of the situation, saying dozens of powerful elves had chopped at the roots of this thousand-year-old tree to create the staff as a gift for Sienna. The sacrifice was immense, a testament to how respected Sienna was. Egan reflected on Sienna's life, realizing that although she was clearly human, her connection to the elves was profound. She didn't know her parents, having been abandoned as a baby in the vast Sama Forest, a large jungle on the southern continent. An elf, drawn by her cries, found her and decided to raise her within the elven territory. It wasn't easy at first. The elves were wary of her. However, they eventually recognized her extraordinary magical talent and accepted her as one of their own, teaching her the secrets of elven magic. Mare explained that Sienna had a unique distinction, as she was the only one ever gifted a staff made from the root of the sacred tree. But there was more. The red gem in the staff was a dragon heart, an incredibly rare and powerful magical ingredient. As far as anyone knew, only 2 staves in the world incorporated a dragon heart: Sienna's staff, Akasha. Before she could finish, Egan interrupted and named the second staff Bloody Mary. The staff was currently owned by one of the 3 dark mages bound to the Demon King of Incarceration, named Balzac of Helmuth. 300 years ago, the owner of Bloody Mary was a lich named Labellio, who was also a direct subordinate of a Demon King. Egan clutched his chest, remembering he was also the one who killed him. Egan recalled the grueling battles against the Demon King of Incarceration, who was far more challenging than any other Demon King they had raided before. The demons in his domain were ferociously strong, rivaling the Demon Kings themselves, with 3 standing out as particularly fearsome: the sword, the shield, and the staff of incarceration. When Hamel defeated the Shield of Incarceration, he was mortally wounded. By the time his battle with Labellio ended, a massive hole had been torn through his chest. Thinking about it, Egan asked if he could hold the staff, and Mare permitted it, though she warned he wouldn't be able to use magic with it. She added that countless mages had tried to become its master, but none could gain its recognition. Akasha only recognized Sienna as its rightful owner. Egan gripped the staff and tried to channel his mana into it, but Akasha flatly rejected him. He had hoped, perhaps, that Sienna's illusion might allow him to use it. Disappointed, he muttered that the cunning woman should have left him this staff instead of that damn necklace. Mare frowned, clearly amused as she watched Egan's reaction to Sienna's artifacts. Egan scoffed, flatly denying any affection for her. He insisted it wasn't a matter of liking her, but Mare remained unconvinced. She teased him, pointing out how his eyes lit up when he spoke of Sienna and how he intently examined her belongings. Egan tried to explain his interest was purely academic. His fascination with old stories and their related artifacts had nothing to do with any personal feelings for Sienna. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Mare grinned, knowing she was getting under his skin. She suggested that if his interest was truly academic, he might appreciate what she was about to show him. Leading Egan to the library, she pulled out a book titled The Great Adventures of the Warrior Bermude and handed it to him. She explained it was the first book to introduce the legendary tales of Bermude to the world. Egan's face immediately contorted in disgust, his annoyance palpable as he made no secret of his dislike for it. According to him, the portrayal of Hamel, his favorite and most respected member of the group, was nothing short of an insult. In this version, Hamel was depicted as nothing more than a burden. However, Mare clarified that the book was the original version, published 300 years ago, unlike the revised versions available today. She added that even she didn't know the author's identity. Egan's annoyance deepened as he read the book. The book's portrayal of Hamel was even worse than he remembered. It painted him as a pathetic fool who repeatedly challenged Bermude, only to fail spectacularly. Egan groaned in frustration, muttering it was unbearable to read. He reluctantly admitted to himself there were times he made mistakes, but he still insisted he had beaten Bermude more than once. He wondered if the book was written by a niece, whom he suspected of twisting the truth. Mare smiled at his frustration and continued to tease him. She promised he would appreciate what was coming next, especially if his feelings for Hamel were as strong as they seemed. Egan, though still annoyed, followed her as she led him through the hall. Eventually, they arrived at the unexpected sight of holographic images of the legendary group. Egan stood stunned, staring in disbelief. Mare proudly explained these weren't just portraits, but preserved memories of Sienna's companions, extracted and left behind by Sienna herself. Egan took in each figure. At the center was Bermude, the great leader, exuding an aura of authority. Beside him stood Anise, the pious. Next to her was Molar, the brave, who had probably joked he'd rather be considered a troll than a human. Finally, there was Hamel, looking exactly like the troublemaker he was remembered to be. According to Mare, Hamel had never had his portrait painted, so the only place Hamel's appearance could be seen was in hologram. Egan's attention was drawn to Hamel's hologram, and he couldn't help but remark on his dashing looks. Mare, who was observing Egan, raised an eyebrow in surprise, wondering if something was wrong with him. Egan tried to justify his comment, though he felt annoyed by his own words. He explained that Hamel had the charm of a wild beast, a description that only left Mare speechless. They then sat down at a table. Egan continued to flip through the book. As he read, he remarked that Sienna's legacy was preserved on floors 12 to 14, but he wondered about the top floor, curious about what might be hidden there. Mare explained that the 13th floor contained detailed research and memoirs of Sienna's plans during the creation of a Sien. However, she noted that Egan wouldn't be able to understand it at this time. She went on to explain that the 14th floor housed magic books filled with extensive research. These books might still be difficult to grasp, but they included explanations that made them a better starting point than the research notes. Egan tilted his head in curiosity, asking if the books were better than reading the witchcraft book. Mare thought for a moment before suggesting he should read it for himself to see. As they walked, Mare explained that the book focused on optimizing mana within a circle, amplifying magical power by simplifying techniques for maximum efficiency. The key, she added, was to bypass incantations. Magic was materialized through the separation of consciousness. Egan stared at her with a blank expression as he tried to understand the explanation. Mare explained further, detailing how unconscious magic entered the body and was stored, which could be expressed differently depending on the situation. The true genius of the witchcraft book, she said, lay in its perfect circle control, a technique that surpassed the traditional circles used by most mages. It maximized mana output for the strongest possible power. Egan still didn't understand what she was talking about. Mare, seeing this, remarked that if he understood everything just by listening, the witchcraft book wouldn't be considered the greatest book ever written. With a sigh, Egan asked how he could actually read the book and unlock its secrets. Mayor stepped closer and offered simple instructions. Close his eyes, open his hands, and channel his mana into the book. This, she explained, was the way to unlock its power. Uncertain, Egan followed her instructions, unsure of the process. He wondered if he should channel his mana directly into the book or apply it to the circle, as he did when using magic. Suddenly, he felt as if his mind had been transported to another place. A dreamlike sensation, though it wasn't exactly a dream. It felt like a blackout, but without the usual hallucinations. He felt completely helpless, unable to move. A huge sea of mana rushed towards him, sweeping him away with it. He was completely naked at that moment, and as he was swept away, a giant circle began to form beneath him. The circle started creating smaller circles within it, followed by circular patterns. Egan soon awoke from the strange, surreal experience, feeling dizzy and disoriented. He asked Mare if he had done anything strange while he was out, still trying to shake off the feeling of disorientation. Mare raised an eyebrow, her voice dry as she noted that fainting immediately was certainly unusual. However, she reassured him his reaction was better than most. Many mages lost so much control that they, quite embarrassingly, peed themselves during their first attempt with the witchcraft book. Egan, on the other hand, had only foamed at the mouth and passed out for 2 hours, which, as Mare pointed out, was a much milder reaction. She mentioned a few others, like Melkith from the White Tower of Magic and Herodotus from the Blue Tower of Magic, who both had particularly bad first experiences with the book. Egan recalled what Melkith had told him about accidents during such training sessions, realizing she wasn't joking. She was speaking from experience. Mare looked at him expectantly, curious about his thoughts on his first experience. Egan frowned, revealing the experience was difficult and confusing. He felt he understood a little, but it wasn't something he could fully grasp from theory alone. However, he found the circle control fascinating. Within the huge circle, countless smaller circles were created every second. He had only reached 9 circles. Mare nodded thoughtfully, explaining that when Sienna first created the circle magic method, she also only reached 9 circles, but she didn't stop there. Sienna continued to research and push the boundaries of magic. This led her to create the Eternal Whole, a limit only she could surpass. After discovering the witchcraft book, many mages tried to achieve the same feat, but none ever surpassed the 9th circle. The real challenge lay in controlling all the mana without wasting a single drop, perfectly balancing the energy within the giant circle. The circle self-divided and rotated. It was a mesmerizing dance that represented perfect circle control. Though creating the Eternal Whole was supposedly difficult, it was surprisingly easy to use when casting magic. For example, a fireball drawn from the Eternal Whole was much stronger than one from the 9th circle, Hellfire. It wasted no mana, and the techniques involved were simple. Egan began to understand just how peerless Sienna was after creating the Eternal Whole. Though it was hard to verify now, it was clear she could have killed the Demon Kings with it. He thought back to when Sienna returned from Helmuth, not only relaxed but also much stronger than Egan ever remembered. The same applied to the other members of the group. But then he wondered why his comrades didn't try to fight the Demon Kings, and what was Bermude thinking. Later, Egan left the hall and found Rovarian and Melkith waiting for him. Rovarian asked about Egan's first experience seeing Aishin's magic books in person, and Egan admitted he was still unsure. With the knowledge he had now, it would take him years to fully understand even one book. Melkith shrugged, admitting it was natural. The texts were deeply rooted in Aratha's magic, and even someone as smart as Egan would struggle without a proper teacher. She offered her help by borrowing the Windstorm sword for a while, in exchange for helping him understand 10 magic books of his choosing. Egan shook his head, telling her it wasn't necessary. He was interested in something other than the magic texts, something more like an artifact. Melkith smiled, clearly skilled at negotiation. She offered him a staff, since he didn't have one yet. It was excellent for mana control. However, Egan wasn't particularly interested. Rovarian interjected, saying he had plenty of staves and could lend one to Egan any time. Melkith frowned, asking why he was interfering with their deal. Rovarian retorted by pointing out that since she already had contracts with 2 Spirit Kings, she didn't need to be so greedy. Melkith pressed on, asking if he believed she would cause trouble if she made a contract with the Wind Spirit King. Rovarian didn't hesitate, confirming that was exactly what he thought. Melkith sighed, saying they had been friends for decades and should know she had no desire to get involved in Aratha's internal politics. She found them incredibly annoying. However, Rovarian noted she said that now, but who knew how she would act once she held great power. Melkith admitted Rovarian had a point, but assured him she had no intention of changing for power. Even if she did manage to sign a contract with the Wind Spirit King, she wouldn't let it corrupt her. Rovarian shrugged, saying she had sworn on her mana, so he would take her word for it, since she herself had sworn it. Egan, still unconvinced, admitted he had thought about it, but didn't want a staff from her. Melkith, quick to respond, retorted that she never said she would give him one. She only offered to lend it. Egan clarified he would only lend the Windstorm Sword for a few days if they came to an agreement, and if the price involved borrowing one of her artifacts, he'd rather not make a deal at all. Melkith, slightly annoyed by his bargaining, said she would lend him an artifact for a year for every day she kept the Windstorm Sword. Egan frowned, calculating the deal. To him, 7 years for 1 week was quite ridiculous. He pointed out she must be very desperate to sign a contract with the Wind Spirit King. Melkith didn't deny it, admitting she was indeed desperate. For her and many other spirit masters, the Wind Spirit King was like a dream come true. After all, the Great Bermude himself had signed a contract with him. Rovarian, intrigued, added that Melkith also owned a very precious and powerful artifact. This caught Egan's attention even more. With a hint of excitement, Rovarian mentioned it was called the Cloak of Darkness. Melkith, growing more annoyed, snapped at him to stop talking. Despite this, Rovarian revealed she hadn't used the cloak in the last 10 years, so she felt it should be given to someone who could actually use it, instead of keeping it as a decoration. Melkith was speechless while Egan pressed her to make a deal for the Cloak of Darkness. According to Rovarian, the cloak had the usual uses of keeping warm and being comfortable. However, she quickly added it was also infused with the highest level of spatial magic. The cloak could absorb and redirect magical attacks. Melkith grew frustrated as Rovarian continued to gush about how amazing the cloak was. She went on to reveal it could easily shield against 5 circle attacks just by wearing it. It also had dimensional magic that allowed the wearer to store multiple weapons inside and use them as needed. Melkith, in the background, became even more frustrated as Rovarian listed its value. Egan, with a smile, agreed to make a deal for the Cloak of Darkness, but first had to get permission from the Lionheart family. Melkith declared she hadn't agreed to anything yet. Egan, ignoring her, was still dazed from his experience and invited Rovarian to lunch. Rovarian happily agreed and even offered to show him a great restaurant nearby. Egan, excited by the prospect, eagerly discussed the details with her. As they talked, they noticed Melkith in the background, trembling with frustration. Though reluctant, Melkith finally agreed to lend Egan the Cloak of Darkness. However, despite seeing her frantic state, Egan told her to wait as he first needed to get permission for it. This pushed Melkith to her limit, and she screamed at the top of her lungs in frustration. Sounding like a crow, after discussing it with Gilead, he didn't object to the idea of lending it to Melkith. However, he suggested having a witness from the Lionheart family present during the lending. Later, Melkith arrived wearing the Cloak of Darkness, looking quite cool. Egan, looking at her, sarcastically remarked it might look better on him, which further annoyed her. She asked about the witness for the deal, and Egan revealed that Gilead's brother, Zion, and the guards were coming to witness. This was the first time the Lionheart family had lent a treasure from the main clan, so they wanted to handle the deal with Iode properly. Melkith recalled the guards of the Lionheart family, who were like their hounds. But according to Egan, they were actually called the Black Lions of the family. Their orders were nothing short of absolute, as they followed every command. Zion, Gilead's brother, had also joined the Black Lions. It wasn't difficult to join the force, as anyone who pledged loyalty could join. There were also the White Lions who only pledged loyalty to the main family, while the Black Lions were devoted to the Lionheart name. The Black Lions were also backed by a council composed of distant and direct relatives and nobles. This council held more power than even the head of the Lionheart house. Egan had never seen the Black Lions once in his 4 years there. A smirk crept onto his face as he wondered about their strength, with the council and the Lionhearts backing them. As Egan was lost in thought, the royal carriage arrived, accompanied by members of the Black Lions. However, Melkith didn't like their entrance. This made Egan speculate she might not like Bermude. Melkith cleared things up, saying she only opposed the main family for their oppressive practices towards the distant relatives. Hearing that, Rovarian suggested she should keep her feelings to herself for now to avoid offending anyone if she wanted to get her hands on the Windstorm Sword. This annoyed Melkith as, according to her, she was also admiring her precious cloak in return. As the carriage landed, Seal stepped out, which surprised Egan. Egan asked why she was here. She revealed she was here to buy a gift for her mother and also to check on Egan. She looked quite sad while Zion walked beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. He greeted Egan, but there was also an older man with them. This man ordered that they should focus on the task at hand instead of exchanging pleasantries. Egan had never seen this man before, but from his posture and demeanor, he could tell he was a skilled warrior who used a spear. There was also a mage with them, who was there to handle matters related to the Windstorm Sword and Iode. Finally, a woman stepped out of the carriage, radiating a powerful, commanding aura. Egan had never seen her before either, but judging by her commanding presence, he knew she was likely a well-trained hand-to-hand combat expert. Her attire suggested she held the highest rank among them. As she stepped out, the woman recognized Rovarian from 20 years ago, and Rovarian was also surprised to see her. She then noticed Egan and introduced herself as Carmen Lionheart, Egan's grandaunt. Egan was shocked because this meant Carmen was Gilead's aunt, despite looking so young. However, Egan understood, as both Rovarian and Melkith looked younger than their actual ages, so Carmen could be the same. Rovarian then invited them inside, where they all sat around a table. Carmen Lionheart introduced herself as the sister of the previous family head and also the captain of the 3rd Division of the Black Lions. The older muscular man introduced himself as Nathan Leonhardt, a distant relative who held the position of vice captain in the 3rd Division of the Council. The mage, named Palagal, was the division's mage, responsible for handling the deal with Melkith as a mage. Palagal read the terms of the deal aloud and asked if there were any objections. When no one objected, he showed them both the magical contracts he had prepared, which listed the price Melkith had to pay if she lost the Windstorm Sword, that price being her life. According to Carmen, this was a treasure of the Lionheart house whose value could not be determined, so Melkith had to risk her life to borrow it. Melkith tried to argue that her life was worth more than that, but Carmen shut her down with a counter-argument. However, Palagal revealed that out of respect for Melkith as a mage, he could consider another condition in case the Windstorm Sword was destroyed at some point. Melkith was annoyed that control would fall under the Lionheart's jurisdiction. Carmen sternly suggested she back out of the deal if she couldn't accept the terms. Melkith stated she knew the real reason behind the Black Lion's appearance. It wasn't just about this deal. Carmen confirmed it, revealing they had a meeting scheduled with Balzac in an hour. Once they were done discussing, they would go to interrogate the dark mage locked up in Aratha's prison. Rovarian was a bit hesitant, arguing that Gilead had already agreed to abide by Aratha's laws regarding the dark mage. Looking at her large pocket watch, Carmen argued that the council had decided otherwise because the dark mage had disgraced the Lionheart name, and for that, the dark mage had to pay. Egan and Melkith were both curious about the pocket watch, but Carmen ignored their question and suggested they handle the interrogation of the dark mage, as they already had the necessary permission. Egan understood this permission likely came with a bribe to the Congress to allow the interrogation and punishment of the criminal. Carmen, looking at Melkith, urged her to make a decision about the Windstorm Sword as they didn't have much time. After calculating for a moment, Melkith concluded that since she would need 3 hours to summon the Wind Spirit, she could only lend the cloak for a maximum of 2 months. Just like that, she agreed to the deal, and both Egan and Melkith got what they wanted. As Egan tried on the cloak, Carmen admired its lion's mane-like appearance. However, she suggested it would look better with white fur accents like the White Flame method. According to her, the black color might be more suitable for a member of the Black Lions. Egan didn't quite understand what she was trying to say until Seal whispered that Carmen wanted to try it on. Egan didn't think it looked that way, but he agreed and handed the cloak to Carmen. Without hesitation, Carmen put it on and started to strike tomboyish poses, complimenting herself. She then handed it back with a slight suggestion that a lion-shaped ornament should be placed on its chest. Seeing Egan give the cloak to Carmen, Melkith was annoyed and reminded him she had just lent it to him. Carmen ignored her, as it was time for them to leave and proceed with other business. However, Seal stayed behind with Egan as they all handled Iod's issue. As they left, Egan and Seal walked around the town, discussing the weird bunny magazine Cyan was hiding under his pillow. Egan asked Seal to give Cyan a hint about staying away from such things. This confused Seal, who wondered if Egan didn't like animal ears. He brushed the question off, replying he only liked human ears, and pointed to the shop where she could buy the gift she came for. As they walked towards the shop, Egan was confused as to why he was coming along. She turned back and called him an idiot. She just wanted company, but couldn't say it directly. However, Egan didn't understand, as she was smart enough to take care of herself. Seal was confident Egan wanted to come, insisting, but Egan denied it, explaining he was afraid if he refused her, she would bring it up for years. This reminded Seal that Egan's birthday was 2 months ago, so she asked about it. However, Egan revealed he had just stayed in the Red Magic Tower and trained. She was curious if anyone gave him a gift. Egan denied it, mentioning that Rovarian and her were trying to give him something, but he himself had refused. The mention of Hera made Seal feel a bit jealous. Egan then asked about her real reason for coming to Arath, knowing that just buying a gift wasn't the only reason. She confessed she wanted Carmen to adopt her because her mother was trying to arrange a marriage for her. She didn't want to be trapped in a marriage at the Lionheart estate and was tired of having to act like a lady. Egan asked if she wanted to join the Black Lions, but she denied it for now, explaining she just wanted Carmen to adopt her into her county. Egan found it impressive that a girl from the main family was trying to do something on her own instead of piggybacking on her family's name. Egan asked about Seal. Seal revealed that Seal was always asking about Egan and wanted her to ask about his star progress when they met. Egan shared that he was at 3 stars, while according to Seal, Seal was still at 2 stars. Egan then asked about Iode, as he only knew that Iode had gone to his mother's family. However, Seal explained that his mother was looking for a private magic tutor for him at home. Seal found it ridiculous after all that had happened, but understood that Iode couldn't be heard, so it wouldn't harm anyone. Seal suggested getting something to eat as she was hungry and remembered Egan recommending a good restaurant. Egan warned her the food might not be as good as at the Lionheart home, but she just wanted to enjoy the atmosphere. Meanwhile, in Aratha's prison, the Dark Mage died from a severe beating by the Black Lions as they interrogated him. He refused to talk, even though they tortured him to death. However, Carmen found it crazy that a low-level mage like this would approach someone from the Lionheart house to make a dark pact. Balzac, who was also present, had a slightly different view. He thought the Dark Mage might have been desperate, unable to achieve much in his life as a mage. According to their beliefs, if he died without achieving anything, his soul would be handed over to a demon, and he wouldn't be able to reincarnate. So, the Dark Mage used Iode to gain the power to escape his useless status. Placing a cigar in his mouth, Carmen revealed she heard the Queen of Nightmares wasn't involved in all this. She asked Balzac for his opinion on the matter. This seemed to him like they were suspecting him. Balzac was fully aware he had done everything in his power to cooperate, showing nothing but respect and expressing his regret for the situation. Carmen argued that Balzac fit the description for blame more than the poor Dark Mage. Balzac understood her point, but questioned what he would gain from such a scenario. If he were truly behind everything, he would have ensured to cover his tracks more effectively, leaving no room for suspicion, though he certainly had enemies. It was well known that the Demon King of Incarceration placed his unwavering trust and affection in him, a relationship he was immensely grateful for. However, there were many in Helmuth who hated him simply for receiving such treatment. Balzac believed someone who hated him might be behind this situation, hoping to put him in a difficult position. Carmen countered that there was no proof to support his claims. Balzac replied that there was also no proof linking him to the incident. He had repeatedly stated it wasn't him, but this situation didn't just involve him. Others, including the Lionhearts, were also caught up in it. Carmen allowed him to speak freely, but stressed that with freedom came responsibility. She asked if he was willing to bear the consequences of his words. Balzac, ever loyal to the great Demon King of Incarceration, expressed his deep admiration for the Lionhearts, as did the king himself. That's why he had apologized sincerely and cooperated fully. However, no matter how subservient he was still human, and the baseless accusations hurt him deeply. As a servant of the Demon King and master of the Black Tower of Magic, Balzac understood the disrespect towards him. However, he would not tolerate endless slander, not for his own sake, nor for the honor of the demon king of incarceration. Zion instinctively placed his hand on his sword, preparing for a potential confrontation. Carmen noted the delicate situation in a foreign land, trying to avoid escalating the matter. Balzac offered a suggestion. If Carmen chose, he could resolve the matter discreetly, ensuring no one would notice. However, Carmen remarked that for such a plan to succeed, Balzac's head would have to remain intact. However, she considered the possibility that someone from the Lionhearts might be trying to undermine the family's prestige and honor. But this, she admitted, was purely speculative, as no conclusive evidence was found, despite their efforts of torture and magic. This was why she was focusing mainly on him. Balzac quickly apologized for any misunderstanding, reiterating that he had told them multiple times it wasn't him. He asserted he had no reason to be involved in such a scheme. Carmen said she believed him, but then raised the troubling issue of the incubus who had tried to make a deal with Iode. It wasn't something she could easily forget, having witnessed many cruel and disgusting acts in her life, and one of those acts was now standing before her. Balzac, sensing her insistence, warned that if she really wanted it, she would get it. With a snap of his fingers, a dark hand emerged for the shadows, dragging the severed head of the incubus. Balzac explained that the demon king of incarceration had taken the incubus's soul. If they wanted it, they could have the head. He dropped it in front of her, and she crushed it so hard that blood splattered on him. And just like that, they started to leave. But not without Carmen issuing a warning that if she ever heard anything from Egan Leonhardt again, there would be severe consequences. Balzac firmly asserted she had no right to tell him what to do. As they left, Carmen turned to Zion and asked what he really believed had happened. She suspected that Amelia, the Queen of Nightmares, was behind it all, someone who hated the role of the Black Tower Master and everything it stood for. The Demon King of Incarceration, she noted, allowed the dark mages who signed his contract to act freely as they pleased, not intervening when his subordinates clashed. Zion suggested that if Amelia was behind this, then Nahama was likely involved as well. Carmen admitted that Nahama was indeed suspicious and believed there was a high probability a war would break out in a few years. Taurus, with its long-standing issues with Nahama, would likely be the first target, and once Nahama invaded Taurus, Kill would have to prepare for war. According to Carmen, the Lionhearts would also be called upon for this effort. Zion pondered the possibility that Amelia might have orchestrated everything with this future conflict in mind, but Carmen entertained the idea that it could be an isolated incident with no deeper conspiracy. Carmen then asked Zion what might have happened if she hadn't ignored Balzac's earlier provocation. Zion admitted that if they had confronted him then, everyone, except Carmen, would have died. Carmen chuckled at his modesty, but Zion insisted he was no match for mages. She countered that it was her own lack of confidence that had stopped them from fighting him. Meanwhile, Iode would remain under surveillance as a Black Lion had been dispatched to his residence. According to Carmen, though Iode was part of the main family and wouldn't be killed, his future was uncertain if he made another mistake. He wouldn't be so lucky. Carmen noted that Iode's claim to the head position had been revoked and his prospects of leadership forgotten. Meanwhile, his mother was searching for someone skilled in magic to teach him, but Carmen worried someone with ill intentions might soon try to make contact. With him, Zion, reflecting on Iode's past, remembered how much he once loved magic. It had captivated his untrained mind, but they didn't know what had led him down the path of dark magic. The next day, as they prepared to leave, Zion and Seal said their goodbyes to Egan. Carmen then turned to Zion and asked if he would consider joining the Black Lions. The lieutenant position of the 2nd Division was currently vacant, and if Zion was interested, she could recommend him immediately. Egan immediately refused the offer, and Carmen remarked that it was truly a shame. And just like that, they drove away. But Egan, curious, turned to Rovarian and asked why the White Tower Master hadn't come to see them off, especially since she was a master. Rovarian explained that if the contract had been successful, she would have been the first to brag about it. However, it seemed she was currently facing some complications at her residence. Inside her White Tower of Magic, she was trying her best to summon the Spirit King while wearing questionable clothes. She cursed at Tempest for not responding, even though she had sent a message to the spirit world. To further this, she tried to warm up her body for maximum sensitivity, but Tempest remained silent. She tried to summon him once more. and suddenly lightning struck from the sky. Levin, the king of thunder spirits, appeared with a message from the Wind King. Tempest had had enough, and the Wind King demanded she be quiet. He was no longer interested in making a pact with her. Undeterred, she started dancing again about being the greatest in the world, swinging the sword wildly. Levin was not impressed and quite embarrassed, sighing and electrocuting her just enough to calm her down. He then explained she couldn't provide what Tempest desired. The storm spirit, Tempest, wanted her to go north to the furthest reaches of the demon world, a place that had never been conquered. This was a desire Tempest had held for centuries. The next day, she went to see Egan, looking like she had just done drugs with iode. Egan was completely bewildered by her haggard face, asking how the contract went. She told him not to ask, as he already knew what had happened. She started screaming, cursing Tempest for all her misfortunes. Mare, who was reading a book, finally lost her patience and told her this was a place for silence. Meanwhile, Melkith was completely losing her mind. Egan, watching the chaos unfold, asked if Tempest had really dismissed her like that. She replied with frustration, asking why she would lie about something so important to him. Egan, with a hint of humor, explained that if they had waited until today, it would have been 10 years for the loan. He kindly shortened it to 9 years and reluctantly demanded the windstorm sword back. She handed it back, insisting he take good care of her cloak. Egan went back to his reading and came across an interesting passage about the leader of the giants, Kamas. The passage revealed that Kamas was gigantic, over 100 years old, and the strongest leader in the entire history of the giants. The story recounted a battle where thousands fought against hundreds of giants as soldiers, terrified by the overwhelming power of the giants, hesitated to engage. However, the soldiers' fear didn't matter because Bermude, the knight, was there. He tried to introduce himself, as his words were largely ignored. The soldiers wanted to join him, but their combined strength couldn't even scratch Kamas, the giant leader. However, Bermude had a true ally, someone he trusted, Hamel. Together, they faced the deadly giants. With great effort, Bermude succeeded in defeating Kamas, who possessed the power of a demon king. Though their leader was dead, the giants did not retreat, still determined to eradicate humanity. But then she showed them true power. After finishing, Egan wondered if she had written this book herself, as it seemed to praise her excessively. Mare, hearing this, snorted, calling an insult. She was furious that someone would write a story about themselves and self-aggrandize their name like this. Egan stood up, thinking he might try witchcraft again. Mare was pleased, but acknowledged Egan's arrogance, noting that Egan was still too arrogant for his current level. However, Egan simply enjoyed tackling difficult tasks, even if they took time. He then turned his attention to witchcraft, musing that recreating the eternal whole was impossible for him at this time. It had been 10 days since the Black Lions left, and since then, Egan had spent most of his time in ACN, standing before witchcraft. He wondered about manifesting the eternal whole. To do that, he would need at least the 9th circle, an advanced circle that held infinitely increasing power. One could rotate it, destroy it, regenerate it, or even increase their mana. But Egan didn't use a circle. Instead, he used the white flame method as his alternative. However, he wondered if he could add another circle inside the circle created by the stars. He recalled what he had learned in his past life, a rudimentary mana training technique used by common soldiers. He combined that with his own experience, and Sienna also helped him along the way. This was how Hamel created his own mana training method, nurturing the core and repeatedly exploding the mana to spread it throughout the body. Hamel's method had even helped him sever Kamas' limbs. Egan thought about his comrades. Bermude had praised his technique, but Sienna had dismissed the method as worthless. However, Hamel's level had increased significantly. Egan was now in a dreamlike state, looking at the eternal whole without fainting. He could feel its power, meaning he was ready. This realization made Egan Leonhardt confident that he would recreate the eternal whole with the white flame method. 2 years passed, and Egan turned 19. In the summer of his 19th year, he was still in his room, writing something. Mare sat opposite him, asking if Egan was hungry since it was almost dinner time. Egan replied he would eat soon. If he left now, he would lose all focus on his work. Mare asked why Egan was in such a hurry to write. and Egan explained it was better to be slow to avoid mistakes. He felt that writing slowly just felt more right. He wasn't rushing, ensuring he didn't make mistakes, and constantly revising. But in truth, he wasn't making many mistakes. He was simply paying close attention to what he was writing. Mayer remarked that mages spend decades of their lives working on their theses about magic. Egan countered, pointing out he didn't take decades to learn magic, so he was confident it wouldn't take him that long to write his thesis. Mayer stood up and noted that this was precisely the problem. It was quite arrogant of him to be writing his thesis so early. She suggested he should focus on studying for a few more years before attempting to write his thesis. Egan observed she was blushing, and Mayer urged him not to cross that line. She had told him countless times not to call her that. Having lived at least 200 years longer than him, she expected some respect. Egan teased her by calling her a blushing old lady. This made her wonder if she should just kill him and get it over with. Unfazed, Egan asked if she didn't want him to leave. She hesitated slightly to answer it. Egan pointed out he had been coming and going for 2 years, but he was the only one who still visited regularly. Mayer noted that it was quite obvious, even for non-specialists. The other mages had long since witnessed witchcraft and were amazed to their core. They had tried desperately to analyze and fully understand it, but in the end, they all failed and gave up, focusing instead on completing their own magic. Egan, meanwhile, had been at it every single day for 2 years straight, doing his best to understand witchcraft. She asked if he was really leaving Arath after completing his thesis. Egan wondered what else he could do there if he didn't. Mayer explained there were many possibilities. Though she wasn't sure when the master of the Red Magic Tower would retire, she was quite certain he would be happy to take Egan as a successor. Egan replied he had no desire to become a Magic Tower master, as the job seemed boring. Mayer offered another option, joining the Royal Palace's Mage Corps. She mentioned that Captain Trimple seemed interested in recruiting him. Egan noted that Trimple acted overly friendly, which he disliked. Mayer added that the Crown Prince had also taken a liking to him. If Egan worked with him in any capacity, the prince would brag about it for decades. Egan said he appreciated the prince's admiration, but didn't feel like pursuing any of it. Mayer, confused, asked why Egan would want to return to the Lionhearts if he couldn't become the head. Egan asked if he really needed a big reason to go home. Mayer explained that what Egan had achieved in the past few years was extremely impressive, even in her eyes. In just 6 months since he began writing his thesis, he had succeeded in simplifying complex and sophisticated magic theories, while improving his own magic in the process. Egan explained that this thesis was simply for his own satisfaction, as he was the only one who could use it. He wrote it because he liked to keep things organized, not because he planned to share it with the academic society. After all, no mage could use the Ring of Fire method anyway. He reflected on the time Rovarian told him it was physically impossible not to consider magic and understand it properly. However, Egan didn't follow a typical circle magic method for his magic. His alternative was the White Flame method, which started with one circle, but that didn't mean those who used the main family's White Flame method could replicate it. He tried to follow his thesis, but got stuck right from the beginning. Egan had never created a core or learned the White Flame method, so he tried to substitute it with his own circle. But his mana ended up flowing backward. However, in the end, he had become a 4-star mage of the White Flame method and successfully added the Eternal Hole to the circle. He created a ring with the 4 stars and constantly exploded the mana inside, just as Hamel had done in his previous life. The rotating Ring of Fire ensured that the mana didn't flow out of the circle. This was the Ring of Fire method he created. Initially, Egan had planned to try all of this after reaching 5 stars. However, after observing witchcraft, he had a change of heart. He spent a lot of time on the 6th floor, the Hall of Space, and the 8th floor, the Hall of Scorching Heat. The Hall of Scorching Heat contained magic from the world's most powerful and renowned fire mages, and Egan knew he needed to learn spatial magic to fully utilize the Cloak of Darkness. Rovarian took Egan as his direct apprentice, helping him revise his thesis and assisting in modifying some basic circle magic spells to work with his Ring of Fire method. During this time, Egan spent half his days in Asian and the other half learning magic from Rovarian. If there was one word to describe the 2 years Egan spent in ACN, it was grueling. Egan wondered if Mayer was mad at him for saying he was leaving, even though it was clear she didn't want him to go. Mayer assured him she wasn't mad, as she had no right to stop him from leaving. If he wanted to go, he could go, She herself had never felt the desire to go anywhere, and even if she did, she couldn't. So, she told him to go and leave her alone in this sad, quiet, and lonely place. She insisted she wasn't sad at all about saying goodbye, even after all these years together. After all, she wasn't human, and she knew well enough that humans do whatever they want. Egan wondered if that was really the case as he put his thesis away. Mare confirmed it, noting she had lived much longer than him and was used to goodbyes. However, she told him he should at least let her know before he left, instead of just disappearing as Sienna had done. Egan replied simply with noted. This angered her. She had poured her heart out to him, but his calm response made her feel like he was just a piece of trash. Egan asked how he could be trash, and Mare explained it was just her opinion. No need to think about how, because in the end, it was simply the truth. She admitted she really hated him, seeing him as just a kid who showed no respect for his elders. She paused for a moment, then added that if he stayed in Arath for her, she would be confused. After all, her personality was based on a younger version of Sienna, which sometimes made her emotions and behavior childish. She admitted she sometimes said childish things and could be stubborn. She was fully aware of this. Embarrassed, Mare continued to express that she felt silly saying all of this. She knew Sienna wouldn't act this way, and felt like she was insulting her by behaving so outrageously. Egan smiled, reassuring her and telling her the real Sienna would act just like her, or at least that's what he believed. Mare disagreed, firmly stating there was no way Sienna would act like this. She wondered how Egan could be so sure. She wondered if it was because Egan had obtained some kind of picture book from the past. Egan confidently replied that the Sienna he knew would act exactly like this. Frustrated, Mare asked again how Egan could be so sure. And Egan told her his thesis would be done soon. If he wasn't too greedy, it would be completed before the end of summer. Mare asked why he was telling her this, and Egan replied that he would visit her before he left to share something important. Suspicious, Mare asked if Egan was just planning to tease her. He replied playfully that she would know when the time came, saying that Egan went outside. As Egan went outside, he bumped into Trimple, and his expression immediately soured. Trimple noticed and asked what was bothering Egan, but Egan already knew what this meeting was about. It was clear Trimple wanted to revisit a familiar topic, one that always revolved around his position as the Royal Mage Captain. As expected, Trimple brought up the issue, mentioning that the position they had discussed before in the Royal Mage Corps was still open. He added that if Egan changed his mind, he knew exactly who to approach to secure the opportunity. Egan remained calm, respectfully declining the offer, which led Trimple to shift the conversation to the progress of Egan's thesis. Trimple offered to assist with the thesis, claiming his expertise in both summoning and combat magic would make him more useful than Rovarian. However, Egan found this odd, as Trimple didn't even know the subject of his thesis. Beneath his calm exterior, Trimple was clearly annoyed that Egan was sharing his work exclusively with Rovarian. However, he masked his frustration, suggesting he could review the thesis first and then provide assistance based on its content. Egan thanked him for the offer, but politely refused, knowing that accepting it would be a blatant sign of disrespect to his current mentor. Though his response was polite, Egan was firm, leaving no room for further debate. Trimple didn't seem to get the hint, offering to keep their discussion secret, but Egan had already decided not to engage further. He left. As he walked away, Egan felt a wave of relief, glad that Trimple still didn't know about his Eternal Hole achievement. Egan knew the relentless pressure that would follow would leave him with no peace, not even in his own bed. However, the Ring of Fire method, similar to the Flame method until it was physically cast, concealed its true nature so well that not even a skilled mage like Trimple could deduce its presence. Egan felt a surge of excitement, proud that he had managed to keep such a powerful ability secret from a high-level mage. Egan went to Rovarian and demonstrated his spell, leaving his mentor both impressed and slightly terrified. For most mages, for circles marked the upper limit of their power, but Egan's abilities seemed to rival that of a five-circle mage. Despite his progress, Egan's Eternal Hole had not yet reached its full power. He hadn't completely mastered it. Rovarian, observing Egan's technique carefully, theorized that the Eternal Hole had reached a temporary limit. He deduced that Egan's imperfect recreation of the Eternal Hole forced him to substitute one of his circles with his core. He explained to Egan that the power of his cores was closely linked to the spells. If Egan's abilities in the white flame method improved, it would in turn strengthen the power of the ring of fire method, creating a synergistic effect. Although Egan acknowledged this insight, his focus remained on perfecting his abilities, knowing that each step forward would bring him closer to unlocking his full potential. Rovarian warned Egan about potential flaws in his red flame method that he had yet to discover. According to Rovarian, the Ring of Fire method allowed Egan to cast advanced circle spells and even use 5-circle magic with ease. However, he strongly advised against attempting 6-circle spells, warning Egan of the risks. Egan agreed, understanding the importance of restraint at this time. The conversation shifted as Rovarian asked about Egan's plans after completing his thesis. Egan revealed he intended to travel to the Kingdom of Ruin in the north, in search of their famous ice crabs. This revelation surprised Rovarian, who found it odd that Egan would travel so far just to eat something available in Arath. It was the place where Molar had once been king. However, Egan was firm in his decision, explaining he wanted to experience the place. He also shared his plans to visit Nahama to eat their specialty scorpions, a desert region that also held historical significance. It was the last place Saint Anise was seen after leaving Uras 200 years ago. Though Egan's intentions were clear, Rovarian still tried to steer him towards a local seafood joint. But the outing took an unexpected turn when they ran into Crown Prince Honan. The prince, direct and confident, offered Egan the position of royal mage captain on the condition that Egan remained in Arath. Although Egan acknowledged the offer, he believed it was an unlikely proposition. Honan, undeterred, assured Egan he would ascend the throne in 10 years and could fulfill his promise then. Rovarian found Honan's ambition bold, as the current king was still alive. Honan clarified that the king had already promised him the throne and the people of Arath supported him. To sweeten the deal, Honan tried to acknowledge Egan's immense magical potential, remarking that his mana was on par with a 5-circle mage. The prince also probed Egan's understanding of the Eternal Whole. But Egan countered his question with a sharp remark, inadvertently confirming Honan's suspicions. Realizing that power and status held little appeal for Egan, Honan changed his strategy and offered knowledge as an incentive. He revealed that the other 2 volumes of witchcraft, thought to be taken by Sienna, were actually in the royal treasury. This revelation shocked both Egan and Rovarian. Honan clarified that the ones in the treasury were copies Sienna had gifted to the royal palace. Egan became interested in the offer, as access to the witchcraft volumes could greatly aid his research. Honan assured him that although he couldn't grant access right now, he would use his power to do so once he became king. He urged Egan for an answer, leaving Egan deep in thought as he weighed his decision. The offer was quite tempting for Egan, as over the past 2 years, he had realized just how incredible witchcraft truly was. He also wanted to search for clues about Sienna's disappearance in the other volumes of witchcraft, hoping he could find something that even the royal family of Arath couldn't uncover. Egan offered to return to Arath if Honan ascended the throne within 10 years. Honan understood Egan's point and agreed to send him a letter once his succession was official. Egan thanked Honan and left. Meanwhile, in the library, Mare was growing anxious as she read, trying to think of ways to improve Egan's core and Eternal Whole. She knew that Egan's Eternal Whole, though not on Sienna's level, far surpassed the magic circles widely used elsewhere. When Egan arrived, she quickly closed the book, feeling a bit embarrassed. She praised Egan on his mastery of the Eternal Whole, calling it incredible, but also expressed her worries about him leaving Arath now that his thesis was complete. Egan's journey would begin in 2 days, as he needed time to rest and attend the farewell event hosted by the Red Magic Tower. Mare wished him luck, but didn't seem happy about it. Egan smirked, knowing she didn't want him to go. He reminded her of what he wanted to tell her a few months ago. Hearing that, Mare nervously stood up, but Egan walked away, saying he needed to check something before revealing it. As he walked away, Egan asked Mare if she told the stories of other students the way she had told him. The question ticked Mare off, as she interpreted it as Egan implying she was a snitch. She argued vehemently, stating that even if others dismantled witchcraft and studied it intensely, they couldn't learn anything. According to her, all the data obtained in the hall remained stored deep within the memory storage system. As Egan continued to walk, Mare followed him, insisting she would never snitch unless someone tried to completely destroy witchcraft. Egan, looking at the 3D images of his comrades, asked if what he was about to say next would be kept secret. With its absolute security system, before Mare could argue further, Egan revealed that he was reincarnated. The revelation came as a sudden and unbelievable shock to Mare. Egan clarified he had been reborn with the memories of his past life intact. Mare still thought he was joking, but when Egan revealed he was Hamel in his past life, her eyes widened in astonishment. As the realization sank in, she began to understand how he had been able to achieve so much. It all made sense to her now, how he mastered the eternal whole in just 2 years and broke through every learning barrier with his extraordinary talent. If he was Hamel in his past life, everything fit, as Hamel the Fool was a strange and exceptional individual in many ways. Mare also found Hamel unique, noting he had a similar background to Bermude. Hamel took up the sword just to survive after his village was attacked by monsters. Driven by his hatred for monsters, he fought them relentlessly, despite his humble origins. But through hard work and dedication, Hamel grew strong and stood alongside his comrades for many years after. Mare mused that though Hamel was foolish, as his name suggested, his growth was impressive. Looking at Egan now, it all made perfect sense to her. However, Egan denied this, admitting he could never surpass Bermude's magical potential, no matter how hard he tried. That's why he focused on weapons. He claimed to have faced Bermude in single combat, but failed every time. Mare thought by normal standards, Hamel was excellent, but Hamel himself didn't care for such comparisons. All he wanted was to surpass Bermude, but he died before achieving that goal. Mare now understood why Egan had praised Hamel's hologram the moment he entered the library. Egan found her mocking tone annoying. However, Mare wondered why he was telling her all this now and asked if he expected something from her. Egan clarified he simply wanted to share this with her because they had known each other for 2 years, and her face and personality resembled Sienna's. Anxious, Mare reminded him she was based on Sienna's personality. Hearing that, Egan patted her on the head, and this time, she wasn't annoyed, as he was once a comrade of her master, Sienna. Egan then asked her if she thought Sienna was dead, which shocked Mare, and she quickly denied it. Egan agreed, as he knew Sienna wasn't the type to just disappear like that. He believed that somewhere in the world, Sienna, Anise, and Moeller were living their hidden lives, and he was determined to find them all. The determination to find her master lit a spark of hope in Mare's eyes. Seeing her hopeful expression, Egan asked if she missed Sienna. Mare confirmed this, and hearing her answer, Egan started to tease her, suggesting that Sienna had abandoned her in the library without a second thought. Mare grew furious at Egan's claim, but he insisted he had the right to say it, as he had dealt with Sienna's antics for 300 years. Still disbelieving, Mare asked Egan if he could swear on witchcraft that he was truly Hamel in his past life. Egan agreed, but only on the condition that she stopped calling Hamel a fool every time she mentioned him. And so they went to witchcraft, where Egan swore he was Hamel in his past life. As he spoke, a powerful light flashed. The light entered Mare, causing her to float. She revealed that after Sienna disappeared, countless mages had tried to read witchcraft, but found nothing, not even the information recorded deep within. She assured Egan that his secret would also be stored in the roots of witchcraft, where no one, not a single soul, could access it. She then shared some shocking news with Egan. Sienna had shown signs of retiring before she disappeared. Mare recounted being with Sienna and Aishan when Sienna suddenly collapsed to the ground. When asked, Sienna revealed that one of her spirits had died, and that someone had broken into Hamel's tomb. This revelation had absolutely infuriated Sienna. Egan was shocked, as he didn't even know he had a tomb. According to Mare, after that incident, Sienna had disappeared, so Mare had hidden her conversation with Sienna deep within witchcraft to protect her master. However, since Egan was Hamel, Mare believed he had the right to know. Egan was still confused about the existence of his tomb, as he had assumed his body and soul had been completely disintegrated by a demon's curse. Mare explained that since Hamel had been reincarnated, his body must have still existed somewhere, free from the curse. She suggested that Hamel's reincarnation might even be Sienna's doing. Egan considered this possibility as well. As night fell, Egan returned to his room, walking through the streets. His mind raced with thoughts of where his tomb might be. He was briefly struck by the thought that it might have been in his hometown all along. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by Balzac calling from behind. Egan was annoyed as he had already sensed Balzac following him. Noticing Egan's mood, Balzac remarked that Egan always seemed annoyed whenever they met. He then asked Egan about his decision to leave Arath for Ruin and Nahama. Balzac expressed his concern, as Ruin was close to the demon regime, and the ban on demons and dark mages entering Ruin had long since been lifted. He warned Egan that the Lionheart name held no value there, and that there were demons in Ruin who followed other demon kings. Hearing that, Egan realized Balzac was implying that the Demon King of Destruction was preparing his army for war there. However, Balzac denied this, explaining that the Demon King of Destruction had great respect for the Demon King of Incarceration and would not act against him. Egan recalled a time he had seen the Demon King of Destruction. The memory was still vivid. The overwhelming, dark, and powerful aura emanating from the Demon King was unlike anything he had ever experienced. At that time, Egan couldn't even comprehend what he was witnessing. It was just a blinding light on the other side of a vast plain. Even his comrades stood stunned, their minds nearly broken by the demon's presence. It was only thanks to Anissa's prayers that everyone's minds were calmed, preventing them from losing their sanity. However, Balzac stated that even if the demon kings didn't directly intervene, there were others who could cause chaos, as the nature of demons was not a peaceful one. Egan understood that Balzac was warning him about demons who might target him despite the peace maintained by the demon kings. Balzac added it might not just be limited to followers of the Demon King of Incarceration. Followers of the Demon King of Destruction might also be watching Egan because of his Lionheart name. According to Balzac, with the Demon King position still vacant, Duchess Isabella was aiming for a spot and would do anything to claim it. Hearing this, Egan joked about demons voting for a king position, which made Balzac laugh. After all, demons weren't known for such activities. However, Balzac's claims made Egan wonder if he could defeat the Queen of Nightmares at his current power level if it came to that. Reflecting on this, Egan realized now might not be the right time to go to Ruin. He thanked Balzac and revealed he would go to Nahama before Ruin. However, Balzac warned that even Nahama wasn't safe, especially because of Amelia. She had been a dark mage even before making a pact with the Demon King of Incarceration. What made her particularly dangerous was the excessive freedom the Demon King granted her. This could spell trouble for Egan. To ensure Egan's safety, Balzac handed him a dark envelope, suggesting he give it to Amelia if he encountered her in the desert. It would protect him from her harm. Curious, Egan asked Balzac if he could open the envelope. Balzac agreed, but when Egan broke the seal, he was shocked by what he found inside. The envelope was completely empty. But Balzac assured Egan its contents didn't matter. What mattered was that it was written by Balzac himself. With that, he snapped his fingers, and the envelope resealed itself as if it had never been touched. Balzac knew he couldn't help Egan directly in the desert, but he could at least handle Amelia's spirit through his connections. He insisted Egan take the envelope, but Egan sensed that Balzac wanted something in return. According to Balzac, all he wanted was Egan's friendship, a statement Egan misinterpreted. He started to feel uneasy, thinking Balzac might have deeper motives, especially since Balzac had been treating him unusually well and offering favors for no apparent reason. Balzac, sweating nervously, clarified that his actions were purely to build a good relationship with Egan, person to person. He argued that everyone treated Egan well because of his potential, so why shouldn't he? Still skeptical, Egan thanked him and mentioned he had considered inviting Balzac to his farewell party, but ultimately decided against it. He admitted that if Balzac had shown up, Egan might have hated him even more. Balzac assured him he wouldn't attend. Egan thanked him and left. The next day, at the farewell party, all the mages of the towers and members of the royal family were present. However, the Blue Tower Master wasn't pleased, as Egan had invited him while excluding the mages of the other towers. He grumbled that many Tower Masters were eager to approach Egan for his exceptional talent. Egan was aware of this, asking if the Blue Tower Master wasn't impressed. The Blue Tower Master admitted Egan was impressive, but insisted he had no desire to steal the Red Magic Tower's student like the others. He also noticed that Egan hadn't invited Balzac. Egan revealed it was out of respect for Rovarian. who might not have appreciated Balzac's presence. Egan then asked the Blue Tower Master about Balzac, as he used to be a part of the Blue Tower and was his colleague. The Blue Tower Master revealed that Balzac was always mysterious and hard to read. Years ago, Balzac was an exceptional mage and was almost certain to become the next Blue Tower Master. However, he suddenly changed his mind and went to Helmuth. The Blue Tower Master admitted he only became master because Balzac had left. 10 years later, Balzac returned as a dark mage and took the position of the Black Magic Tower Master. According to the Blue Tower Master, Balzac had great potential but had other ambitions. He never wanted to be a Tower Master. Instead, he aimed to achieve something greater, like surpassing a demon king. Despite this, Balzac remained human at his core. As the conversation continued, the Blue Tower Master asked Egan about his decision to go to Nahama. He warned Egan that Nahama was a hostile place and advised him to hide his Lionheart identity when he crossed the border. This was exactly what Rovarian had told Egan earlier. Nahama's assassins now operated openly and would not hesitate to kill a Lionheart if they had the chance. The Blue Tower Master stressed that it was best for Egan to hide his identity, and Egan agreed. As the party ended, Egan prepared to leave. He wore his white cloak, knowing it might attract unwanted attention in the desert. But he was prepared. The cloak was enchanted with transformation, magic, and body temperature regulation, keeping the wearer comfortable even in the scorching heat of the desert. Egan also carried a magic map given to him by Rovarian. The map pinpointed his coordinates, allowing him to track his location. Currently, Egan was at the western edge of the Nahama Desert. If he continued north, he would reach Taurus. Egan's original plan was to find his tomb and visit his hometown near Taurus, but his plans had changed slightly. That was because his hometown, once located at the edge of the desert, had now been swallowed by sandstorms. Taurus, a small nation, had been abandoned by its people as the desert consumed it, turning it into a new territory of Nahama. Though this seemed natural, Egan knew these sandstorms were the work of sand mages from Nahama, who were trying to invade neighboring countries. 3 centuries ago, during the rise of the demons, Nahama had tried to invade the Keel Empire but failed due to Bermuda's intervention. Even in his past life, Egan had hated Nahama, and after 300 years, his feelings hadn't changed. Driven by this hatred, Egan ventured into the desert with 2 goals: find his tomb and search for his old comrades. Several days had passed since Egan started his journey through the desert, and a group of locals were watching him from a distance. They were somewhat impressed to see him traveling alone, as most people who travel through the desert usually go with a full caravan and guards. One of the men in the group speculated that Egan might be undergoing a coming-of-age ceremony, where individuals are sent into the desert to prove their maturity. However, the group leader was confused as to why a Lionheart would come to the desert for such a ceremony. Another member of the group reminded the leader that their orders were to ensure Egan didn't enter the Kajani Desert. The leader recalled the order, but was still curious why their master had given such instructions. As they observed Egan, one of the men complimented him on his speed, noting that Egan moved quickly despite being unfamiliar with the desert terrain. Suddenly, the man was shocked to realize that Egan, who seemed to be heading north, was now charging straight towards them. The leader quickly took out his binoculars and was stunned to see that Egan had noticed them, despite them maintaining a significant distance. A chill ran down the leader's spine as he noticed Egan activating the Lionheart's white flame technique while charging at them. The whole group was in disbelief, wondering when Egan had spotted them. Meanwhile, Egan charged at them like a freight train, and the leader knew there was no time to run. They would have to face him. The leader shouted, ordering everyone to draw their weapons. He considered pretending to be bandits, hoping to rob something from Egan and convince him to move on. The group members, though nervous, prepared for the encounter. However, Egan quickly realized they weren't assassins, as their stealth and disguise techniques were far from professional. Despite this, Egan was briefly surprised when the group leader used a sword spirit spell on his weapon. Though the spell was powerful, it brought a wicked smirk to Egan's face. It had been a long time since he had used a sword, having spent the last 2 years learning magic in a fit of rage. Now he had the perfect opportunity to show off his swordsmanship. Drawing the Windstorm sword, Egan blocked the leader's attack. He was soon surrounded by 5 men, but Egan channeled his magic effortlessly, which shocked the leader as he did it without any incantation. Egan unleashed blasts of magical energy, knocking all 5 men to the ground. Now it was just Egan and the group leader. Egan looked straight into the leader's eyes and demanded to know their identities. The leader lied, claiming to be a bandit. Egan was amused, impressed that even the bandits of Nahama possessed skills like the sword spirit technique. He began to speculate about the strength of the entire Nahama nation, wondering if they had the power to reunite the divided nations. The leader tried to keep up the act, but Egan saw through the lies and warned him to stop. The leader grew nervous as Egan's words carried the tone of a seasoned mercenary. There was a cold, bloodthirsty glint in Egan's eyes that terrified the leader. Before the leader could react, Egan vanished in a flash, reappearing behind him. The leader barely blocked the attack, but the sheer force of Egan's strike sent a shockwave through his body. The leader grew even more worried as Egan's mana didn't break upon contact with his sword spirit, indicating that Egan was also using a sword spirit technique. As the leader processed this information, Egan landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of sand that blinded the leader. Fearing another magic missile attack, the leader hastily raised a mana shield. However, Egan's magic missiles, though they were only 1-star spells, they completely shattered the leader's shield. Before the leader could recover, Egan launched another powerful attack. The group leader saw the attack coming. His whole life flashed before his eyes. But just as the attack was about to hit, Egan stopped at inches from his neck and stepped back, smiling arrogantly. The leader couldn't help but wonder what had driven him to act so recklessly. It was a blatant insult to a swordsman's honor, driven by newfound courage or relentless rage. He charged at Egan with all his might. However, Egan deftly dodged every attack, no matter how unpredictable or wild, even parrying some with ease. This fight was unlike any Egan had faced since his reincarnation. His opponent had a sword spirit, making the fight feel meaningful for the first time, though he wished for a little more bloodlust in the attacks. But what he faced was enough to keep him interested. Egan countered with 2 lightning-fast slashes, hitting the leader's arm. The man staggered back, stunned by Egan's speed. But the shallow wounds showed he could still fight. He realized Egan wasn't going all out, which frustrated him even more. With his pride wounded far more than his body, the leader swung his sword in a wide arc, but Egan just calmly stepped back, sheathing his sword. Confused and humiliated, the leader demanded to know why Egan was putting his weapon away when he hadn't surrendered. Egan, with a calm smile, explained there was no need to rush. He would take him down with his bare hands now. This declaration sent the leader into a frenzy. He charged recklessly, driven by anger rather than strategy. But Egan dodged the clumsy attack and delivered a devastating punch to the man's chest. The force of the punch created a crater in the ground as Egan grabbed his head and slammed it into the sand with overwhelming force. Looking down at his opponent, Egan demanded to know his real identity. The leader stammered his name, Raman Sandhope. But Egan was not satisfied. With a forceful push, he pressed the man's face deeper into the sand and demanded a more useful answer. Who was giving him orders? Raman, bruised and battered, hesitated, refusing to speak, which made Egan slam his head into the ground again, causing the man to panic and explain everything. The subordinate explained that Almadani was the emir of Khajitan, a city near the western gate Egan had just passed through. This revelation made it clear that Raman and his men were agents of the city's lord. When Egan asked why Almadani wanted to block him, the subordinate confessed they weren't told much, only that they had to stop him from reaching Khajitan at all costs. Satisfied for now, Egan let the leader go and began to piece things together. Khajitan used to be more than just a normal desert. 3 centuries ago, it was Hamel's homeland. But now it was a harsh wasteland ravaged by sandstorms that ate away at the fertile land. Its harsh conditions made Egan wonder if the Sand Mage's base could be hidden there. For an outsider like Egan, especially one from the prestigious Lionheart clan, wandering through such hostile territory would certainly attract attention. That explained Almadani's caution. However, this wasn't the only danger Egan faced. Balzac had warned him of a much more dangerous foe, Amelia Merwin, who had a pact with the Demon King of Incarceration. Fortunately, her rumored dungeon in the Ashur Desert was far from where Egan was, and also from where Anise was last seen. At least for the moment, he could focus on the closer threats without worrying about encountering her. Egan took a moment to consider the situation before making a decision. He instructed the group to go back, keeping only their leader. His determination to enter Kajani was unwavering, regardless of the obstacles, and he made it clear he needed someone by his side to handle any trouble. After all, if problems arose, the leader would be crucial in resolving them. Egan figured, surely, the leader now understood why his presence was necessary. Receiving direct orders from the Emir of Khajitan meant he could resolve issues simply by stating his identity. The leader hesitated, unsure of Egan's proposal. Sensing this, Egan pressed harder, saying if the leader wasn't inclined to accept, that was fine. He could always go back to the Lionheart estate and explain to the patriarch that the Emir of Khajitan had disguised his men as bandits to try and steal a precious artifact from the Lionheart clan. He asked the leader if he wanted that scenario. Fear flashed in the man's eyes as he stammered, denying any such intention. Egan, unfazed, moved his cloak to the side to reveal something remarkable. He held up the Windstorm sword, the legendary blade wielded by the Lionheart clan's founder, Bermude, both in his life and during the Demon Wars. With such a priceless artifact in his possession, Egan knew most people would believe his story that the Emir of Khajitan had orchestrated this chaos to steal the sword. The leader was speechless. If Egan spread such rumors, not only would his head be on the line, his entire squad could face severe consequences. Worse, their master could be executed on the spot for such a betrayal. Cornered and desperate, the leader reluctantly surrendered to Egan's demands, agreeing to do as he wished. Realizing he had successfully broken him, a maniacal smile spread across Egan's face. After the matter was settled, they began their journey across the vast desert. The leader walked hesitantly beside him, consumed by guilt and fear. He was worried for not following the direct orders from his master, who had strictly forbidden the boy from entering the Kajani region. Now, as his supposed protector, he couldn't shake the shame of his betrayal. However, what haunted him most was the fate that awaited his subordinates, who had returned empty-handed, having failed to complete their mission. Egan caught the man's attention, then asked bluntly about his role in the current situation. Raman began to explain, somewhat cautiously, that he was the captain and leader of the Y Corps, the Red Desert Warriors, and the main guard force under Al-Majani, the Emir of Khajitan. Egan smirked, having already guessed Raman's skill as a captain, and his higher rank seemed a natural fit for him. Moving on, Egan asked if there were any desert mages hiding in the Kajani desert. Raman's reaction, genuine surprise, immediately told Egan he was either clueless or a brilliant liar. Egan didn't buy the act and warned him not to play dumb unless he wanted another beating. Raman quickly protested, insisting he really knew nothing about any such mages. Besides, he argued, why would the desert mages, loyal only to the royal family, be stationed so far from the capital in a remote desert like this? Egan stepped closer and pressed the question again, wondering if Raman was really that stupid or just pretending. Raman, confused, asked what Egan was getting at. Egan explained that the entire Kajani desert used to be the lush and fertile territory of Tyrat, until a devastating sandstorm turned the region into a barren wasteland. The king of Nahama, witnessing this dramatic change, declared that the desert had been gifted to them by the heavens. Since then, he had stationed his warriors in the desert to claim the land and use it for training. He continued, noting that the desertification process continued to this day, erasing what once was. Egan laughed bitterly, saying they would never dream of doing something like this to the powerful Keel Empire. That's why, he insisted, they were targeting Tyrat. Raman shook his head, dismissing the idea as impossible. For even if there was some truth in Egan's words, he insisted his master would never be involved in something so evil. He asserted that his master was not that kind of person. Egan sighed and coldly reminded Raman that he himself was from Kajani. According to Egan, Raman survived that sandstorm by sheer luck, being saved by his master. Egan understood. Raman probably worshipped his master for saving him, which was why Raman couldn't believe his master could have any part in something so dark. Raman hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Sensing the hesitation, Egan didn't press further, but left him with a warning. He told Raman to remember one thing. He wasn't here to pick a fight with another country, so he would pass. But he warned Raman not to think for a second that Egan didn't know why his master didn't want him in the Kajani desert. As Egan turned away, he added one final point. Once someone from the Lionheart clan sets foot in this place, the truth about those desert mages and the desertification process itself will be brought to light. Raman nodded, acknowledging Egan's concerns, and assured him that if the desert mages truly existed as Egan claimed, he would personally stand up to protect Egan. Raman was confident that even if the mages were under the king's direct command, they would show respect in the name of his esteemed master, the Emir of Khajiit. Egan smirked, his expression a little skeptical, and continued on his way without comment. As Raman hurried to catch up, his curiosity got the better of him. He asked why Egan was heading to the Kajani Desert, noting there was nothing out there but endless sand. Egan's reply was short, revealing his purpose, that he came here to find a tomb. Raman was startled by this and suggested that if Egan was looking for an ancestral tomb, they could visit the huge cemetery in Khajiit. But Egan shook his head, indicating the tomb he was looking for was not in a cemetery. It was somewhere else entirely. A short while later, the two arrived at an unexpected beach in the middle of the desert. Raman was confused by the sight, wondering how such a beach could exist here. Egan dismissed it as an illusion created by magic, not a real beach. Raman was still confused, questioning the purpose behind creating a fake beach in a place like this. Egan's patience wore thin as he explained that beaches were precious to desert travelers, and when someone saw one, they would surely stop to rest. This explanation made Raman realize the beach might not be what it seemed. His suspicion grew, and he suggested it could be a trap, a place where someone was lying in ambush. Egan, unfazed, stepped forward, seemingly ready to face whatever danger lay ahead. As he moved, a dagger silently emerged from beneath the ground, and though Raman shouted a warning, Egan was already prepared. With a nimble leap, Egan summoned the power of the mid-tier wind spirit, Gil. A powerful gust of wind blew away the sand, revealing the attacker and knocking him unconscious. More assassins started to appear with their weapons drawn and ready to fight. Raman, hoping to resolve the situation peacefully, stepped forward and declared his identity and status. He stressed that Egan was an honored guest of his master, and that harming him would be challenging the might of Khajiit itself. However, the assassins remained unfazed, closing in and tightening their grip on their weapons. Raman, stunned by their audacity, tried to assert Egan's importance once more, reminding them that Egan was also a son of the great Lionheart clan. But the assassins remained unmoved. Egan placed a firm hand on Raman's shoulder, urging him to stop, as it was useless, pleading wouldn't work. He pointed out, and in fact, it only made things easier for the attackers. Raman looked at Egan in confusion. But Egan's calm response revealed that the assassins knew they couldn't let him return alive from this. Attacking a member of the Lionheart clan was a risky gamble, and killing him outright would be messy. Therefore, the assassins likely planned to poison or drug him to keep him quiet. But for that to happen, they had to defeat him first. A little nervous, Raman started to draw his sword, his eyes scanning the countless assassins surrounding them. The odds were overwhelming, but he decided to hold his ground and support Egan in the fight. Egan, unfazed, signaled for the assassins to attack all at once. Just like that, the assassins charged at him with all their weapons. As they charged, a memory surfaced in Egan's mind, one of those chaotic yet strangely nostalgic moments from his past life. He recalled a time Anise had questioned Hamel about the ridiculous number of weapons he always carried but never used. Hamel was always unfazed by criticism, explaining that the weapons would eventually come in handy. Sienna, on the other hand, had scoffed at the whole exchange, urging Anise to leave Hamel alone. Anise glared at Hamel, as she found it unfair that Moeller had to carry Hamel's weapons, even though they were his. However, Hamel argued he had beaten Moeller in rock, paper, scissors, and it was part of the bet. Still, Anise found it unfair that Hamel would make such a bet. Hamel tried to shift the blame, pointing out it wasn't just his weapons taking up space in the carriage, but also Anise's precious holy water, which took up half the carriage. He also reminded her of the oversized axe she was carrying, which made Anise narrow her eyes. She retorted, noting that if the holy water was exclusively for her, she would carry it herself, but in fact Hamel and Sienna were the biggest consumers. Hamel, growing more frustrated, turned to Sienna, blaming her for drinking more than her share and asking why she didn't just use summoning magic to store all the supplies. Sienna, unable to hold back, exploded, pointing out that Hamel was the one who insisted they carry everything, claiming summoning magic would take too long. Frustrated, Hamel looked at Bermude and asked him to pull the carriage. But Bermude, ever the calm one, simply replied that none of his weapons were on the carriage. Hamel grew jealous of Bermude's inventory and his ease. Sienna, seizing the opportunity to tease, smirked and offered to teach him how, but only if he begged on his knees. Despite the bickering, these moments had become precious memories for Egan. Now, standing in the present, he couldn't help but think that perhaps the teasing would have been less harsh if he had had his cloak back then. With a flourish, Egan spread his cloak and summoned 2 spears from deep within its magical layers, reminiscing about the past. The battle before him began, and the assassins moved, communicating with deadly precision. Egan leaped high into the air, his body cutting through the wind as he aimed for his first victim. With a single throw, the spear found its mark, piercing through an assassin's skull and finishing him instantly. Another assassin tried to attack, but Egan had anticipated the move. He dodged with precision, using the assassin's missed attack to launch a swift, fatal counter. Before he could catch his breath, another attacker appeared from behind. Egan spun effortlessly, cutting through the air to decapitate his foe. 2 more assassins charged, but Egan was ready. He threw several daggers with expert precision, taking down 3 men in one swift motion. However, even as the battle raged on, there was no sign of stopping. 2 more enemies tried to ambush him, but Egan remained unfazed. Drawing 2 swords, he attacked with deadly grace, slicing through them with ease. In a fluid motion, Egan drew an axe and brought it down with deadly force on one of the attackers. Simultaneously, he used his sword to take out another assassin who was aiming for his head. In a flash, he threw the axe, embedding it deep into another man's skull before turning his attention to the next threat. The enemies refused to back down, but Egan was faster. He leaped high into the air, positioning himself to land behind a hiding assassin. With a magical flick, he trapped the charging assassin and swiftly beheaded him in a flash. The enemies seemed to multiply, but Egan remained calm and focused, summoning every weapon possible to deal with them. As the last of the assassins fell, Raman stood at the edge of the battle, watching in awe. He was overwhelmed by the scale of Egan's abilities, realizing how powerless he was in comparison. The strength, precision, and mastery of every weapon Egan wielded were incredible. It was clear to Raman that Egan wasn't even tapping into his full potential. The magic was just support. Egan's skill and mastery of weapons were what defined him. As the last of the assassins fell, Raman nervously reminded him that the bloodshed was unnecessary. However, Egan told him that assassins are loyal to their cause, so even if he had cut off their arms and legs, they were the type of people who wouldn't have said a word. He then made a simple offer to Raman, that if he wanted to, he was free to go for the assassins. Egan pointed out, didn't care for Raman's power or the master he served. Raman, meanwhile, was taken aback, stammering as he tried to find the right words, insisting he couldn't go back now. A question from Egan about whether he wanted to change his fate left him frozen, lost in thought as he weighed his options. Although Egan saw little value in Raman's presence, Raman begged to join him, promising he wouldn't be a burden. Despite this, Egan remained indifferent, leaving the decision to Raman, but making it clear he shouldn't expect much help along the way. Suddenly the ground beneath them began to shake, and the rumbling grew stronger with an unsettling force. Egan reacted instinctively, leaping into the air and scanning his surroundings. The bodies of the assassins began to disintegrate before his eyes, a clear sign of dark summoning magic at play. A huge chasm began to form, its edges cracking the ground as a dangerous wave of mana spread through the air. Egan's senses screamed at him as a warning that something far more terrible was about to emerge. Standing over the growing chasm, Egan braced himself for the inevitable. Raman, in a panic, urged him to run, his desperation clear in his frantic movements. He recognized the impending danger and knew they needed to get away. The sand beneath their feet swirled into a violent vortex, growing taller and taller with each passing moment. Raman was taken aback. Those sandstorms were common in this area, The sheer scale of this one felt unnatural, as if it had been summoned. Raman's thoughts raced as he remembered the sandstorms that had ravaged the homes of innocent people. Sandstorms that had left Raman broken as he watched his own village be destroyed. The implication of what was happening became clear. Raman charged towards the storm, desperately slashing at it with all his might, hoping to break its form, but his efforts were futile. The sandstorm remained unaffected, swallowing his attacks without a trace. Slowly, the gash he had created was covered as if it had never existed. Exhausted, Raman began to sink, the sandstorm pulling him deeper into its embrace. Despair set in as his strength waned, the realization that there was nothing he could do hitting him to his core. Meanwhile, Egan remained in the air. However, for him, using Gil's wind was impossible. It would only pull him back into the storm. For now, maintaining his position above the chaos was the only viable option. Yet, retreating never crossed Egan's mind. The surge of mana radiating from the storm signaled the arrival of something far more dangerous. He braced himself, fully aware that he needed to be ready. As he watched Raman struggle to hold on, Egan's thoughts turned to resolve. He used his magic to lift Raman up and throw him to safety, wondering why he had hesitated and not done it sooner. Just as he did, a giant sandworm erupted from the ground beneath Egan, swallowing him before he could react. Raman stood there devastated, painfully realizing that Egan had chosen to sacrifice himself to save him. Gripping his sword, Raman swore to himself he would repay this unpayable debt. No matter the cost, he would kill the sandworm and save Egan, even if it cost him his own life. Inside the massive body of the sandworm, Egan fell, briefly stunned by the sensation of being swallowed. He pondered the nature of sandworms, one of the few monsters capable of erasing everything they consumed, utilizing energy in a way that left no trace. Naturally, they had no excretory organs, making escape impossible once swallowed. But for Egan, this was no challenge. His resolve hardened as he began to use his white flame and ring of fire methods, harnessing their energy to pierce through the sandworm's tough hide. With a loud thud, Egan burst out of the sandworm's back, emerging in a dark, empty cave. As he surveyed the wound, he realized that the summoning magic hadn't created the sandworm, it had only attracted it. The sandworm, it seemed, was merely inhabiting the area. This was likely its nest. Egan remembered a conversation with Sienna, who had mentioned that mages often created dungeons in remote places to conduct dangerous research. Sandworms were often called dungeon makers, known for burrowing deep into the earth, creating stable labyrinths as they dug. Sienna had once explained it took a sandworm about 10 days to form a dungeon, and if left undisturbed, it would develop into an underground maze. Once the sandworm was killed, the mage could reinforce the structure to prevent collapse. Hearing that, Hamel had wondered if Sienna, since she was also a mage, would do the same. However, Sienna had grown furious, as she had no reason to stay in a cave waiting to create a worm. Remembering that, Egan pulled out his map, examining it carefully. He realized there was a path that ran through multiple entrances, and this dungeon could lead to Hamel's homeland. With renewed confidence, he continued forward, prepared for the challenges ahead. Raman woke up, bound by the sand mages. He demanded to know where he was. One of the mages, amused, commented on his foolishness for fighting against the sandworm. They mocked, asking if he really thought he could kill such a beast at his level. But that didn't matter now. They had brought him here to ask him a few simple questions. Raman, now on high alert, asked what questions they had. The Sand Mage explained they wanted to know more about Egan Lionheart, especially why the spoiled heir of the Lionheart clan was wandering in the Kajani Desert. What was even more puzzling to them was why Raman, the warrior of the Emir of Kajitan, was acting as his guide. Raman sweated under the pressure, remaining silent, leading the mage to wonder if the Emir of Kajitan, the supposedly great Emir of Kajitan, was plotting to betray Nahama. This suspicion arose because Raman, his warrior, was doing the exact opposite of what was expected, leading them to question his true intentions. Raman, still bound, asked the mages what they were doing here. He pointed out that the beach above them was an illusion, and the sandstorm that followed was likely created by magic. He wondered if this was all they're doing. One of the sand mages noted that Ramen clearly didn't understand his situation, using magic to twist his arm further. Another mage explained that here, they were the ones asking the questions, and Ramen's only job was to keep his mouth shut for the honor of his master. At least one mage commented that no matter what he said or did, Ramen would die here, so he should wish for a peaceful death instead of a painful one. He asked again why Egan Lionheart was in Kajani. It was clear Egan had a purpose for entering Nahama, and the only conclusion they could draw was that the Emir of Kajitan was planning to betray all of Nahama. Ramen, caught by the word betrayal, began to panic, realizing the gravity of the situation. He came to the terrifying conclusion that his great leader, Al-Majani, was a part of this plan all along. He yelled at the mages, calling them petty creatures using petty tricks to destroy another country's territory. He demanded to know why they weren't protecting the royal family as they should, with their lives if necessary. Were the sandstorms above to accelerate the desertification? One of the mages mockingly explained that Ramen was mistaken. To create a sandstorm large enough to cause desertification, they would need at least 100 well-trained sand mages. Ramen, frustrated, asked again what their purpose here was. The mage twisted his arm again, coldly stating they were under no obligation to answer his stupid questions. Instead, they repeated their question about why Egan Lionheart was in Kajani. Ramen, defeated, replied it didn't matter anyway. Egan was dead, swallowed by the sandworm they had attracted. One of the mages, with a dark chuckle, said it was probably better for Egan to die this way, as his life was practically worthless. The mages began to discuss how one of them had found a sandworm that swallowed Egan and noticed a large hole in its back. If Egan had escaped, they couldn't have him wandering around this place. They also mentioned that there were assassins roaming the area, so he would soon be caught. The thought filled Ramen with a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, Egan would save him after all. The mages continued to debate what to do with him once he was caught. One suggested it was unwise to create unnecessary conflict with the Lionheart house, so they planned to erase his memory and throw him out of Kajani. Or better yet, they should act as his protectors to receive a handsome reward for their selfless actions. It was so convenient that Egan wasn't here to hear any of this. Just as they had said that, Egan suddenly appeared right beside them, his fierce eyes locked on them. The mages were now on high alert, their minds racing with questions about the fate of the assassins who had been roaming the corridors. One of them used detection magic to peer deeper into the darkness, and was confronted by the gruesome sight of the assassins lying motionless in pools of their own blood. The mage who witnessed the horrific scene couldn't help but marvel at how well the assassins had navigated the maze. They were so familiar with its twists and turns that they could move through it blindfolded, and with their unparalleled stealth, even the most skilled warriors would have struggled to track them. But Egan, observing from the sidelines, was unimpressed. He considered those assassins to be mediocre. After all, stealth was just a skill, and they lacked the necessary experience to use their mana properly. The assassins Egan had faced in his past life, the elite agents from Nahama, were in a completely different league. Their stealth capabilities rivaled those of demons, and their persistence was unmatched. They would pursue their targets to the very end, their focus so intense it was as if they had shed their humanity. However, the ones here were pathetically weak. Egan wondered if this location was really that important to Nahama. Surely they would have sent more competent assassins. Egan wondered if Nahama, or more specifically, its king, was doing nothing. Was the king just sitting idly by? Egan's train of thought was broken by the screams of Ramen, who had somehow made his way to that cave. Egan grumbled, realizing he had been foolish to let Ramen pass so easily. But that fool was still there. Shaking his head, Egan decided it was time to get some answers from the mages. But just as he started to approach, one of them tried to trap him in a sand-binding spell. Calmly, Egan drew his sword fragment and drove it into the sand. He braced himself for an explosion, but instead, the sand shattered into 1,000 pieces. The mages stood stunned, eyes wide in disbelief as Egan stood amidst the fading dust, holding the sword fragment in his hand. One of the mages muttered, wondering if Egan had used a dispel spell, but that was impossible. A dispel spell was used to break the mana surrounding a spell, not dissolve it completely like that. What Egan had done was beyond anything they had ever encountered an instantaneous mana disruption that seemed impossible. The mages wondered if it was some secret technique from the mysterious Lionheart clan. The realization hit the mages like a ton of bricks that capturing him alive was no longer an option. Their only choice now was to kill him before he could unleash that devastating power again. However, Egan saw no reason to hesitate. They had attacked him first. If they didn't like the idea of him killing them, they should have thought of that before launching their attack. The mages quickly regrouped. Their focus intensified as they prepared a powerful sand shockwave to overwhelm Egan. The attack hurtled towards him, and Egan couldn't help but smirk. Just as the sand was about to hit, he flicked his hand back, launching the sword fragment at a speed too fast for any of them to react. The blade found its target, embedding itself in one of the mage's heads, who collapsed to the ground instantly. Dead. Seizing the moment, Egan pushed himself into the air. Perhaps he flew up with the intention to strike again. Below, the mages tried to summon more magic, but Egan saw through their plan instantly. Their attempt was too obvious. They were trying to create illusions of themselves below, while the real attack would come from above. With a swift motion, he drew a whip from his cloak, deftly cutting through every object aimed at his life. One by one, the weapons shattered, neutralized with perfect precision. As the last one fell, he lashed out, grabbing the head of one of the mages, ripping it off in a brutal, gruesome display. Calmly, he landed in front of the remaining mage with an unwavering gaze as he assessed the situation. These mages were too weak to be a part of the king's real forces, so Egan wondered if they were operating behind his back. The mage trembled in fear, managing only to mumble a few quiet words. Egan had no interest in wasting time. Without hesitation, he threw a dagger into the mage's leg, unwilling to expend the energy to question such a mediocre being. The mage cried out in pain, admitting the orders weren't from the king. Egan frowned, suspicions creeping into his mind about who was really pulling the strings from behind. He thought the Emir of Khajiitan was behind all this, prompting him to investigate further. The mage hesitated, clearly trying to evade the inquiry. Impatient, Egan threw another dagger, this time through the mage's other leg. With a trembling voice, the mage finally confessed that Amelia Merwin was the mastermind behind it all, and this place was her sacred dungeon. Egan's face hardened in disbelief, knowing that Amelia Merwin's dungeon was located in the Ashur Desert, far from here. The mage, still trembling, quickly clarified that Amelia had been traveling back and forth for about 6 years, making all the decisions. Egan pondered this revelation while the mage's fear intensified. To his horror, Egan speculated that he might be afraid of Amelia Merwin. Egan offered no comfort, only a grim choice. He offered him a quick and painless death, and reminded him that Amelia wouldn't let him die so peacefully. Panic filled the mage's eyes as he finally revealed the truth. The purpose of the dungeon was to accelerate the desertification process, with multiple dungeons scattered throughout the Khajiitan dungeon. This dungeon, built a decade ago, had undergone an expansion 6 years prior. Initial concerns about underground instability had changed when something far worse was discovered: a giant gate buried deep beneath the ground. Attempts to open it proved futile, leaving them with no choice but to seek the expertise of Amelia Merwin. Subscribe to the channel for the most up-to-date information. Egan quickly ended the mage's life, fulfilling his promise. With the mage's death, Raman's shackles were loosened. The warriors in this place no longer surprised Egan, as they were quite weak, and it was now clear they served under Amelia Merwin's direct command, eliminating any travelers who dared to come near. Raman, now free, called for Egan's attention, urging him to leave the area as quickly as possible. He knew that if this was indeed one of Amelia Merwin's dark thorn dungeons, they were in constant danger. Egan considered the situation, acknowledging they were deep inside, and the chances of Amelia Merwin appearing suddenly were slim. After all, her main dungeon was in the Azure Desert. Raman insisted that despite that, she could return at any moment. They didn't know how she traveled between locations. However, Egan pointed out that leaving this place didn't guarantee safety. If they escaped, Amelia Merwin would surely hunt them down, determined to punish anyone who dared to trespass on her domain. Egan considered the possibility of a conflict with Amelia Merwin. Though he wanted to avoid it, it was becoming increasingly clear he had few options. Looking at Raman, He wondered why the warrior didn't run when the place was quite dangerous. Raman's answer was that he had saved his life twice, and as a man, if Amelia Merwin returned to harm him, he would fight to protect Egan, even at the cost of his own life. Egan, unimpressed by Raman's lacking skills, suggested he return to safety and leave him alone. But Raman refused. However, Egan used a bottle to teleport behind him, knocking him unconscious. He left Raman there, feeling a bit annoyed for having to resort to such measures. As Egan moved forward, his thoughts turned to the dungeon's expansion 6 years ago. At that time, he was only 13, participating in the bloodline succession ceremony. It was during this time he had found Hamel's artifact in the treasury, a reward for his performance. The maze had existed for 10 years, but a part of it had collapsed 6 years ago. Egan wondered if the magic sealing the tomb had vanished because he had obtained the necklace. This meant Amelia Merwin had likely tampered with his tomb. Eventually, Egan reached the large hole the mage had mentioned. His instincts told him this was where his tomb must be. He used his Yuda ability to descend into the hole, arriving at a sturdy metal door that seemed to have been pried open. Egan deduced this was the door the sand mage had spoken of, and it must have been opened by Amelia Merwin herself. Left with no other choice, Egan leaped into the darkness below, discovering numerous holes in the ground and walls. Clear evidence of a battle that had taken place here. Egan wondered about the fight and thought if it could have been Sienna. Egan continued through the corridors until he stumbled upon something that shook him to his core. It was his own tomb. The stone tablet read, Hamel Dinos, lived from 421 to 459. A piece of trash, a fool, an idiot, and frankly annoying, but also brave, loyal, wise, and most importantly, great. This tombstone is to praise the one who sacrificed himself for all of humanity and passed away much sooner than he should have. Egan tried to hide his face, suppressing his emotions, but they overwhelmed him, and he began to cry uncontrollably. As he sobbed, he wondered why Sienna never said any of those things about him when he was alive. After all, he would have never seen this tombstone if he was still dead. His tears flowed, perhaps from sadness, perhaps from a strange sense of joy, or perhaps both. But he eventually calmed down, his eyes red and swollen. His thoughts turned to the state of the tomb. It was clear a fierce battle had taken place here, as the tomb itself was almost destroyed. However, the statue and the memorial stone remained intact. Christine. Egan deduced that about 200 years ago, Sienna had sensed that the familiar spirit guarding the tomb had died and left a Roth to protect it. That was when she had fought the intruder who had sought to defile the tomb. Sienna, strong as ever, even stronger after death, her form brought back through witchcraft, had marked her as the most powerful mage in the world. Without a doubt, but even Sienna couldn't win this fight. If she had won, the tomb wouldn't be in ruins. And since the illusion he saw indicated Sienna was still alive, she must have been gravely injured in the fight and retreated into hiding. But who could have wounded her to such an extent? A demon? Perhaps the demon kings themselves? Maybe the demon king of incarceration or the demon king of destruction. Standing there, pondering the situation, Egan realized that overthinking wouldn't get him anywhere. He needed to find out. He began to search the area, hoping to discover any clues that might have been left behind. As he walked, Egan couldn't help but think about the friends who had made this tomb, and how they must have cried while erecting it. He wondered if Bermuda had cried then. He couldn't imagine it. Even after they had defeated a monstrous opponent and everyone was celebrating their victory, Bermuda was always the one to look over his wounded friends and blame himself. He would say he shouldn't have let them get hurt and that he could have done better. This annoyed both Hamel and Anise, though Hamel was the one who tried to comfort him. Hamel told Bermuda he was human, just like everyone else, and that he couldn't do everything alone. If he thought he could, he should go and fight alone. Anise, frustrated, told Hamel to stop feeding Bermuda such nonsense. But even Anise knew that Hamel understood how Bermuda felt. Hamel had seen it in her expression when Bermuda said what he had said. He felt the same way. Anise had told him her words weren't aimed at Bermuda, but at him, anticipating he would act like a child. Egan thought he would never have a conversation like that with his dearest comrades again. This almost brought him to tears. He quickly pushed the thought away, not wanting to make his already swollen eyes worse. It was then that Egan discovered a large, ornate metal door, wide open. Another key feature of this place. Stepping through, He saw another door and someone standing before it. Egan demanded the figure identify itself and explain its presence. The man replied in a raspy voice, but soon stood up straight, almost majestically. Egan tried to figure out who he was facing and quickly concluded this couldn't be a demon, as there wasn't a hint of life force emanating from it. That could only mean one thing, an undead. Egan growled and demanded the figure identify itself or face the consequences. In a raspy voice, the undead replied that he was Hamel, the fool. These words sent Egan into a rage, for he was Hamel the fool. He was nothing more than a lowly death knight who had deluded himself into believing he was the great Hamel. Yet Egan couldn't ignore the truth. This was Hamel's tomb, and it was likely this death knight was created from his body. In a fit of rage, Egan demanded the undead take off its helmet. But the figure stood proudly, unfazed. Egan couldn't control his rage, charging at it with everything he had. Again, before reaching it, Egan leaped into the air, shouting again with all his might, demanding it remove its helmet. With those final words, he tried to dive down at the undead, as it easily dodged, countering almost instantly. Egan had plenty of time to dodge the attack, but as he countered, his strike was deflected. The undead was protected by a mana shield, or rather, a demonic force shield. Since it was a death knight, the undead immediately went on the offensive, and Egan struggled to defend. But the blow still sent him flying. He gritted his teeth, feeling a sharp pain in his arm from just that one attack. This monster was much stronger than he had imagined, likely the result of someone's dark magic like Amelia Merwin's. She must have created this death knight 6 years ago when she opened Hamel's tomb, turning his corpse into an undead servant. But with no soul inhabiting the body, it was nothing more than an empty imitation of a person. If this was truly the work of a skilled dark mage like Amelia Merwin, Egan realized his chances of winning were slim. It was as if he was facing someone on par with the patriarch of the Leon Hearts, or even the captain of the Black Lion Knights. However, despite these overwhelming odds, his heart was filled only with rage. He didn't care anymore, with the fury burning within him. Egan activated his mana circle, moving behind the undead instantly. He attacked with a spear, but the undead easily parried the blow. The fight continued, unfazed. Egan summoned a great sword from his cloak, aiming to crush the undead like a tin can. But the creature's agility pushed Egan back once more. In a last-ditch effort, Egan drew something from his cloak with lightning speed. The undead saw the attack coming and halted its assault. The weapon Egan had drawn was a spear, one of the many weapons he had mastered throughout his life. The undead paused, then acknowledged Egan's impressive skills, praising his mastery of so many different weapons. Egan retorted, telling the undead that if it was going to pretend to be Hamel, it should at least get its tone right. Hamel never spoke like that. The undead, still impressed, acknowledged Egan's skill, but insisted it wasn't enough. In a flash, it charged at Egan, slashing with incredible force. The two exchanged blows, but Egan's weapon shattered under the pressure. The undead mocked him, saying it was a pity such a talented young man would die by its blade. Just before the attack could land, Egan pushed back. He was holding a dagger now, and the undead realized that Egan had managed to parry the blow. However, this was no ordinary block. It was enhanced by magic. Egan had attuned the sword's soul to the singular wavelength of the attack, deflecting it entirely. But even with that, the force of the blow was devastating. Egan felt the searing pain of the impact. He wasn't yet strong enough to fully parry such a powerful strike. This battle couldn't drag on any longer. Egan knew he had to end it now, even if it cost him everything. He began to circulate his mana circles even further, pushing his reserves to their absolute limit, determined to defeat the living dead with all his might. He fought through the pain, even as his bones felt like they were cracking with every blow and his muscles tore with every movement. To Egan, it didn't matter. He had endured far worse in his past life. And now that he was in a weaker body, as long as his spirit remained unbroken, he could keep fighting. Eventually, his sword shattered under the pressure. But Egan wasn't done yet. He drew the Storm's Word and charged it with mana, preparing for another assault. Even as he drew the blade, Egan decided he would focus all his remaining mana into a storm shot, knowing his mana shield would weaken in the process. But this was the only way to end this. The fight continued, with Egan giving the Death Knight no time to react. He attacked relentlessly, launching magic missiles at the knight. As the knight was distracted by the missiles, Egan leaped into the air and slashed at its helmet, determined to see what lay beneath. He landed behind the knight just as the helmet shattered into pieces. The knight, now fully exposed, turned to face Egan, revealing a face that looked identical to Hamel. Instead of being surprised, Egan complimented the knight's appearance, joking that even after all these years, Hamel was still as handsome as ever. However, he taunted the knight by calling its soul ugly. This enraged the knight, and in a fit of fury, it threw its sword at Egan, who barely dodged the attack. Instantly, the knight closed the distance and unleashed a powerful blow that sent Egan flying. Egan managed to land on his feet, but was shocked by the knight's sudden increase in speed and power. He realized that while the knight was weaker with a sword, it became far more dangerous in hand-to-hand combat. Egan knew that as a Death Knight, he had to destroy the creature's heart directly, or it would simply heal itself. The problem was Egan was nearly out of mana from dodging and defending. If not for the Wild Flame technique, he would have been depleted long ago. Despite his exhausted state, Egan was determined to make the impossible possible. As the knight charged again, Egan blocked its attack, but the knight leaped into the air. Egan tried to counter with magic missiles, but the knight dodged them all with flashy movements. It landed on the ground, its hands and feet now charged with demonic energy. Egan grew concerned as the knight's transformation resembled a beast-like state known as lycanthropy. He wondered if the soul of a werewolf had taken over Hamel's body. Before Egan could process it further, the knight resumed its assault. To counter, Egan pulled out the moonlight fragment and threw it at the charging knight. To his astonishment, the fragment was deflected and couldn't completely dissolve the demonic energy. At best, it weakened the knight's demonic force. Realizing this, Egan charged at the knight, who was ready to counter. As Egan got close, the knight slashed at him with its claws. But Egan slid past and positioned himself behind the knight. Seizing the opportunity, Egan pressed the moonlight fragment into the knight's chest, causing it to writhe in hellish agony. The demonic energy around the knight began to dissipate, weakening its defenses. Egan exploited this opening, stabbing directly into the weakened area, and followed up with a pre-charged barrage of magic missiles. The successful attack left the knight with shattered armor, trembling in pain. Egan was also exhausted, taunting the knight about the damage he'd inflicted on its chest. A large hole on the knight's chest revealed a strange, red orb. With a smirk, Egan asked if that was its heart. Angered by the question, the knight lunged at Egan with all its strength, slamming him into a wall. The impact sent a shockwave of pain through Egan's body, causing him to cough up blood, but he maintained his smug attitude, calling the knight a pathetic Death Knight. The knight, enraged, roared that he was the real Hamel, but Egan simply gave him the middle finger. This only fueled the knight's rage further, causing it to grab Egan by the shoulders and crush him with overwhelming strength. Egan knew that if this continued, he wouldn't last much longer, but his determination refused to let him die. He was reborn for a reason. Left with no other choice, Egan decided to use a technique he knew would have severe side effects. However, he was certain that if he activated it, victory would be his. He was confident he could tear the knight apart with this skill, though the potential backlash worried him. This was Hamel's ultimate technique from his previous life, ignition. Suddenly, Raman arrived, calling out to Egan. Egan noticed him and felt a bit unnerved that he'd followed him this far, despite being knocked out earlier. Seeing Egan in trouble, Raman quickly drew his sword, ready to defend him. The knight noticed this, tossing Egan aside and taking a moment to catch its breath. Raman's eyes widened in alarm as Egan slammed into a wall from the sheer force of the knight's throw. Driven by urgency, Raman charged the knight with all his might. But as soon as his sword hit the knight's armor, it shattered instantly. The knight then grabbed Raman and lifted him up with ease, while Egan was already back on his feet, smiling. Raman was astonished that Egan could still smile even in such a dire situation. However, the knight was clearly not amused. With a scowl, he threw Raman toward Egan, causing them both to crash to the ground. Sensing the situation, Raman urged Egan to escape while he created a diversion. However, Egan noticed a door behind them, one they could use to flee. Before they could act, the knight revealed that the door was sealed and no one had ever been able to open it. Seeing it as a challenge, Egan smirked and began to push on the door with what little strength he had left. He knew that since this was his tomb, whoever designed the door must have intended for only the tomb's owner to open it. To the knight's astonishment, the door opened with ease and pulled both Egan and Raman inside. Raman, struggling to regain his balance, tried to process where they were. However, before he could react, Egan knocked him out again to keep him safe from whatever might be lurking inside. Suddenly, Egan was shocked by what he saw, something Bermud had left behind. Lying on a coffin was the Moonlight Sword. In his past life, Egan and his party had discovered this sword inside the Slaughter Demon King's dungeon during their subjugation mission. At the time, Hemel had tried to claim it for himself since all his weapons had been destroyed in battle. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get near it. In the end, it was Bermud whom the sword had accepted as its rightful master. Now, in the present, Egan stood before the Moonlight Sword, wondering if Bermud had placed it here as a final condolence for him. The sword was named Moonlight Sword, a name that perfectly matched its abilities. After Bermud acquired the sword, he abandoned his old one, as the Moonlight Sword was far more powerful and brilliant. The first time the sword had ever shone, it was under a full moon. But now, under a waning moon, Egan wondered if the sword's power would be diminished. As he thought about this, he tried to retrieve the Moonlight Fragment, but was shocked to remember he'd forgotten to retrieve it after using it on the Death Knight. Turning his attention back to the sword, Egan couldn't believe Bermud would leave it behind after death just because he had wanted it. However, Egan realized this was no time to dwell on such things. He scanned the room and noticed only one exit. If he wanted to leave, he'd have to fight the Death Knight again. There was also the chance that Amelia Merwin could arrive at any moment. The only way was to kill the Death Knight quickly and escape as fast as possible. With that in mind, Egan approached the sword, wondering why Bermud had left it there. He reached out his hand, thinking that if the sword was here, perhaps it was destined for him to take. In his past life, Egan couldn't even get close to the sword. But now, as Bermud's descendant, he wondered if he could claim it. As his hand neared the sword and just touched the light, his breathing became ragged, and his mana began to vibrate. To steady himself, Egan activated the white flame formula and reached for the sword. As he grasped the hilt, Egan realized the sword's power was weakened, likely due to the fragments it had lost over time. The moment he tightened his grip, a powerful shockwave sent him flying backward. However, he noticed the sword was now in his hand. He had successfully claimed it. Egan was ecstatic, finally holding the sword he had coveted for 300 years. Upon inspecting the sword, Egan quickly realized that the blade was a fake, as it had shattered into pieces over time. Only the bottom part of the blade was real. As he raised the hilt, the sword began to absorb moonlight energy from the crescent moon, transforming into a complete blade. Now, Egan held the fully restored Moonlight Sword in his hands. This sword's special property was that it dispersed all magic and mana. However, Egan grew worried as it started to absorb his own mana. Even so, he was confident he had enough to satisfy its hunger, although he couldn't control it properly at the moment. Realizing the sword's immense power, he decided to store it within his cloak. With the Moonlight Sword in his possession, he no longer needed to use ignition. This weapon alone was enough to kill the Death Knight. Before leaving, Egan checked the coffin. As he had suspected, his body wasn't here. However, what truly shocked him was the inscription carved on the coffin. One day, they would meet again in another world. Egan recognized the handwriting immediately. It belonged to Sienna. But there was something else that unsettled him even more. Meanwhile, outside, the Death Knight was furious. It had tried to break the door multiple times, but nothing worked. Yet Egan had opened it with ease. Realizing Egan's potential, it decided it must keep Egan alive until its master returned. However, a new worry plagued it. Its master would surely be furious that it had disobeyed orders, used its claws recklessly, and even damaged its own armor. If it didn't prove its worth soon, she might just discard it. As the Death Knight was lost in thought, Egan pushed the door open and casually asked if it had been waiting for him. The Death Knight immediately demanded to know how Egan opened the door and what he had seen inside. Egan put a finger to his lips and called it a secret. This provoked the Death Knight, which lunged at Egan with claws out, completely shrouded in demonic energy. Seeing the knight approach, Egan calmly drew the Moonlight Sword from his cloak and swung it at his opponent. The Moonlight Sword completely nullified the Death Knight's magical attack. It was confused, not understanding what had just happened, as its demonic force was shattered by a single swing of the sword. Egan, on the other hand, after just one swing, began to gasp for air and his vision blurred. Even just witnessing the sword's light was draining his mana. But he was thrilled to have broken the Death Knight's demonic force. The Death Knight tried to channel its power again, but failed, leaving it to charge at Egan with its bare hands. Seeing this, Egan was a bit surprised, but confident that it was likely a poor choice by the Death Knight. With that, he also drew his Storm Word, ready to counter his opponent. Meanwhile, the Death Knight circled Egan, trying to find a good angle of attack and an opening. However, Egan had yet to use his Storm Word, so he swung it, unleashing his Tempest attack. A whirlwind erupted from the slash, crashing into the ceiling, causing rocks to fall. Egan then directed the falling rocks toward the Death Knight. As the knight was struggling to recover from the attack, Egan stomped on the ground, creating a powerful mana wave. The impact shattered the Death Knight's shoulder plate with immense force. This enraged the Death Knight so much that it began to scream at the top of its lungs and unleashed a powerful mana spell. Instead of resisting, Egan taunted it, saying it should have shown this strength sooner. He then launched another mana fist attack toward the Death Knight, who tried to dodge. However, Egan appeared in a flash before it, just as the Death Knight began to channel its demonic force. At that moment, a moonlight fragment appeared out of nowhere and intervened. Now that Egan wielded the Moonlight Sword, he could control these fragments. As the Death Knight was momentarily distracted by the fragment, Egan seized the opportunity and stabbed it with the Moonlight Sword, sending it crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Egan also started to vomit blood, having used too much mana in that attack. He realized that as he ran out of mana, the color on the Moonlight Sword also faded. Then his focus shifted to the Death Knight, which lay motionless on the ground. Egan had pierced through its core, but its body remained, meaning the core wasn't completely destroyed. Thinking about how his own body was once turned into a Death Knight by Merwin, Egan felt a surge of rage. With that, he tried to thrust his sword deeper into the Death Knight's core. But something stopped him. His body began to tremble as if something invisible was binding him in place. With a worried smile, Egan realized Amelia was there. Amelia was using some kind of binding spell, locking Egan in place. All he could do was move his mouth to speak. Egan knew she wanted to talk to him. That's why she allowed him this small freedom. Amelia, on the other hand, was contemplating what to do with Egan. She considered the option of burying him alive and packing sand up to his neck, allowing him to breathe but also suffer immense pain. She planned to force his eyes and mouth open so they would dry out and pop out his face. Then, she described other gruesome details of the torture she intended to inflict on him. As she continued to speak, Egan's body began to move on its own, controlled by her magic. Still standing behind him, Amelia continued to list the torturous punishments she had planned. With a taunting smile, Egan remarked that he would die from shock long before she could do everything. But Amelia assured him that she wouldn't let that happen. She revealed that through prolonged suffering, she would turn him into a desert scarecrow, keeping him alive until she grew tired of looking at him. Then, she asked if Egan knew who she was. In response, Egan revealed her name. Smirking, she introduced herself as Amelia Merwin, the master of the desert dungeon, known by many other names. Noticing the Dark Knight, she pointed at it, calling it her pet. She revealed that torturing and killing were things only she had the right to do. Egan joked that her pet was ugly. This angered Amelia. Without hesitation, she slapped him with her bone staff, sending him sliding across the ground. She warned him that only she, as its master, could insult it. With Egan's fall, the binding spell on him broke, but he was still helpless. Amelia was on a completely different level. He knew that even if he used ignition, he couldn't defeat her. However, he suddenly recalled something he had received from Balzac. Looking up at Amelia, he asked if she knew him. At the mention of Balzac's name, her eyes softened as she curiously asked why Egan had brought him up. Egan revealed that Balzac knew him and then held out a letter toward her. Catching it, Amelia immediately recognized Balzac's seal and wondered why he would write a letter for someone like Egan. She asked if Egan understood the letter's meaning, but he only knew one thing. It guaranteed that Amelia wouldn't kill him. Amelia then revealed that a long time ago, Balzac had done her a favor, and in return, she had promised to grant him one favor. Amelia, in her pride, declared it was a great honor for Balzac to receive a favor from her. Yet for decades, he never asked for anything. Since Egan was holding that letter, she offered to grant him one favor, as long as it was within her power. This made Egan pause, carefully considering his decision. Meanwhile, Amelia stated that if Egan wanted to live, she could grant that, but she wouldn't let him go so simply. She needed to know how he got here and what he did. However, in his usual chaotic style, Egan made a shocking request. He demanded that Amelia take her own life. She smirked awkwardly, revealing that such a request was beyond her power. Instead, she offered Egan two choices to make things simpler. First, if he wanted to keep everything that happened here a secret, he had to die. Second, if he wanted to live, he had to tell her everything that happened. Egan was surprised by her offer. Seeing his hesitation, Amelia assured him that if he chose the second option, she wouldn't maim or torture him, but she had other ways of making him talk. He had piqued her curiosity since he had discovered a place that not even the king knew about. She wondered if her desert mages had betrayed her, but as she spoke, Egan was lost in thought, weighing his options. If he chose life, he would be forced to confess everything under her powerful dark magic, even against his will. Seeing his hesitation, Amelia grew impatient, warning that his silence would be taken as an answer. Meanwhile, Egan's mind raced with the idea of escape, but he quickly remembered the binding spell that would hold him in place. Amelia's impatience peaked as she began to count to 3. As she reached 2, Egan struggled to decide what he should do. The moment 3 arrived, and she prepared to strike him down. A sudden sound echoed from behind her. It was the dark night, which had risen again. However, something was terrifyingly different. Amelia kneeled before it. Her demeanor had changed completely. A disgustingly powerful aura emanated from the night, overwhelming Egan instantly. That's when he realized the horrifying truth. Standing before him was none other than the mighty incarnation of the Demon King of Fury. The Demon King addressed Egan in a deep, dark voice, revealing that he had seen him through the eyes of Balzac while in his fury. He asked if Egan had come to offer flowers to his ancestor. The Demon King then revealed to Egan that this was the tomb of Hamel, the fool, but he insisted Hamel wasn't as foolish as people said. According to the Demon King, Hamel was quite strong and was Bermud's best friend. Hearing this, Egan was both shocked and a little confused. The Demon King continued, acknowledging that he might look like an enemy to Egan, but he and Bermud had built a genuine friendship. He found it somewhat silly that Bermud would impose something that happened 300 years ago on his descendants. He claimed to respect the Lionhearts because of his friendship with Bermud, but as for Egan, he respected him for who he was. According to the Demon King, Egan was the most like Bermud out of all the Lionhearts that existed and those who came before him. Amelia was stunned to realize that Egan was a Lionheart. However, as she focused on his appearance, she understood that he did indeed look like one. She then questioned if the Demon King had come to this pathetic place in that destroyed body as a vessel, just to save Egan, a Lionheart. The Demon King confirmed it, since Egan was his friend's descendant after all. Amelia argued that this contradicted her freedom. However, the Demon King could see Bermud in Egan, and he respected him more than he respected her. This disheartened Amelia, as the Demon King was claiming to respect a dead man more than her. As she tried to stand, a heavy dark magic pushed her back into a kneeling position. This angered her, but she couldn't say anything. Meanwhile, the Demon King pointed out her disrespect and stated that although he respected her freedom, he couldn't allow her to harm Egan, at least not for now. Egan was still processing, asking what the Demon King meant by "for now." Hearing this, Amelia warned Egan to speak respectfully in the Demon King's presence. However, the Demon King himself ignored her and continued to tell them that he had respected the name of the Lionheart clan for over 300 years because of his friendship with Bermud. However, in return, the Lionhearts had not shown him the same respect. So, The Demon King warned Egan to go back and inform the other Lionhearts to respect him, or else he would no longer respect Egan either. Egan was genuinely worried, as this seemed like a heavy warning from the Demon King. However, he was also confused as to why the Demon King was bringing this up after 300 years. The Demon King revealed the shocking news that he had promised Bermud their freedom, but that promise was about to end. According to him, they would need someone else to make the promise again to ensure their freedom. Fear filled Egan's eyes as he asked about the promise. But with a wide grin, the Demon King revealed that Egan had no right to know since he was not Bermud. With a manic laugh, he called Egan a foolish little lion. Egan's mind was blown. Realizing the Demon King knew about his reincarnation, the Demon King stated that Egan's existence and soul were all thanks to Bermud's promise that Egan could be born 300 years later. As Egan was processing this, his necklace began to glow. The Demon King looked at Amelia and ordered her to return to her dungeon. However, she argued that she wanted an answer as to how he opened the door that even she couldn't open, no matter what she did. Hearing about the door, the Demon King teleported everyone toward it. He then reached out his hand and melted the door, revealing that inside was only Egan's tomb and nothing else. Still in disbelief, Amelia looked at the Demon King. She asked if he still needed her pet's body. The Demon King revealed that his work there was done and he would return Hamel's body. Amelia, with a smirk, asked if he was sure, since it was the body of his old friend, Bermud. However, the Demon King did not consider Hamel a friend, saying he had left his body and was long gone. Amelia sighed in relief, calling Egan lucky, but warned him about next time. She bid farewell and used her magic to drag Hamel's corpse along. As she walked away, she was thinking of teaching Egan a lesson one day, knowing that, for now, he was protected by the Demon King himself. Left behind, Egan became enraged and began punching a nearby wall with all his might. He was furious with the Demon King for knowing about his reincarnation. Egan couldn't understand what the Demon King meant when he claimed his reincarnation was the result of Bermud's promise. However, according to Egan, if Bermud had to do something for him, he wouldn't have chosen to reincarnate him. He would have chosen to kill the Demon King instead. Egan wondered if his reincarnation had anything to do with the promise. He was also angry at the Demon King's clear dislike for him. Egan continued to think about how he had failed to destroy his own body and that Amelia had taken it away. He was also confused about what the Demon King meant by someone making the promise again. It all seemed like a riddle to him. Egan did not want to be the one to make a new promise with the Demon King. He also didn't want to be a part of whatever would unfold when the promise ended. Now, with the information that Sienna and Anise weren't behind his reincarnation, but rather Bermud, Egan grew even angrier with him. However, he pulled out the leaf he had found in his tomb. According to Egan, Sienna had come to protect his tomb, and after fighting an intruder, she had disappeared. The leaf in his hand belonged to the World Tree, which allowed one to teleport to the Elven Forest no matter where they were. Egan speculated that Sienna might have been cornered and used the leaf to escape to the forest. But he thought the attacker was Bermud, although he didn't understand the reason behind it. He remembered that Sienna and Anise didn't like him when he first joined their party, but Bermud had shown interest and trust in him. Hamel, being quite arrogant, had refused, stating he wouldn't follow someone weaker than him. So, Bermud had challenged him to a one-on-one duel, and Hamel had lost convincingly. Bermud was clearly stronger than him, but Hamel was not one to give up easily. He came back time and time again, but was defeated by Bermud every single time. Hamel, having lost to Bermud, was confused as to why Bermud wanted him on his team, since Bermud could easily have gotten someone stronger than him. However, Bermud revealed that Hamel was the last one he needed and that he needed Hamel's strength to kill all the Demon Kings. With a determined smile, Bermud held out his hand. In the present, Egan was still lost in thought about the promise. He wondered if Bermud was behind everything, including the necklace. He thought Bermud might have placed it in the Lionheart treasury without anyone noticing. Egan continued to ponder it, realizing it was too early to say anything with confidence, especially since the illusion of Sienna he saw in her rod and the handwriting could also mean something. Also, what she wrote on his tomb about meeting in another life made Egan wonder if she was talking about heaven or his reincarnation. He wondered if Bermud had truly betrayed Sienna, but that was a possibility he didn't want to think about. For now, to find out all the truth, he had to find Sienna first. Elsewhere, Emir Kajiin of the Nahama tribe looked at Egan, hoping that, at the very least, he understood the gravity of what he was asking. He had heard much about Egan from his subordinates who had attacked him, but the Emir questioned if Egan truly believed he had sent them to rob him. Egan, on the other hand, didn't care for the reasons. The only thing that mattered was that they had harmed him, or at least tried to. Kajiin insisted that everything was done for Egan's own safety. If he didn't already know, Nahama and Keel were not on good terms at all. The Emperor of Keel feared Nahama's power, while the Emir also had his own grievances with Keel. He believed the desert mages, who continued to push for relentless desertification, were hiding somewhere in the furthest reaches of the wasteland. If the Emir were to find them, then Keel would surely follow. For the Emir, protecting Egan so thoroughly was akin to Nahama bowing to Keel, if only for a moment. But there was also the matter of finding out what Egan himself was doing there. Why venture into the desolate Kaji Desert, an uninhabited place, after all? Egan was in no mood to be interrogated, and he made that clear. However, Kajiin had no illusions about forcing answers out of him. That was precisely why he'd had his men tail Egan, to keep an eye on him, to ensure he was safe if anything happened. If only Raman had followed his orders properly, they wouldn't be stuck in this tense and uncomfortable conversation. He understood Egan's frustration, but from all he'd heard, his men had kept their distance. It was Egan who had attacked first. Egan chuckled to himself, realizing that Kajiin had made no mention of the assassins or the desert mages. It was clear he knew nothing of Hamel's tomb or Amelia Merwin's presence in the Kaji Desert. Egan realized he must be a pawn, but he saw no reason to reveal any of this. Instead, he decided to handle the situation in his usual manner and push back. He mused that if Kajiin misunderstood the situation, that was on him, but it didn't justify the broader implications. Kajiin seemed confused, and Egan clarified that even if this was just a misunderstanding, the fact remained that Kajiin's actions had endangered him. If he tried to explain it away as a simple mistake, Egan wasn't sure how his family would react. Kajiin's voice began to tremble, and Egan stressed that he didn't want this to escalate into a larger conflict between their two nations. He didn't want to put his family in a difficult position over something like this. Finally, Kajiin seemed to grasp the severity of the situation and asked Egan what he wanted. Egan calmly requested 500 million sel, citing it as a modest price to mend their strained relationship, which had been tarnished by misunderstandings. Kajiin remarked that for someone so young, Egan was very bold, a trait he didn't necessarily see as bad. He agreed to provide the money, seeing it as the only way to appease Egan's anger. With the matter seemingly resolved amicably, Kajiin had one last question before they parted ways. What exactly had Egan seen in the Kaji Desert? Egan replied that there was nothing but endless desert, just as he had said before. He thought to himself about the coffin and the epitaph, both safely hidden in his cloak. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing left to find. Not even the king knew of Hamel's tomb, and as long as Amelia kept quiet, the secrets of the desert would remain buried forever. Egan informed Kajiin that he intended to take Raman with him, as he needed to hold him accountable for threatening his life. Kajiin offered to have Raman executed on the spot to make things easier, but Raman felt a deep sense of betrayal. This was the master he had served faithfully through thick and thin, and now he was being discarded so casually. However, Egan refused the offer, saying he wasn't cruel enough to demand someone's head over such a small matter. Instead, he planned to take Raman home and assign him menial tasks, like cleaning toilets, as a form of punishment. Kajiin accepted Egan's decision, and their conversation came to an end. As Egan journeyed to his next destination, his mind drifted to a memory of a conversation he once had with Anise. They were standing on a field littered with fallen soldiers, and Anise, in a moment of weakness, had questioned if their mighty god was truly all-powerful and all-knowing. If so, why would he allow young soldiers to suffer and bleed so senselessly? Hamel, hearing her drunken ramblings, told her to stop, pointing out that she was clearly intoxicated. But Anise continued to wonder why a god of light, who was supposed to dispel all darkness, failed to do so. Hamel had no patience for theological debates, remarking that he knew nothing of her god of light, but was certain of one thing. Bermud was a force to be reckoned with. If she wanted to look at it that way, perhaps God couldn't handle the world on his own and had sent Bermud, the living miracle, to assist. That was why Bermud was such a valiant warrior and why the Holy Sword had chosen him without hesitation. Anis was taken aback by Hamel's unexpected words, though he clarified that he wasn't trying to be kind. He was simply annoyed by her drunken ramblings. He demanded she share her drink instead of drinking alone like a melancholy fool. Anis, clutching her flask, insisted it wasn't alcohol but holy water, unsuitable for a non-believer like Hamel. Their bickering continued, and looking back, Egan found the memory strangely amusing. Eventually, Egan reached his destination, the sacred land of light, Hagen, where a statue of Anis stood. He mused that if one had traveled from the holy kingdom of Uras across the ocean, they would have arrived here 200 years ago. It was here that Anis had offered a prayer before embarking on her pilgrimage to the furthest reaches of the desert. Egan wondered if Anis had ever visited Hamel's tomb to pay her respects. However, the timelines didn't quite match up. Her retirement occurred several years before Anis's pilgrimage, making it unlikely that she had visited the tomb. If she had, Egan was sure she would have done something about its neglected state. He also pondered if Bermud had anything to do with Anis's mysterious disappearance. Finding no significant clues at this location, Egan was left with only one lead, the leaf Sienna had left behind. Raman timidly interrupted Egan's thoughts, asking if he had changed his mind about returning home. Egan assured him they were indeed on their way back to Kiel. Cyan, Egan's younger brother, eagerly awaited his return, curious to see how much stronger Egan had become in the 2 years he was away. Cyan watched the warp gate with a mixture of unease and reluctance. His mother noticed his discomfort and commented that he seemed conflicted about Egan's return. Cyan admitted that while he wanted his brother back, he was also worried. If Egan truly desired to become the head of the family, Cyan knew he might have to step aside and relinquish the position. His mother reassured him that as long as he didn't back down, Egan wouldn't take the role. The position of head, she reminded him, should belong to the strongest member of the family. And Cyan was no longer a child, but a grown man capable of making his own decisions. Whether he chose to take the title or give it up, she would respect his choice. She also emphasized that Egan was now his brother, bound not by blood but by kinship, and urged Cyan to speak with him when he arrived. The matter of succession, she added, could wait. When Egan finally arrived, he was surprised to see his family waiting for him. He remarked that he had intended to meet them at the house, so their presence here was unexpected. His father immediately pulled him into a hug, and Egan noticed his father had grown stronger and more robust, his great beard adding to his imposing presence. His father attributed his physical transformation to steroids, a name Egan vaguely recalled as Gawain's father, more like Styrus's dungeon. Egan wondered how close his father and Styrus had become to have such familiarity. Behind his father, Egan noticed Cyan's mother, and quickly bowed, apologizing for not visiting her sooner. She waved away his formality, reminding him that they were family and there was no need for such awkwardness. Egan looked around and realized the head, Gilead, was not present. His mother explained that he was at the Black Lion Castle for the coming-of-age ceremony. Egan recalled that while the blood continuation ceremony included both direct and collateral line members, the coming-of-age ceremony was exclusively for the direct line. His mother added that Yoda, 2 years older than Egan, should have undergone the ceremony last time, but was alienated, causing the ceremony to be skipped. Now, with 3 children, Egan, Cyan, and Seal, coming of age next year, the upcoming ceremony promised to be more lively. Just then, Raman stepped out of the warp gate, and his mother asked about his identity. Egan introduced him as his subordinate, a 32-year-old man named Jamal whom he had personally selected for his reliability. Although Egan hadn't trained him, he intended to assign him various tasks. He called for Nina, who had also grown since he last saw her, and instructed her to teach Raman how to clean the stables. He added that the hall needed some maintenance and suggested giving Raman the more physically demanding jobs, as he seemed to have the constitution for it. Nina was visibly surprised by Egan's instructions, and Giorgio asked if it was appropriate to assign such tasks to someone who was technically his subordinate. Egan reassured her that this was precisely why Raman would follow her orders without question. He then turned to Raman and declared that from this point forward, Nina was his superior. Raman, Though clearly uncomfortable with the idea of taking orders from someone much younger, reluctantly accepted his new role. He consoled himself with the thought that it was all for the sake of the young master, Egan. After all, Egan had saved his life, and Raman vowed that when the day came that Egan needed him, he would risk everything to repay that debt, as a true warrior should. Meanwhile, Cyan caught Egan's attention and suggested they take a walk to discuss some matters. As they strolled through the forest, Cyan suddenly asked Egan a strange and unexpected question about who he was. Egan was briefly thrown off by the question and responded with confusion, unsure of what Cyan was getting at. Cyan continued to ask if Egan was really 19 years old as he claimed. Egan decided to be blunt and revealed that he was actually the reincarnation of a very important person. Cyan dismissed this as a lie, and Egan couldn't help but laugh. Egan then turned the conversation around, asking why Cyan was so shocked that he had become so much stronger. Cyan's expression darkened as he explained that although it had been 2 years since they last met, it felt as if Egan had lived 20 years in that time. Cyan had poured his heart and soul into improving himself, relentlessly training in both magic and swordsmanship, even reaching the 3-star rank. However, despite his diligent training, Egan had reached 4 stars. The weight of this realization hung heavily on Cyan, and he abruptly told Egan that he should become the patriarch of the clan instead of him. Egan was surprised by this sudden change of heart and asked why Cyan was giving up on his ambitions. Cyan admitted that after witnessing Egan's growth, he no longer felt capable of leading the family. Egan tried to reason with him, pointing out that Cyan could still become the patriarch if he chose to. There was no competition between them, and Egan had no interest in the position, but Cyan refused to accept this, feeling that it wouldn't be fair. Seeing his brother's frustration, Egan proposed they settle the matter with a duel. If Cyan won, Egan would accept whatever decision he made. Cyan was confused by this offer, arguing that it would make more sense for Egan to take the patriarch role if he won. Egan laughed, teasing Cyan for being quicker than he thought. However, he reiterated that he had no desire for the position, as it was meant for someone with ambition, and he didn't want the responsibilities thrust upon him. If Cyan truly wanted to change his mind, Egan said he would have to do it by force. Cyan sighed and suggested that instead of a formal duel, they should have a sparring match, just like they used to. The two headed to the sparring area, where the servants gathered to watch in awe. Cyan attacked with everything he had, desperately trying to land even a single hit on Egan, while Egan remained calm and composed, not even breaking a sweat. As they sparred, Egan noticed that Cyan had made significant progress. His control over his sword soul was impressive, and he could maintain it for a long time. His mana usage had also improved drastically, likely from reaching 3 stars. Egan realized that someone with Cyan's level of mana was extremely rare on the continent, a testament to his hard work and talent. Cyan found the spar increasingly bizarre. Despite his best efforts, he was tiring out too quickly, as if he were swinging his sword at a tank. Egan's blade seemed to effortlessly parry his every attack, deflecting his blows in a way that left him off balance and frustrated. One of the watching servants muttered that it was useless, wondering if Cyan might have a chance of winning if he fought with everything he had, including his sword soul. Hazard, who had been observing from the sidelines, interjected, saying it was highly unlikely. He pointed out that Egan had been formidable 2 years ago, but now his strength was overwhelming. While Cyan had certainly grown stronger, Egan was unfazed, easily handling Cyan's fast and relentless attacks without moving from his spot. With a powerful parry, Egan sent Cyan staggering back. Cyan was panting and visibly impressed, asking about the technique Egan had used. Egan brushed it off, claiming it was just a simple parry, but Cyan wasn't convinced. He noted that Egan didn't just parry his sword's soul, but guided it, letting it deflect off his blade instead of pushing it away. Egan acknowledged Cyan's sharp observation, complimenting his keen eye. Cyan was eager to learn more, urging Egan to teach him. Egan's expression changed, a mischievous glint in his eye as he asked if Cyan was really serious about learning from him. Despite the teasing tone, Cyan remained persistent, though his frustration was evident as he nearly snapped his sword. Egan finally relented, agreeing to teach him, but only if Cyan promised to become strong enough to take on the role of patriarch without hesitation. However, Egan insisted they move to a more private location, as the current spot was too crowded for proper instruction. Once they were alone, Egan bluntly explained that no matter how much Cyan trained, he would never surpass him in strength. However, he added that if Cyan became strong enough, Egan would accept him as the patriarch. Cyan tried to interject, but Egan cut him off, stating that even if Cyan tried to force the title on him, Egan had no interest in becoming the patriarch. Cyan reflected that this was the third time Egan had refused the position, and while he respected his brother's decision, he couldn't help but feel conflicted. He reasoned that Egan, despite his skills, lacked the qualities of a patriarch and hadn't undergone the necessary training for leadership. As Cyan continued to ramble, Egan finally lost his patience and kicked him in the shin to shut him up. Once Cyan calmed down, he asked when Egan planned to teach him the technique. Egan explained that he was too busy at the moment to give him a proper lesson, but he promised to write down the instructions and provide them to Cyan later. If Cyan practiced diligently and studied the notes thoroughly, Egan assured him he would master the skill in no time. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Kiel, Mount Uklas stood as an ancient and rugged mountain. Although Bermud, the founder of the Kiel Empire, had relinquished his title and moved to the capital over 300 years ago, Uklas remained a significant part of the Lionheart territory. The Black Lion Castle, perched atop the mountain, served as a reminder of Bermud's legacy. It was here that Bermud had spent most of his life, and it was also where his body now rested. The family members gathered for a meeting, and Gilead announced Egan's recent return at the main estate. One of the attendees remarked on the timing, noting that there were only 2 months left in the year. Gilead suggested there was no need to summon Egan to the meeting, but another member interjected, pointing out that it was Gilead himself who had made the unprecedented decision to bring a child from a collateral line into the main clan, a move that had never happened in their history. Gilead, despite having known this man since his youth, still felt a lingering sense of unease around him. This man, the eldest in the family and the head of the Council of Elders, was known as the immortal White Lion, Doin's Lionheart. He acknowledged that Egan had proven his worth, but added that the situation around him was somewhat chaotic. Carmen also spoke up, recalling her own encounter with Egan during her visit to Aerith. She questioned why his collateral lineage was being treated as an issue, stressing that what truly mattered was his potential. Doins looked at her thoughtfully, acknowledging her insight, but reminding her that she did not represent the Black Lions. He declared that he would personally evaluate Egan during the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony, an event he eagerly awaited.